Chapter 1, Back to the Past. Everything was dark. He had failed. Things were not supposed to become like this. All his training, his friendship with Kurama and all other tailed beasts, all the efforts of himself and the whole shinobi alliance. They were supposed to win, they were meant to go on, to defeat the mad Uchiha duo and to stop the Jubabi from destroying the world. But yet, despite all those things, they still lost. Madara Uchiha had won. All of their efforts were wasted. All his friends, all who cared for him were murdered by the wicked power of that revived bastard. And Madara was only short of one more thing to complete the Jubabi again and become what he had deceived the poor Obito for a very long time in order to achieve, a god. Yes, Kurama was still inside Naruto. But not for long. Soon, his newest friend would be ripped off from his body and become a part of that monster Shinju again. Everything of the few last hours flashed through his mind. He remembered Kakashi's Sharingan being ripped off his left eye socket as he fell and died under Madara's Susanoo sword. He remembered the souls of the 4 revived Hokage being pulled away by the shadow clones with Rinnegan. He remembered Hinata and Sakura being impaled by an incredibly sharp root when trying to pull him out of the roots that were restraining him and sucking away his chakra. He remembered Sasuke's Susanoo being shattered and the man himself being vaporized when trying to prevent a combined tailed beast bomb from the Sharingan-controlled tailed beasts from hitting a completely exhausted Naruto sprawling on the ground. Everyone, they sacrificed their lives to protect him, to allow him the chance to destroy Madara once and for all. And he failed them. He closed his eyes. Maybe if he had just given up from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. So you decided to just give up like that? It's not like you, Naruto. He opened his eyes again. He was in the white room from before, and Kurama and all other tailed beasts were standing before him, looking down at him. Normally, he would have asked how they were able to meet again, but right now, it was not important anymore. Nothing was important anymore. Why shouldn't I give up? Everyone is gone, Madara has captured all of you. We lost. Naruto sighed heavily, all his energy seemed to be drained. He was flicked in the forehead by a tentacle of Jayaki. Idiot. We haven't lost yet. Everyone out there is still fighting. Everyone sacrificed their lives because they believe that you shall be able to defeat Madara, not for you to sulk and give up like this. If you, Naruto, of all people, lose hope, there is nothing we can do anymore. But what can I do now? All my friends are gone, the Shinobi Alliance is being destroyed. I don't know what I'm fighting for anymore. With those last words, Naruto collapsed on his knees, and for the first time in many years, he cried. All of his anger, sorrow, regret, despair and pain, everything he held in his heart seemed to have exploded and added to the stream of tears. You know, surprisingly, it was Shikaku who raised the voice. It was different from the way Naruto had known the beast for, it was, sane. I don't quite understand much about you humans, but to me, if you hate someone, even if I cannot defeat him, I would try my best to make sure that whatever he was planning won't be able to work. I don't like you quite much, but I admired you for daring to stand up against me during that battle in the past. If I hadn't, I would have made Gaara destroy your little village when he finally became Kazekage. Nice idea, Shiki-chan. Komei chirped in. Even in this situation, the beetle could still keep her cheerful personality. Shikaku shot her a glare of annoyance at the nickname. But how can I do it? Madara must have begun Kurama's extraction for quite some time. Now I cannot even move. Son Goku's eyes gleamed. You know that you are not alone in this, right? The extraction is nearly completed. Soon, the Jubabi, and this world shall be mine to control. Madara's Rinnegan flashed hungrily when the red chakra of Kurama continuously flown into the mouth of Gadumazo. Just a little more time, and his dream shall become true. Suddenly, the statue, and the ground started to rumble. What the? Madara startled, his concentration on the sealing technique faltered. What's happening? Cracks started to appear on the body of the Jubabi. From within, lights and chakra could be seen flowing out. No. This is not supposed to happen. Madara cried desperately, pumping more of his chakra into the sealing jutsu, but all was in vain. Loud booming started to rise from inside the statue, and all of Gadumazo's eyes snapped open and it screeched as if it was in excruciating pain. Oh she! Then everything went white. If there's something Naruto hated so much, it was being woken up suddenly in the middle of the night on an extremely uncomfortable bed. His whole body was throbbing with pain. That nightmare was too incredibly real. And it's also strange and horrible, too. He could still remember quite clearly about his friends dying, his failure at beating Madara, the tailed beasts talking to him and a huge explosion. He groaned and burrowed his face deeper into the pillow. He didn't want to remind himself about that terrible dream anymore. Except there was no pillow at all. He was lying on a pile of straw in a shack, standing in the middle of what seemed to be the forest outside of Konoha. And in his arms was a big papery cylinder thing. What the? Naruto screamed and jumped out of the makeshift bed he was lying on. Then he realized. What the hell is wrong with my voice? His voice was now exactly what it was when he was 12. Well, he muttered. Kurama had better have a good explanation for this. Hey Kurama! What the heck is going on here? Naruto's sweat dropped as his eyes stared at the bizarre scene in his mindscape. Inside the cage was a clusterfuck. As he could count, there were 9 heads and a whole bunch of tails, tentacles, goo, wings, whatever. And they seemed to be struggling hard against each other. Hey! Stop pulling my tails. Get your tentacles off my butt, you perverted ox. Ack! Your tail. Your tail. You're strangling me. My wings. You're crushing my wings. So heavy. If this hadn't been an urgent situation, this would have been a very funny scene. What is happening here? Why are you guys all inside of me? And where are we anyway? After a while, Naruto had enough. He exploded. His voice drew the attention of the creatures behind the bars. Ah, Naruto! The fox head cried out in relief. A little help here, please. Naruto's left eyebrow twitched. Couldn't you just, shrink yourself, or transform into something smaller and easier to get out? Ah, all the heads nodded slowly. Good point. After some more struggles, and a huge puff of smoke, Naruto was now sitting on the damp floor of his mindscape, facing all 9-tailed beasts who were each in the size of a grown-up Akamaru. So, care to explain? Naruto looked at the beasts inside the cage. Well, it's just a little accident, you see. Kurama started. What do you mean a little accident? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, you see, Kokuaha, the 5 tails, began. You remember that we left quite a lot of our chakra inside you when we bumped our fists, right? Turns out that the more powerful we are, the stronger the chains binding us inside the Jubabi's body are. Therefore, when we were absorbed back into that statue, those chains became significantly weaker, and a normal tailed beast bomb was enough to break us free from the binding. I see, Naruto nodded in understanding. But that doesn't explain why. I was getting there, the 5 tails stopped him. After that we were able to talk with you again, remember? Then, that knucklehead over there, he pointed one of his tails towards Gaku, who scratched his head sheepishly, decided to break us free with another combined tailed beast bomb. I told them it would be dangerous, but sadly, no one listened, except for me and little Saikyo here. He rubbed the 6 tails head with another tail. So we did it anyway, and the Jubabi's body was completely obliterated. So the Jubabi's body was destroyed, Naruto nodded again. That's good, right? Yes, but, Well. Kokuwa suddenly hesitated. You know that the Juabi was the god tree, the source of all chakra in the world, right? When it was destroyed, all the chakra from inside it exploded in an instant with an extremely powerful force, and it somehow ripped us from that timeline and sent us back to the past. And it also pushed us into the seal in your stomach. Oh. So that's why I have my 12-year-old voice, and why I was holding the forbidden scroll out there. We were sent back to the day I graduated from the academy. Naruto exclaimed in realization. But then, something crossed his mind. But what about the others? Did they get sent back to the past, too? The tailed beasts shared a worried and regretful look. Naruto, Jayaki said. A blast with enough power to send one back to the past will reduce everything to light particles. Not even Madara's strongest Susanoo could survive that explosion. It is incredibly lucky that you have us, otherwise you would have been erased from existence together with Madara and everything else. About the others. I'm afraid there's nothing you can do for them anymore, Naruto. Naruto's shoulders slumped. So in the end, it was nothing different. He still couldn't save anyone. He couldn't do anything to protect the people he loved. Tears started to well up in his eyes again, rolling down his cheeks and silently dropping into the already soaking ground. Then he felt something warm and fluffy wrapping around him. He raised his head, and saw Kurama embracing him with her red tails. It's true, Naruto, that you have failed them. But think, if you really feel that bad about it, then this is your chance to redeem yourself. We're in the past, when everything hadn't happened yet. Work hard, and stop Madara from completing his plan in this timeline. Protect everyone you love this time, don't let them die meaninglessly like before. Besides, she added with a chuckle, look around you. This time you are not alone. You have us together with you now, and we are friends. Friends are supposed to help each other, right? Right? This time we're with you, Naru-kun. That Madara guy will not be able to ruin the future we create together anymore. Komei added cheerily. Naruto looked at all the beasts around him, his eyes widened. Every one of them was looking back at him with trusting and encouraging eyes, well, except for Saikyo and Komei, they don't have eyes anyway. A feeling of warmth suddenly bloomed in his heart, and he felt happy, and stronger than ever. He smiled, wiping tears away from his eyes and stood up. Thank you everyone. This time, I swear I will not fail. He raised his hand, and they bumped their fists again, strengthening the bond between them once more. Good job, my dear. Now go. Kurama pushed her Jinchurikis back. There is one person who needs to be saved by you right now. When Naruto faded away from their view, Matatabi looked at Kurama. I can't believe even you can become motherly, Nei-san. Heh, the vixen chuckled. Even I can't believe it myself, either. Mizuki was smirking. Right after he finished this annoyance of an academy teacher, he would go find the demon brat, take the forbidden scroll from him and bring him together with it to Orochimaru-sama. Then he would become a sound ninja, and gain the power and fame he couldn't get being a mere teacher in Konoha. His train of thought was interrupted rudely when a foot landed on his face, sending him crashing into a tree nearby. I'll kill you for hurting Iruka-sensei. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Mizuki's eyes widened in horror when the forest was filled, literally, with thousands of Naruto. Now, ready to die, bastard. The army of Naruto grinned wickedly while cracking their knuckles. Mizuki gulped. I'm screwed, am I? Yes. The whole army echoed before pummeling the poor traitor to the ground. Iruka was appalled seeing Naruto performed a forbidden ninjutsu in such a large scale. Not only that, the boy didn't even show any sign of fatigue after releasing the jutsu. And he defeated a Chuunin-level shinobi just by himself. He smiled weakly. You have really become strong, Naruto. You might even surpass the third, no, all the past Hokage someday. Heh heh, Guess I might have overdone it a bit. Naruto grinned sheepishly, while dragging a mess of flesh and bones called Mizuki along towards Irika. The older man smiled, and waved him. Leave that, Naruto. Come here and close your eyes. This was it. This was the time. Naruto could not ever forget this, even until the last day of his life. Congratulations, Naruto. You're officially a genin of Konohagakure. Once again in 2 days, or who knows how many days had passed, Naruto began to cry his heart out, this time on the chest of the older man. Chapter 2, Back to the Start. Wow, this photo was quite good, actually. I almost didn't recognize you in that new outfit. Heh, I had to retake it a few times, Gigi. Naruto answered the old Hokage with a foxy grin. He was standing in Konoha's shinobi registration room with Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and his secretary, after taking the photos for his ID registration. The old man was smiling at him, while stamping the document which contained his CV and the photo. See, Naruto-kun, I told you changing your clothes would be a good thing for you. Yeah, I know. But I still don't like very much. It doesn't have much orange on it, Mata-chan. His face twisted oddly when the two-tailed cat blew a raspberry at him in his mind. His new attire included a dark blue pair of trousers with orange flame-like stripes at the tip of the cuffs, a pair of fingerless gloves together with 2 medium-sized steel bangles, and a black sleeveless shirt which hugged tightly around his chest and torso, showing off his rather well-built body. His headband was tied firmly on his forehead. Naruto didn't notice it, but all the training he had done in the past actually did make his body a sight of attraction to any girls who saw it. Which was none, because he always hid it under the bizarre orange jumpsuit. That explains why only the Hyuga girl showed interest in you. X-ray eyes and everything. Ah, shut up. It's all thanks to Matatabi when he first figured out the way to make the beasts appeared out of his body. 2 days ago. You know what, this is kind of boring for you guys, right? My imagination was not quite good, anyway. Naruto said while standing together with Kurama in his new mindscape. The dark and dirty sewer, ew, is my mind really that dirty, was gone, replaced by an endless lushful green meadow with a river running across, a range of mountains at the horizon, blue sky with the sun shining brightly, and standing in the middle was a sakura tree which was as big as the Hokage monument. Kurama sighed. This is quite alright. It's much better than staying in that sewer. You know, never before have I got a Jinchuriki who bothered to do this for me. I appreciate it. She scratched the seal on her neck, which now formed a leather collar with the kanji of seal written on it. Although it might be better if this was a necklace or something. Naruto looked at the vixen and smiled. After receiving her yin half back from his father, the fox seemed to mellow out quite a lot. Well, but I don't want to leave you guys in here all the time, he insisted, then pouted. If only I could do something to let you guys out there for a while. I think you can, Ani-chan. The two turned back to see Saikyo standing, well, crawling. Whatever, behind them. The slug seemed to blush a bit when Kurama and Naruto's eyes stared at her. When I was with Yotakata and Ai-chan, he used this jutsu to bring me out there for a walk, sometimes. Really? But do you know how to do it, Saikyo? Well, he just crossed his fingers, and my soul and some of my chakra were pulled out, and I'm outside. Cross fingers? Where have I heard it before? Naruto's eyes suddenly widened in realization. It is the shadow clone jutsu. But his eyes squinted. How can the shadow clone jutsu get you out? Because the shadow clone contains a part of its creator's soul when it is created. Naruto jumped. He didn't realize Kokuwa standing next to him since who knew? You see, Kokuwa explained, unlike a normal clone jutsu, a shinobi cannot perform tangible clone jutsu without some kind of blueprint and catalyst as a base. In the shadow clone's case, a part of your own soul is both the blueprint and the catalyst. That part of your soul stays in the clone as it exists, and returns to you when the clone disappears. That's the reason why the clone has a personality, which is yours, takes the form of yourself, and returns its memories and experiences to you when it disperses. Therefore, instead of your soul, if you use another soul and chakra to perform the technique, such as ours, you will be able to send us out as shadow clones, and it takes whatever forms we want it to be. He stopped, seeing the long face of Naruto. You didn't understand anything, did you? Naruto nodded dumbly. The five-tailed horse face palmed. Next time, try to simplify your speech, Kurama chimed in. Naruto cannot understand anything longer than 50 words. Naruto pouted. That's so mean. Tailed beast shadow clone jutsu. Smoke filled the entire room, then dispersed, revealing 9 figures standing in front of Naruto. But they were not the tailed beasts. At least, not anymore. Instead, there were 5 girls and 4 guys. And they looked definitely human to Naruto. Isabu, Kome, and Matatabi simply chose a form that looked similar to their ex-Jinchuriki, albeit with some distinctive features. Isabu's eyes, instead of a blank purple like Yagura's, were brown and spirited, his gray hair was spiky similar to the head of his beast form, and there was no scar on his face. Kome's hair, instead of mint green like Fu's, had a brilliant saffron shade with some red streak and a ponytail. And Matatabi looked like a twin of Yujito, except for her bright blue hair and a rounder chin. However, Naruto almost face-palmed when he saw the other tailed beasts in their human forms. Shikaku took the form of a teenage girl with tomboyish sandy hair tied into a ponytail on the back of her head. She wore a sleeveless white top which looked suspiciously like a sport bra, showing off her bare midriff and navel, and a very provoking pair of jeans which couldn't hide anything, just enough to cup her round ass and not make it look like a pair of panties. But with her rather flat chest, the cute big yellow eyes and the constant scowl on her face which looked suspiciously like a pout, she looked just like a little girl who was trying in vain to become sexy. Son Goku's form looked like it was ripped off from a certain shounen martial art manga. His hair had the same shade of red as his fur in beast form, but so spiky it seemed to be at the level of impossible. His body was tall and muscular, and he wore a sleeveless orange and blue set of martial art gi, showing off his well-built arms, with a blue belt and a pair of boots. But the weirdest thing in his body was a tail behind his butt instead of 4, which wrapped around his waist like a furry belt. Kokuaha's was a middle-aged man with white short hair spiked at the back similar to his horns in his beast form. His outfit was simple, a gray jacket and a pair of khaki trousers, together with a pair of sandals, which looked kind of weird for a know-it-all like him. The truth was, Naruto couldn't look at him without imagining him in a blue suit with a red tie on his neck. Saikyo appeared in the form of a young girl. Being a slug in beast form, she let her snowy white, ground-touching long hair drop down her forehead as a straight bang, partly hiding her ruby red eyes from view. Her white dress and purple long-sleeved shirt made her already pale skin even paler. She exuded a regal and ladylike aura. It's cute, but somewhat scary. It's just like she was an 18-year-old woman stuffed into the body of a child. And she called him Unii-chan. Naruto almost shuddered at the thought. Jayaki, surprisingly, was the most normal. He became a tan and bald man with a black, short beard that screamed badass and a muscular body that could not be mistaken from a professional wrestling champion. He wore a black sleeveless tight shirt and a pair of black jeans with a pair of sunglasses. On his right arm, extended from his shoulder, was a strange tattoo that looked like a complex ceiling array of some sort. Whether that or maybe it's just for decoration, Naruto didn't know. Finally, Kurama donned the form of a beautiful woman with short pink hair tied into a big ponytail by a blue ribbon behind her head. She wore a sleeve-detached blue and black traditional yukata-like dress with no neck and only 2 pieces of blue cloth covering her front and behind, revealing her white thighs and her rather bountiful cleavage. Her long, smooth legs were hidden under a pair of long blue stockings. And a pair of orange fox ears and a fluffy tail sprouted out of her head and butt. Note to self, Naruto thought, half of the tailed beasts are otaku freaks. Wow, it worked better than I thought, Kurama said, rubbing her newly acquired D-cup breasts, giving poor Isabu a nosebleed and a slap on the back of his head by Matatabi. So cute. Komei squeaked like a fangirl, and squeezed Kurama in a crushing glomp, making the fox girl flailing her arms hysterically. Ack. Ack. Can't breathe. Yeah, that's cute, Matatabi sighed, reaching out her hand to pry Kurama out of Komei's crushing grip, but you can't go outside looking like this, Nei-san. But this looks good on me. Kurama protested. Yeah, but the ears and tail, the cat girl pointed out while face-palming. Kurama pouted, making Naruto shuddered, snapped her fingers, and the fox ears and tail disappeared. By the way, Naruto-kun, Matatabi continued. I won't let you go anywhere with those silly orange clothes on your body. She wagged a finger at him, while her other hand planted firmly on her hip. Naruto pouted. But I like orange. That will have to change too. I'll not allow my Jinchuriki to wear such hideous clothes as long as I'm here. The cat turned human glared at him, not noticing Gaku shouting hey. Don't diss the orange, at her back. Well, too bad, Naruto shrugged. It's not like I have any other clothes, anyway. Matatabi's eyes gleamed dangerously. Naruto suddenly felt scared. He noticed a similar gleam in Shikaku's, Kurama's, Komei's, and Saikyo's eyes. What? And that's the reason why Naruto was standing in front of the third Hokage right now, wearing new outfits that made him almost unrecognizable in the eyes of people who used to know him. He could swear he heard Gama-chan in his pocket crying because of her emptiness. The first time Naruto saw Sarutobi, he had to do his best to refrain himself from jumping him and giving him a bone-crushing hug. The man was like a real grandfather to him. He had been the only person in the village, besides Iruka-sensei, Tuki and Ayam, who hadn't thought of him as a demon and a failure when he was young. And he was the first one to die protecting the village in Naruto's life. The last time Naruto saw him, the old Hokage was a corpse revived by Orochimaru, and he had to watch his soul being ripped off his body right in front of him, without being able to do anything to help. Despite being able to restrain his body, he couldn't help shedding a drop of tears. Here Naruto, your registration is completed. Remember to go to your classroom at 8 a.m. tomorrow to hear your team selection, alright. The Hokage gave Naruto his stamped registration with a smile. He grinned back, and nodded. Speaking of team selection. It should be right. Old man. Fight me. The Hokage seat is mine today. Now. Konohamaru jumped into the room, shuriken on his hand, and tripped on his scarf. Just like old time. Naruto rolled his eyes. Ow. That hurt. Konohamaru whined, while rubbing his bruised forehead. Then he noticed Naruto. Hey. You tripped me, didn't you? Naruto's left eyebrow twitched. You tripped on your own, idiot. He deadpanned. Hey. No one talk to me like that. With that, Konohamaru jumped at Naruto, intending to punch him in the face. But Naruto easily sidestepped the boy, then grabbed his outstretched arm and twisted it to his back. Right on cue, the teacher of Konohamaru, Ebisu, jumped into the room. Hey, let go of him, brat. He is Hokage-sama's grandson. Konohamaru glared at Naruto. Now that he knows who I am, he can't do anything to me. PFFF, he's just the same as everyone. But that only made Naruto's eyebrow twitch harder. You think I give a damn, moron? Crunch. Even after all those years, he still found the whole Hokage-sama's grandson thing annoying. Naruto held out his right hand, and tried to make a raise non. It's worth mentioning that, before the Fourth Shinobi World War, he had finally managed to complete the jutsu, and now he could do it with one hand, just like Jiraiya and his father. The chakra spun around his palm, focused, and exploded on his face. Aarg! Naruto screamed when his body was thrown away like a ragdoll and slammed into a tree nearby. Damn it, what's happening? This is gonna be a problem. Hey, Naruto, try to make it with a shadow clone like you used to do before. From inside his head, Kurama suggested worriedly. Naruto nodded, and made a shadow clone. He started to focus his chakra into his palm, while the clone spun it. It exploded even more violently, sending him and the clone crashing into the tree again. Oh dear! Kurama! What's happening to me? Naruto asked in panic. I'm sorry, Naruto. Your chakra control was completely ruined. The vixen sighed, and Naruto's face twisted into a horror gape. What? How? Why? He screamed to the sky, scaring a flock of pigeons hiding in a bush nearby, and a certain little boy who was hiding behind a large tree. I'm not here. Crap, I said that out loud, didn't I? The vixen in his head rolled her eyes, and started to explain. Naruto, you remember that when you graduated, your chakra control was abysmal, right? Well, I think when we're thrown back to the past, your body was also reverted back to that state. Plus, she added, after a brief thought, now you contain not only me, but all 9 of us tailed beasts. That means your reserves should be, say, at least 9 times larger than you had in the, well, our past. Truth is, I'm surprised that your body didn't explode because of chakra overload. Must be an Uzumaki thing, I guess, Kokuwa suggested. I heard that the Uzumaki clan was famous for their incredible stamina and life force. Besides, it's not like no one has ever contained all of us before. Did you forget Oda-san? But that means all my skills are down the toilet. Naruto wailed mentally. And the bell test of Kakashi-sensei is in 2 days. What do I do? Anime tears started to pour out of his eyes like 2 small streams. Then start training, you idiot. Kurama chided him. Don't you realize that you're wasting your time crying? Oh, and someone has been following you for almost an hour. Ah, I forgot. Stop hiding and come out here, Konohamaru. From behind the great tree, the grandson of the third peeked out. As expecting of my boss. You noticed me right away, he exclaimed, jumping out of his hiding spot. What are you doing here, Konohamaru? Naruto asked. Didn't you go back with that Ebisu guy? Nuh-uh. He sucked. You're way cooler than him, boss. Konohamaru shook his head. Hey boss. Please teach me that sexy jutsu you used to defeat the old man. Naruto had heard this request before. This time, he couldn't help but broke into laughter. Why do you want to learn it? It's just a joke, you know. Honestly, I didn't think the old man was such a pervert, Naruto said after finally calming himself down. It doesn't matter. I need to learn it to defeat him. Konohamaru shouted. Then I'll become Hokage. If I can do that, everyone will acknowledge me. The boy's rant was stopped by Naruto's fingers poking his forehead. Idiot. If being Hokage was that easy, everyone would be Hokage. The Hokage hat only belongs to the best shinobi. You don't become Hokage for people to acknowledge you, you become Hokage because people acknowledge you. So, he flashed a smile which looked disturbingly similar to that of a certain green beast of Konoha, work hard, and gain everyone's respect first. But that will take too long. Konohamaru protested. Besides, Ebisu-sensei didn't teach me anything good. Then you can train with me. Naruto grinned. You think there is a shortcut to becoming Hokage? If you want to become one, you have to train your ass out, just like me. Now let's get to training, we don't have all day. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Konohamaru's eyes widened when a dozen of Naruto's appeared on the training field. Then he grinned. Yosh. I'm not gonna lose to you, boss. Hey boss. I finally made it to the branch. He. Damn it. Even Konohamaru is better than me now. Bam. Crash. Crash. Damn. I still can't get it. Naruto climbed out of the hole he had made when drilling his face on the dirt after blasting off his tree again. Konohamaru, who was now already on a pretty high branch, laughed. Ha ha ha. I beat you, boss. Just you wait, brat. Naruto yelled back. I'll catch up to you right now. Unknown to the two spirited boys, two pairs of eyes were watching them from afar, at the other side of the training ground. Wah! 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 That's Ebisu, who was gaping like an idiot as Naruto was teaching Konohamaru better than he could ever did. It's okay, Ebisu. Even I can't believe it, either. And that's the third Hokage, who was patting the poor special Jounin's shoulder while frowning. There is really something very wrong with Naruto today. Chapter 3, Team 7. Again. Hey. Is that Naruto? No way. When did he become so hot? He looks even better than Sasuke. PFFF. There's no way he could be cooler than Sasuke-kun. Right. Naruto groaned, and slammed his head on the table. It's all your fault, Mata-chan. Now I'm going to have fangirls. You have just overestimated yourself there, dude, Jayaki chuckled. Ugh, fangirls. Naruto could feel Isabuya shudder in his mind. They're a nightmare. Remind me of the time Yagura became Mizukage. What? Yagura had fangirls. Duh. You think he's always the homicidal maniac who wants to destroy bloodlines? Before Madara got a grip on him, he was quite a popular boy. Genius, handsome. Just like the duck ass over there. Naruto was in his classroom, waiting for the team assignment. It had been too long since he last sat in this room. Everything was still the same, from the board, the tables to his classmates. This time, he carefully chose a seat far away from Sasuke. He did not want to experience his first kiss once more. But you liked it? Kurama sang inside his head. Naruto gagged mentally. Irk. That's disgusting, Kurama. I told you to never remind me of that again. But there was no way his tenants would leave him alone with that. Oh. I almost forgot about this. Is he a good kisser? Komei chimed in, obviously interested, much to Naruto's horror. Oh, you don't even know anything. Kurama grinned evilly. Damn you, Kurama. Naruto shouted in his mind, while his face reddened in the real world. The 5 girls in his head giggled. Sigh. Girls are so troublesome. Gaku drawled, and then yelped as Matatabi bonked him on his head. Speaking of Sasuke. The boy was sitting at the desk 5 row down from in his emo mode, as Naruto preferred to call. Looking at him, Naruto's stomach felt twisted up. The images of Sasuke's defect, the battle at the Valley of the End, their meeting at Orochimaru's hideout, the battle at the Samurai Bridge, Sasuke sacrificing himself to protect him from Madara, everything rushed back into his head like a tsunami, and he had to try his best to stop himself from collapsing and bawling like a baby again. This time, I won't let that happen. Believe it? Sasuke seemed to notice Naruto staring at him. He scoffed, and turned away. The mood was ruined immediately. Humph. Ungrateful bastard. Naruto huffed in his mind, which earned a giggle from the girls inside his head. Loud stomping noises started to rise from the corridor outside. It must be Sakura and Ino, battling for the seat next to Sasuke, again. 3, 2, 1. Crash. And there they are. Ha! I win, pig. Sakura declared triumphantly, laughing at Ino who was gasping for breath next to her. Both their hair were tattered and their clothes were messed up, maybe because of the catfight when they were in the corridor. But when Sakura saw Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, her hair and clothes went back to their perfect condition in a blink, and she screamed like a banshee. And how did she do that again? Who knows? Maybe some kind of genjutsu, or even magic. Well, at least this time he didn't receive any of Sakura's monstrous punches, or any kiss from Sasuke. First of all, I want to congratulate you all for passing the graduation exam. Irika started. From now on, all of you are shinobi of the Hidden Leaves village. A loud round of applause rose up from the students. However, Irika continued, you are still only genin, which is the lowest class of shinobi in the village. You have to perform duties for the village, gather experiences and skills in order to be promoted to higher ranks. So today, you will be assigned into 3-man teams, and each team will have a jounin sensei. You will follow that sensei's instructions as you complete the missions you are assigned. And now, I will announce the members of each team. Now, Team 1. But Naruto didn't hear Irika anymore. His eyes were sweeping around, catching the image of all his old friends, the rookie 9. The ones who had always fought beside him. The ones who had offered their own lives to protect him. The ones whom he always considered his precious people. And the ones he had failed to protect. Sakura and Ino were still annoying. Shikamaru was still lazy. Koji was still munching constantly on his chips. Kiba was still loud. Shino was still calm and stoic. And Hinata, well, still shy as always. They're all just like he could remember. As if it was just yesterday, when they were all together, working together on rebuilding the village, fighting besides each other against Obito and Madara. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. The Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Team 8. Huh? What? Suddenly snapped out of his trance, Naruto looked around in confusion. Did you say something? 00000. At the memorial stone in Training Ground 7, a certain silver-haired masked Jonin sneezed violently. 00000. Irika face faulted. He chose to ignore it, and repeated. I said Naruto, you're together with Sasuke and Sakura, and your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Now, as I was saying before being interrupted by Naruto, he continued, Team 8 consists of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inyazuka, and Shino Abarame, and their Jonin sensei is Kurane Uehai. Team 9. He flipped the list over and over. Now where the hell is Team 9 in here? Must be a mistake in numbering. Anyway, Team 10 consists of Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Jonin sensei, Asuma Sarutobi. He closed his list and smiled. That's all. Once more, congratulations on becoming genin, everyone. Now why don't you take a lunch break before meeting your Jonin sensei? Dismiss. Hey Sasuke, Sakura. Want to have lunch with me? Naruto said when everyone started to go out for lunch. Sasuke just HN'd and turned away. Sakura gagged in disgust, and ran after Sasuke, leaving the poor Naruto alone in the classroom. Well, at least you did try. Kurama pacified the boy awkwardly when his head slumped in disappointment. That bitch. How dare she doing that to Naru-kun? Komei exclaimed angrily. That no good, selfish, barbarian Uchiha-loving whore. When I get my hand on her. It's alright Komei-chan. I know she didn't mean it, mostly. Well, I'll just eat with you guys instead. Want to try some Ichiraku ramen? Naruto grinned, receiving a nod of approval from everyone in his head. But right before he could step out of the classroom, a masked Umbu shunshined right in front of him, and grabbed his hand. Genin Uzumaki, the Hokage wants you in his office immediately. I'm instructed to escort you to him. Naruto was confused. What did Jiji want to do with him at this time? Naruto Uzumaki has arrived, Hokage-sama. Good job, Nico. Let him in. Said Umbu opened the door, and pushed Naruto into the room. I can walk by myself, you know, he glared back. The Umbu member just stood there quietly, ignoring Naruto's protest. Sarutobi cleared his throat. Naruto turned back. Ah, Jiji. He smiled. What do you want from me? His voice trailed off when he saw two other people in the room. Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka. Sit, Naruto. The voice of the Hokage seemed harder than usual. What's wrong, Jiji? Did I do something wrong? Naruto asked worriedly, his eyes darting across Shikaku and Inoichi. And what are Shikaku-san and Inoichi-san doing here? Oh God, don't tell me you're going to throw me into jail. That painting in the Hokage monument is just a joke, I swear, he finished in panic. The Hokage sighed, and rubbed his nose bridge. It's nothing like that, I just want to talk to you about something, Naruto. Then his voice hardened again. Naruto, tell me the truth. What happened to you the last few days? Huh? There's nothing wrong with me. Naruto lied nervously, hoping the Hokage would catch it. He didn't. Naruto, I'm the one who had been taking care of you for 10 years, I know your personality and your abilities just like my own hands, the professor narrowed his eyes. The fact that you knew and completed the tree climbing exercise, an exercise meant for a graduated genin, proves that there is something fishy going on. Now tell me, Naruto, or I'm afraid I have to force it out of you. I think you should tell them, Naruto. Huh? Kurama, are you sure? Yeah. I didn't want anyone to know about this, but if we don't tell them now, I'm afraid they will gut you right in place. Just tell them not to mention it to anyone else. Kurama said, thinking about Danzo. I don't think other people would take it so good. At least I can feel these guys are trustworthy. Okay. Naruto sighed in defeat. I'll tell you. But first, Jiji, can you tell everyone in this room to get out and seal it? Oh, Shikaku-san and Inoichi-san can stay, he added when the two men started to protest. The Hokage hesitated, but finally nodded. 3 Umbu appeared from their hiding spots and flickered away. After all Umbu were removed from their position, Sarutobi's hands weaved through hand seals, and a barrier was erected, isolating the room from the world outside. It's done. Now Naruto, tell us. Well. It might sound absurd, but... Naruto took a deep breath. I'm from the future. That was the most absurd story I've ever heard in my life. I know, Jiji. Even I couldn't believe it myself when I first heard it. After Naruto finished his story, the eyebrows of the 3 older men in the room were twitching like crazy. So, let's recap, Inoichi asked with a strained voice. You fought a man assumed to be Madara Uchiha, got captured, having the Kyuubi extracted from your body, and then somehow all 9-tailed beasts escaped from their container, squeezed themselves into your body, and pushed you back to the past. He is Madara Uchiha, but yeah, that's basically the story. Naruto answered with a nod. And you expect us to believe that bullshit? The older blonde man snapped at Naruto. Madara Uchiha has been dead for half a century. He was killed by the first Hokage in the battle at the Valley of the End. And there is no way a human body can handle the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. And time travel? Oh please, like that can ever happen. But I'm telling the truth. Why don't you guys believe me? Naruto snapped back, his voice was full of irritation. Well, even to me, that story was too unbelievable to be the truth. Not helping, Kurama. Actually, there is a simple way to confirm his identity. All 3 other males turned to Shikaku. Well, Hokage-sama, you are the one who is closest to Naruto since he was born, right? So just ask him something only you and Naruto know about. If he can answer it right, then he is the real Naruto. The pineapple head man shrugged lazily. Silence. Tell me again, how the heck didn't I think of something like that? Because it's such a drag. The Nara man shrugged again. Okay Naruto, the old Hokage asked, after a sheepish moment. What did I give you in your 10th birthday? What did you give me? Naruto squinted his eyes, trying to remember. Oh. I know. That's Gama-chan. I have her right here. He reached down his weapon pouch and pulled out the toad-shaped wallet. Oh, and you also gave me exactly 365 free coupons for Ichiraku ramen. Free ramen for a year. Sarutobi face-palmed. Yes, he is Naruto. Only Naruto could remember the amount of ramen coupons he spends each year. But that still doesn't prove what he said was right, Inoichi protested, then insisted. I request a memory check on him. I don't think that's a good idea. Wait, Naru-kun. Just let him do it. The voice of Komei suddenly rose in Naruto's head. What are you trying to do? Naruto asked back warily. There was obviously something not right here. Oh, you'll see. The beetle chuckled. Evilly. A chill started to creep on Naruto's spine. You're not going to harm him, are you? He's my friend's dad. I'll not allow you guys to harm him. Naruto yelled in his mind in panic. Oh please, we're not going to do anything harmful to him, she snorted back to him. Permanently. I heard that. But Naruto couldn't say anything more, because Inoichi had already had his hand over his head. After a minute, the man let out a girlish scream and slumped to the ground. All the other men in the room suddenly cringed and felt an intense urge to cover their crotch. A roar of laughter echoed through Naruto's head. What have you guys done to him? Naruto mentally screamed in horror. Oh nothing, Shikaku answered between snickers. Just gave him the best wedgie I've ever done. Another roar of laughter. You guys are so cruel. He's telling the truth. Inoichi gasped out, his voice full of pain and humiliation. 00000. So it is true that you are now the Jinchuriki of all nine-tailed beasts, Naruto? Sarutobi asked when Inoichi finally managed to stand up, while mumbling about something suspiciously sounding like cursed bully demons. I assume you can fully control them, right? Well, yeah, but I won't use the word control, Gigi. They were my friends, my partners, and I will never force them to give me their power against their wills. Naruto chuckled. Ah, Naru-kun, we love you. The cringing returned with full force. This is a very crucial matter, Naruto, the old Hokage said in a very serious tone. You do understand that if this piece of information leaks out, there will be wars, don't you? Naruto nodded. Of course I do, Gigi. That's why I asked you to kick everyone out and seal up the room. But why did you let us know? Me and Inoichi, I mean. It's not like we have any close relationship with you before, Shikaku suddenly asked. Well, Naruto scratched his head. It's because I think you two are trustworthy, being the Hokage's tactical advisors and everything. Even Kuwabai thought so. Besides, if you aren't here, then how can I prove to Gigi that I'm telling the truth? Still, the old Hokage's voice rose again. To prevent anything that could happen, I hereby declare everything mentioned in this room today shall be treated as an X-rank secret, and everyone who hears about it except for ones in this room today shall be executed on the spot. Am I making myself clear? All three other people looked at each other and gulped. This is so troublesome. Shikaku groaned. All right, spill it. What happened to you today, Naruto? Said boy snapped one eye open from his meditation, and glared at Sakura in annoyance. What do you mean what happened to me, Sakura? You know what I'm saying, the girl screeched. What's that with all the new clothes and acting cool and everything? Oh. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. Then I don't have the right to change my clothes or acting cool. Well, I didn't say that. Sakura hesitated, taken aback by Naruto's retort. Listen up, Sakura, Naruto cut her short in a sharp tone. I'm not the same Naruto you used to know. I'm sick of always being treated as a failure, a dead last, the laughing stock of everyone. Sure, I might be bad at school, alright, but the world out there isn't the same as what we learned in school. We are shinobi now, our works include stealing, killing, or even fighting to the death. You should also change yourself as well, because when we are at the war zone, no one has the time to protect you. Sakura was stunned beyond belief. Since when had Naruto become so serious? She wanted to retort, but words seemed to choke themselves in her throat. Is what he said true? Being a shinobi is that dangerous? Naruto couldn't be serious, could he? Humph. Even if there are dangers, Sasuke-kun will protect us? Cha! Inner Sakura screamed inside her head. Naruto stood up, and kicked the door open. Wait. Where are you going? Sakura asked. Training. If this Kakashi is anything like I knew about him, then he's going to be late for at least 2 more hours. Naruto answered nonchalantly. Want to join me, Sakura, Sasuke? HN, was the answer. Naruto shrugged. Suit yourself. Wow, talk about harsh, Matatabi commented when they were out of the classroom. Actually, I think a talk like that is good for her, Jayaki pondered. She is nothing like the Sakura I knew in our time. If this is really how she is, I wonder how she could become such a good kunoichi. Well, she did train a lot during the time I was gone training with Ero Sennin, to be fair, Naruto admitted. Then he changed the topic. Say, any one of you want to help me training? I could appreciate some help in getting my old skills back. With pleasure, the tailed beasts grinned inside his head. Kakashi poked his head into the room, only to meet with 2 annoyed faces looking back at him. I suppose you are Team 7, right? But why are there only 2 of you? Sakura shrugged. Naruto said he had gone training, but I bet he went to find somewhere to sleep. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. That's quite unexpected. Anyway, meet me at the rooftop in 5 minutes. Then he poofed away. HN. When they arrived at the rooftop, they found a horrifying scene. Almost all the tiles of the rooftop were cracked or shattered to pieces. One of the water tanks was dented on a side. And lying in the middle of the destroyed roof was Naruto and 2 of his shadow clones, with their faces full of bruises. Wow, so he wasn't kidding when he said he would go training, Sakura muttered. Kakashi found the scene of destruction in front of him amusing. You are Naruto, right? Training is good, but next time you should do it in the training ground. You do realize that you have to pay for this damage, do you? Naruto lifted his head up when his 2 shadow clones poofed out of existence. Ow, my head. Guess I overdid it a little bit. Oh, you must be Kakashi-sensei, right? The Cyclops gave him an eye smile. Yup. Now, let's get to the introduction part. Any one of you want to go first? Introduction? What do you mean? Sakura asked, and everyone on the rooftop, including the 9-tailed beasts, had to refrain from rolling their eyes. This is your kunoichi of the year. Matatabi asked in disbelief. Trust me, she will be much worse, Kurama deadpanned. Hey, that's kind of mean. Naruto defended her. All the beasts snorted. Well, your name, your likes, dislikes, your dreams for the future and things like that, Kakashi explained. Why don't you go first, sensei? You look kinda suspicious. said Sakura warily. About me, huh? Kakashi pondered for a while. Well, my name is Kakashi Hatake. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. My dreams, and I have lots of hobbies. Yeah. Very helpful, sensei, Naruto snarked. Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Oh. Then how about you going next, Blondie? The Jonin quirked his visible eyebrow. Sure, whatever, Naruto shrugged. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, my friends, and the people who cares about me. I dislike liars, traitors, and people who want to use my friends to gain power. My dream is to become stronger to protect my friends, and create a peaceful world. Ah, you're so sweet, Naru-kun. Naruto cringed. Seriously, you have to stop that, Kome-chan. It's creepy. Ah, the beetle pouted. Kakashi's eyes widened a bit. This boy was nothing like the Naruto he had known during his time in Umbu. That Naruto was loud, annoying, a knucklehead who always wanted people to notice him. This one was, calm and collected. He wondered what could have changed the boy so much. And he mentioned his friends. Kakashi didn't know who they were, but he had a disturbing feeling about that word. He had to mention it to the Hokage some days. You next, Broody, he looked at Sasuke. The Uchiha glared back at him. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate lots of things. I don't like anything. My ambition is to resurrect my clan and to kill a certain man. I don't like him, Oni-chan, Saikyo said quietly. No wonder he is such an emo. Obsession with revenge cannot be good for one's health. Matatabi remarked. Yeah. Wondered if this time I can find some way to talk him out of it. As I thought, an avenger. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. This is gonna be trouble if he keeps that attitude. Your turn, Pinky. My name is Harano Sakura. The thing I like is. She glanced at Sasuke and squealed. My dream for the future. She giggled while blushing. My hobby is. She winked at Sasuke, who ed. What I hate is Naruto, she finished in a disgusted voice. Ah, I love you too, Sakura-chan, Naruto said sarcastically, which earned him another gag of disgust from Sakura. So basically, she likes Sasuke, her dream for the future is to get into his pants, and her hobby is stalking him? Kakashi thought. Girls these days are more interested in love than in ninjutsu. Very well, so we all know each other now, Kakashi said. All three genin rolled their eyes. Tomorrow we'll start with our shinobi duties. But first, we are going to do something with just the four of us. A survival training. This is it. The bell test. Naruto's mind wandered back to the time he got the test before. But why is our first duty a training, sensei? We've had enough training at the academy. Sakura protested. Even Sasuke snorted in disapproval. Because this training is nothing like what you've ever done before. Kakashi answered, his visible eye seemed to drill into the three genins' heads. They gulped. Yes, even Naruto. This survival training is also a test to select the ones who are truly suitable of becoming genin, Kakashi continued. Of the 27 graduated candidates, only 9 shall be chosen to become genin, and the rest shall be sent back to the academy. This training is a very difficult exam with a failure rate of over 66%. Sakura paled. Sasuke didn't show any clear emotion, but beads of sweat could be seen clearly on his temples. Naruto, having known about this before, just sat there in silence. The details are on this paper. Kakashi pulled some leaflets out of his shuriken pouch and gave the three genin. Anyway, we'll start at 6 tomorrow at training ground 7. And don't eat breakfast, you'll just throw up. Then he flickered away, leaving the three genin on the roof. So tomorrow is the bell test. This time I'll show Kakashi-sensei I'm not a useless dead last anymore. Yeah, you will. But what are you going to do with the mess you made here? Naruto looked at the almost destroyed rooftop, and groaned. Chapter 4, The Bell Test. Once more. Naruto arrived at training ground 7 at 8, only to find Sakura and Sasuke, whose faces looked like zombies, glaring at him. Where the heck have you been, you idiot? Sakura growled. Ichiraku's, of course, Naruto answered. You don't expect me to go to war with an empty stomach, do you? Kakashi-sensei told us not to have breakfast, she screeched. And we're not going to war, this is just a training session. Well, the no breakfast part was not mentioned in the leaflet he gave us, right? Naruto shrugged. Besides, he said this training was a test. I don't know about you, but I need my body at the top level before taking any test. Hearing that, Sakura didn't ask any more. She just sat down and rubbed her growling stomach, trying her best to calm it down. Here. She raised her head and widened her eyes when she saw a meat bun in front of her face. Eat up. I don't have much money, so I could only buy these. It's not much, but still better than an empty stomach, right? Naruto grinned while throwing another one to Sasuke. You didn't have breakfast too, did you? Eat up. Sasuke scowled. I don't need your pity. Oh come on, this is not the time for empty pride, Naruto snorted. If Kakashi-sensei is anything like I've heard about him, then we must throw everything we have at him if we want to have a chance against him. Those words finally got Sasuke's attention. What do you know about him? He demanded. Well, Naruto started, Kakashi-sensei was well known all over the elemental countries as Kakashi of the Sharingan due to the fact that he has a Sharingan hidden under his Hitaiate. Sasuke's body stiffened against this information, and he had used it to copy over 1,000 jutsu of his enemies. He is one of the very famous shinobi who brought victory to the Leaf in the Third Great Shinobi World War, together with the fourth Hokage himself. No way, Sakura gasped. Our sensei is that strong. But how did he have the Sharingan? He's not an Uchiha, Sasuke questioned. Dunno, Naruto shrugged. He felt that it's better not to tell Sasuke about Obito yet. But we can already tell that Kakashi-sensei is not someone we can afford to underestimate. Sasuke didn't say anything for a while. Then, he grabbed the bun and devoured it in one gulp. Sorry guys, I got lost on the road of life. Naruto deadpanned when his teacher arrived at the training ground at 9. You know, that was the lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, sensei. And by that, he meant still the lamest excuse. Is that so? Kakashi raised his visible eyebrow. Then I promise next time you won't hear it anymore. You're not gonna be late again? Sakura asked hopefully. No, I'll make a different excuse, the Cyclops eyes smiled. The three genin groaned. You have until noon to take these bells from me, Kakashi started while pulling out an alarm clock and 2 small bells. Those who cannot get a bell by noon get no lunch, and will be tied to one of those stumps while I and your teammates eat right in front of you. And the one who doesn't have a bell fails, and will be sent back to the academy. But sensei, in the pamphlet you said that we're allowed to use weapons. Isn't that dangerous? Sakura asked. Oh, you won't be able to touch me if you don't come at me with intent to kill, the Jonin waved her off. Now, start when I say. With a flick of his hand, 5 shuriken flew from Naruto's place towards Kakashi. Then without any pause, Naruto pulled a kunai out from his shuriken pouch. Only for his arm to be bent around, the point of the kunai aimed at his neck. Hasty, the voice of Kakashi rose behind him. I haven't said start yet. Too fast, Sasuke and Sakura couldn't help sharing the same thought. I can't even see him moving. Just like old time, Naruto grinned. You'd better look at your back, sensei. The tip of another kunao touched the back of Kakashi's flak jacket. You used the shuriken as a distraction not only to pull out a kunao, but also to create a shadow clone to ambush me, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Pretty clever, I must say. Well then, now it's time to start. He burst into smoke, and the genin leaped away from the clearing. I don't understand what you're thinking anymore, Naruto. Oh, chill out, Kurama. It's been a long time since I last challenged Kakashi-sensei. Besides, Sakura and Sasuke need a little time to figure out the meaning of the test, right? Then why don't you just tell them already, the vixen asked. Naruto grinned. Because it's no fun. Kurama facepawed. Hey Kakashi-sensei, I challenge you. Kakashi lifted his eye from his Ika paradise. Well, aren't you a little bit off? Naruto didn't say anything. He lowered his body into his taijutsu stance. 00000. Flashback. Ow. How did you even do that? Naruto screamed, holding his bruised left eye after receiving a vicious punch from Gaku. Your problem lies on your fighting stance, Naruto. The ape in his human form answered, surprisingly calmly comparing to his usual loud voice. Your battle style is just like that of a brawler, only consists of attacking blindly while leaving you with a lot of dangerous openings and no way to defend yourself if your opponent counterattacks. But I've defeated many powerful enemies with that style. Naruto protested with a pout. And you were nearly dead in most of the cases, Kurama chided from inside his head. Do I need to list them out? Having your body impaled by hundreds of ice needles, letting a fourth of your tenketsu sealed, your heart being damaged to the point that even I and that Tsunade lady together almost failed to repair. Alright. I get it. Naruto growled in frustration. So what can I do now? It's not like I have the time to think of a new style. Gaku scratched his cheek. I don't think I can teach you a completely new style in only one day, but I think you can try this. End flashback. 00000. With a kick to the ground, Naruto launched himself towards Kakashi like a bullet. He threw a flurry of punches and kicks at Kakashi, but the Jonin blocked every hit with only one hand. He was fast, but attacking recklessly like this won't do him any good. Damn it! Naruto thought when breaking away from Kakashi. He's too good. Remember Naruto, Kakashi was not a Jonin in name only. Kurama said. You're lucky he didn't just punch your head off, Gaku dryly noted. Right. Attacking directly is out of the question, time to try some new thing. He threw another quick punch at Kakashi's chest, only for the Jonin to stop it with his empty hand easily. Is that all you got? How disappointing. Poor Kakashi. He didn't take his eye off his Ika paradise, so he couldn't expect Naruto to quickly grab hold of his wrist mid-punch. What the? With a loud cry, Naruto pulled the restrained arm towards him and elbowed Kakashi on the stomach. With his other hand holding his precious Ika, Kakashi couldn't do anything to block the incoming attack in point-blank range. The hit almost knocked the air out of Kakashi's lungs. Hey, it worked. I told you. The sudden attack also proved to be quite a distraction as a shadow clone of Naruto rushed in from behind and tried to grab the bells on his belt. Damn. With a quick spin, Kakashi kicked the clone, making it dispersed and threw the real Naruto away a few feet. The genin landed on his feet, and grinned. How's that, sensei? So shocked you cannot even speak a word. He turned my strong point into a weak point, and exploited it so well he could land a hit on me while using it as a distraction, Kakashi thought, reckless, but quite effective. Naruto really is full of surprises. I'm surprised. I must admit, I've underestimated you, Kakashi said, snapping his book closed. It seems I can't keep reading Ika while fighting you. And he put the book back into his shuriken pouch. Finally decided to play seriously, huh? Then let's see how good you really are, sensei. Kicking the ground again, Naruto once more closed the distance between them and launched another punch at Kakashi. The older man immediately caught it, and also blocked the other punch aiming at him from the left. One trick won't work twice, Naruto. Oh yeah? Then how about this? Locking Kakashi's hands with his own, Naruto focused chakra to his feet and released it, using the force to flip over Kakashi's head like jumping from a spring. On the air, he spun, and delivered a rolling kick to the Jonin's head. Still haven't quite got it yet. But this is enough. You're going down. Slam. The Kakashi in front of him exploded into splinter. What the? Substitution. Shinobi Lesson Number 1, Taijutsu. Huh. Naruto turned his head, and saw Kakashi behind him, his eye gleaming. Hidden Leaf Secret Taijutsu, 1000 Years of Death. Being on the air, Naruto had no way to avoid the deadly fingers of the Cyclops aiming at his ass, and was propelled into the stream nearby. Just like old time. And that's a lesson for you, Gaku choked out while everyone in Naruto's head were busy laughing their asses off. Never use an airborne attack when you cannot make sure you get a hit. All those time, and I still get struck by that stupid technique, Naruto growled. But I'm not done yet. 3 shuriken flew out of the water aiming at Kakashi, but he only tilted his head lazily to the side, and the 3 throwing stars only struck the tree behind him. With a battle cry, Naruto burst out of the water. You think I'm out of trick yet? Think again. Naruto rushed towards his teacher, and aimed a low sweep at his leg. Take this. I said it won't work. Kakashi chided him while jumping up to avoid the kick. But Naruto just smiled. Gotcha. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones appeared on the air. One launched a punch at Kakashi's midriff and the other aimed a kick at his head. Naruto smirked. Ha! On the air you cannot evade. I've learnt that from you. I cannot evade, but I can strike back. Kakashi answered calmly, kicked the 2 clones away and sent himself backward a bit. Unfortunately, he didn't see the faint smirk on Naruto's face. Kakashi was suddenly grabbed from behind by 3 pairs of arms. One grabbed his back, one restrained his arms, and one locked his legs. No way, Kakashi visible eye widened in horror, the shuriken from before, they're shadow clones. The bells are mine. Naruto shouted triumphantly, leaping at the Jonin who was now bound helplessly to the ground by his 3 clones. Only to crash into a log, proof of Kakashi's substitution. Oh man. Substitution again? No fair. There was no sign of Kakashi on the clearing anymore. Sakura was speechless. No way. How can Naruto be so good? He almost got Kakashi-sensei. Looking for someone, Sakura. The girl screamed and jumped back when the voice of Kakashi rose next to her ears. Shinobi Lesson Number 2, Genjutsu. And the man faded away in a storm of cherry blossom petals. After a minute, Sakura's mouth foamed, and she fainted. Okay, that was anticlimactic. Sasuke was angry. Naruto, the loser, had fought Kakashi Hatake, their Jonin sensei, the man who was known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, according to him, to a standstill. Somehow, that dead last even seemed to have forced the Jonin to run away. Since when had that loser become so strong? Then maybe, that Kakashi might not even be as strong as Naruto had said. If that dead last could hold his own against the Jonin, there's no way himself, the Rookie of the Year, an Uchiha, couldn't do it. He jumped down from the tree he was hiding, facing Kakashi on the clearing. So the mighty Uchiha finally came down to face me, Kakashi drawled. Such an honor. You're weak, Sasuke snidely remarked. Couldn't even beat a dead last like Naruto. Oh. But can you do anything better than him? Kakashi smiled. The question seemed to touch Sasuke's ego. He snarled. I'm nothing like those losers. You can only say that after you get the bell. Kakashi said, the bells on his belt rang as if taunting Sasuke. Without another word, Sasuke sent 3 shuriken at Kakashi. And just like with Naruto, the Jonin easily sidestepped the projectile weapons. The shuriken flew past the Jonin, cutting the rope hidden behind him, and a bunch of knives were launched in the direction of the older man. Hidden trap. Good idea, but not enough. Kakashi jumped aside, and the knives lodged themselves on the bark of a tree behind him. Sasuke took the cue and jumped towards the retreating man, and delivered a kick on Kakashi's head. The Jonin blocked the kick easily with his arm. You know, Naruto did try this, and failed. Don't compare me to that dead last. Sasuke yelled, and using Kakashi's blocking arm as a mount, he spun and delivered an axe kick towards Kakashi's face, upside down. The bells were right in front of him. He lashed out his hand, trying to grab them. Only for Kakashi to grab his extending arm and throw him away like a rag doll. Sasuke's back slammed into a tree. He grunted in pain, struggling to get up. Damn it! It seems the last Uchiha is not as powerful as rumored, Kakashi taunted, and Sasuke snapped. Weaving his hands through familiar hand signs, he performed the jutsu the Uchiha clan was famous for. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A huge ball of fire blasted out of his mouth, aiming at Kakashi, who seemed to be too shocked that a genin could perform such a chakra-wasting technique to avoid it. Sasuke smirked when the raging inferno engulfed the Jonin. The flame died down, leaving nothing. Not a charred corpse, not a burning flak jacket, not a Jonin rolling around in flame, nothing. He's gone, but where? Shinobi Lesson Number 3, Ninjutsu. Sasuke couldn't even turn his head around when a pair of hands grabbed his legs and pulled him underground. Well, the last Uchiha really was head above the others, Kakashi said sarcastically, walking away. Damn it, the difference in power was too much. Sasuke gritted his teeth while glaring at the Jonin's back, which was getting farther and farther away. Hey, Sakura! Sakura, wake up! Sakura groggily opened her eyes, and saw Naruto kneeling right above her face. She screamed and punched the boy on the chest, making him stumble back a bit. Hwahaha! What the hell did you do, you pervert? She demanded, her finger pointed shakily at Naruto, who was now wincing and rubbing his chest. Just want to wake you up, princess. There's only 1 hour left until the deadline. Sakura's eyes widened. 1 hour left. There's no way she could get a bell from Kakashi-sensei with only that amount of time. It meant she would be sent back to the academy, and she wouldn't be with her Sasuke-kun anymore. Then what can I do? She stammered, tears started welling up in the corner of her eyes. We'll think about it later. I have some suspicion, but it will have to wait until we dig Sasuke up. I said I don't need your pity. Sasuke scowled again when Sakura and Naruto finally dug him up from his burial hole. Will you just spare me your dramatic brooding, Sasuke? Naruto snapped. If you don't pull that huge stick out of your ass soon, it will someday get you killed, maybe even before your so-called ambition comes true. It's not a so-called ambition. Sasuke protested angrily. Naruto ignored him. You said that you have some suspicion about the test, right, Naruto? Sakura asked. Since Naruto gave her the donut in the morning, she had felt a new strain of respect towards the blonde boy. Well, I don't know if it's true, but I suspect the true meaning of this test is not whether we get a bell or not, Naruto stated, while scratching his cheek. Both Sakura and Sasuke's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Kakashi-sensei said that we need to get the bells from him, asked Sakura. And how in the world can we do it? Naruto asked back. We're all newly graduated genin, our skill and experience in combat is nothing compared to a jonin like him. This makes no sense at all. They'd never set a task that didn't have a solution. I nearly got it last time, Sasuke denied stubbornly. The next time I'll get it for sure. Like that's gonna happen, Naruto snorted. Did you realize that during your fight Kakashi-sensei almost didn't use any damaging move? Sasuke's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth, and nodded reluctantly. But you almost got the bell too, Sakura blinked. Naruto shook his head. That's only because I caught him off guard with my shadow clone jutsu. I'm sure if I didn't know the jutsu, I would suffer even worse than Sasuke. And he won't fall for that trick again. Wait a second, Sakura said slowly. Maybe you're right. Maybe each of us does not stand a chance against him, but if we work together, just like you did with your clones, we can catch him off guard. Then she frowned. But that can't be right. There are only 2 bells, unless Sensei wants to trick us into believing that we have to fight each other. Took her long enough to realize it, said Komae snarkily in Naruto's head. Silence filled the air as everyone, no, Sasuke and Sakura digested this. Finally, it was Sasuke who commented. That does make some sense. But even if we work together, there is little chance that we'll be able to overpower him. Even Naruto couldn't do it with his clones before. We need a clear and thorough plan for it to work. Naruto sighed in relief. He had thought Sasuke would be too stubborn to listen to any of his words. He smiled. Yeah. And to do that, I think we should know what each of us can do. Right now what I can do is Taijutsu and Shadow Clone. What about you, Sakura? Well, Sakura scratched her cheek. I can do the 3 basic academy jutsu quite well, my Taijutsu was adequate, and I can use some simple genjutsu too, but cannot maintain them for a long time. And I have to touch him for the genjutsu to work. I still cannot cast them effectively from afar. And you have your monstrous punches, Naruto added helpfully. What did you say? Sakura screeched hysterically, and threw another punch at him. Naruto ducked, and the fist hit the tree behind him, making the bark flying everywhere. Her eyes widened. See, Naruto gave her a foxy grin. I wasn't kidding. Sakura grumbled unhappily. And I'm good at taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and some fire-style ninjutsu, Sasuke concluded. Very well, I got a plan. Prepare to hand over the bells, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi lifted his eyes off his book. You again? Haven't you learned anything since the last time? It will be different. Naruto grinned confidently, his index finger pointing at Kakashi. This time we got a plan that will surely take you down. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi thought when the Naruto clones charged him and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Just like before, Kakashi easily blocked all the attacks, but there was something that didn't seem right. Naruto's attack was different from before, reckless and full of opening. Could it be Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu? A blizzard of fireballs appeared in the sky above the Jonin and rained down his head, intending to set the whole clearing on fire. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. So Naruto did convince Sasuke to work with him. Kakashi spun, kicking all the Naruto clones away, and he flashed through a series of hand signs. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. The wind technique blew the fireballs away, revealing a rain of kunao and shuriken hidden inside the fireballs. Shit. Pulling out a kunao himself, Kakashi quickly deflected the deadly weapons falling down at him. In about 5 seconds, the clearing was littered with shuriken and kunao. Wasting no time, Naruto rushed in with his clones, and started attacking Kakashi with his own taijutsu again. I told you, this will not work, Kakashi stated when fending off the relentless attack of the boy. We don't need it to work, Naruto grinned, because we already won. The punches of Naruto and the clones suddenly turned to grapples, locking Kakashi's hands in place. Just like before? Then I will just repeat what I did. Kakashi silently melded his chakra, readying himself for a kawarimi. Only for a bone-shattering punch to land on his back. Kakashi's eye widened. He was pushed into the weapon field at what moment he couldn't know, and Sakura was right next to him, her fist cocking back. What the? Shanaro. With her favorite battle cry, Sakura launched another devastating punch at Kakashi's exposing back. At the same time, her free hand reached out at the bells on his belt. Using substitution to switch with a shuriken on the field and trying to grab the bells when the boys distract me with their jutsu. Kakashi chuckled under his mask. They actually figured it out. This team has great potential, if they are able to pass. Kakashi spun, and used the momentum to throw Naruto at Sakura. The blonde boy slammed hard into the poor girl and fell on the ground. Kakashi glanced at his belt. The bells were still there. Good. Right on cue, the ringing from the bell on the alarm clock echoed through the field. Well, what do you know, Kakashi said in amusement. Time's up. And you three didn't get any bell. Who said we didn't get any bell, sensei? The voice of Sakura rose from the human pile. She pushed himself up, and lifted her hand. She was holding 2 bells. What the? When did you? Kakashi looked down in panic. The bells, which were both on his belt just a few seconds before, had gone. Right at the time Sakura's punch connected with your back, she put you in a simple genjutsu to trick you into seeing the bells still being on your belt. Sasuke, who was walking out from his hiding place in the woods nearby, explained with a smirk. And she only had to swipe the real ones from there when you were still thinking that you got us. Very good Sakura, you got the bells, Kakashi sighed in defeat. And I must say, the teamwork of you three during that last attack was, by far, one of the most impressive I've ever seen in a genin team. You even landed a clean hit on me, which no team had ever managed to do before. But now you have 2 bells, Sakura, so which of your teammates will you choose to pass with you? Hell yeah. Of course I will choose. But Sakura faltered when she looked at Naruto. She hated to admit it, but during this test, the one who did the most was Naruto. He was the one who gave both of them their missed breakfast in the morning. He was the one who faced Kakashi-sensei first. And without Naruto, they could never have figured out the true meaning of the test. If there was anyone who deserved to pass the test the most, it would surely be Naruto. Meanwhile, the only thing she managed to do was fainting. If she and Sasuke passed the test and Naruto didn't, it would not be fair for him. But if Naruto passed, it would mean either her or Sasuke failed. Sakura's hand trembled on the thought. She couldn't decide it. Of course she couldn't let her Sasuke-kun failed. But she didn't want Naruto to fail, either. Should she just be a heartless ungrateful bitch and kick Naruto out of the team, or abandon her dream and let Naruto and Sasuke fulfill theirs? If you cannot decide, then I will. Sakura jerked when Naruto plucked the 2 bells out of her hand. Hey, she protested. Naruto split the bells, and threw each of them to Sakura and Sasuke, shocking all the other 3 people in the training ground. Now each of you has a bell. Guess I'll go back to the academy, then. But, why? Sakura stammered in shock. She couldn't understand why the blonde did that. Naruto gave her his trademark foxy grin. Well, I have failed the graduation exam 3 times, so I guess a 4th time would not be that bad. And who knows? Maybe this time I can even be Rookie of the Year with my Shadow Clone Jutsu. Guilt twisted Sakura's stomach. Naruto was giving himself up just for her and Sasuke to pass. Images of the times she did horrible things to him flashed through her mind. Then I will go back to the academy too. Huh. Naruto blinked. During the test I couldn't do anything but fainting, and without you I could never figure out the trick of the test. Sakura inhaled sharply, and continued. If there is anyone who doesn't deserve to pass this test, it is me. Silence filled the air again. And finally, Sasuke said. If it comes to that, then it means I shall go back too, right? There cannot be a team with only one member. Kakashi couldn't help but smiled under his mask. He managed to change both Sakura and Sasuke in such a short time. You really are the most surprising shinobi of the leaf, Naruto. So that's it, huh? Naruto stretched his back, and yawned. Well then, do you guys want to go to Ichiraku's with me? This time I'll treat. Really, Sakura chided him. Is the only food you know in this world ramen, Naruto? Hey, it's delicious. Naruto defended his favorite cuisine. Sasuke just ed. Where do you think you're going? The voice of Kakashi suddenly rose behind them. I haven't announced the result of the test yet. The three genin stopped on their trail. I hereby announce Team 7, passed the test. Chapter 5, Secret of the Massacre. Naruto was snoring very happily. Hey, it can't be helped that the bed in his newly acquired Namikaze estate was astoundingly comfortable. The bed in his old apartment was no match for this heaven. And for how he acquired it? Naruto might be a little bit slow, but he definitely isn't a fool. He already knew who his parents were, damn it. So it's just a matter of asking the old man, and this comfy little house was his. Sure, it's not a huge luxury mansion, or a whole clan ground like the Uchihas, but hey, it's still his house, his inheritance. It's much better than the trash called his old apartment. Hey, Naruto, wake up. So it was natural that the voice of the man standing at the end of the bed didn't even seem to reach his ears. On the count of 3, if you don't wake up, there will be trouble. Naruto just mumbled sleepily. Don't say I didn't warn you. And a bucket of very cold water was dumped unceremoniously on his head. Hashtag, $% and $*. What the hell was that for you bastard? Naruto bolted right up, a barrage of profanities shot out of his mouth, making Matatabi blushed, Shikaku giggling like mad and Kokuwa clapping his hands around Saikyo's ears, making the girl puff her cheeks angrily. Then he looked out of the window. What the hashtag %$, hashtag. The sun isn't even up. Shikaku, Isabu, Gaku, Kokuwa, and Komei just grinned cheekily. Nature manipulation training coming up? Now get your ass out of that bed, unless you want to take a bath again. Naruto groaned. That was the price for having all 5 nature chakra affinities, and a bunch of drill sergeants in the form of the tailed beasts living together with you. Flashback. Naruto approached Kakashi at Training Ground 7. Kokuwa had told him to ask Kakashi to check his nature affinity. But why do I have to do that? I have wind as my nature, Naruto asked in confusion. Well, I just want to check if my suspicion was right, the horse answered. Come on, it won't hurt to know. Well, but asking that out of the blue may make Kakashi-sensei suspicious. Oh, I know. Hey Kakashi-sensei. Can you teach me how to use fire jutsu like Sasuke, please? Kakashi lifted his eye off his book. Nature manipulation is an advanced skill, Naruto. Why do you want to learn it so soon? Well, I cannot do anything else except for taijutsu and shadow clones spamming, Naruto shrugged. That was the truth though, the more destructive techniques of him were all unavailable at the moment. So I would like to, improve my arsenal a bit. After all, Sasuke can do it, and he is a genin just like me. I guess that's true, Kakashi admitted. He rummaged through his shuriken pouch and pulled out a piece of chakra paper. But first we have to check what your affinity is. Channel your chakra into this piece of paper and we will know. Naruto received the paper, and channeled his chakra into it. The paper was shredded into exactly 100 little square pieces. 25 of them were burned into ash, 25 crumbled to dust, 25 turned into small balls of paper, and 25 were soaking wet. Kakashi dropped his book. So, what kind of affinity do I have, sensei? End flashback. 3 hours later, the five-tailed beasts returned, dragging behind them an unconscious Naruto. Let me guess, Kurama sighed, rubbing her temples. He overloaded his mind with shadow clones again. Yeah, Kokuwa admitted. I've warned him that using too many shadow clones in training would be dangerous, but no, he just didn't listen. So, how many clones did he use? Over 9,000, sighed Kokuwa. Jayaki, who was in the middle of drinking, spat all the water in his mouth at Gaku's face, who was, unfortunately, sitting in front of him. What? 9,000? There's no way that can be right. Then he saw Kurama's face. Can it? Kurama shook her head. He is Naruto, you know. But that doesn't even make sense, the octopus man sputtered. I know his signature jutsu is the shadow clone, but how in the world did his brain survive after all those memory backlashes? And there is no way the backyard of this house could hold such an absurd number of people at the same time. It's just like, the whole population of Kimagakuer. Kurama rubbed her temples again. Behind the house was a forest. And remember, with Naruto, there is no such thing called making sense in his dictionary. In front of them, the mess which was Naruto started to twitch. Ugh, what hit me? Naruto groaned, pushing himself up from the ground. Ah, he's awake. Isabu noted. That was quite fast. I thought he would have been in a coma for at least a week. Naruto, Kokuwa looked at his eyes and said in a serious tone. Training is good, but overexerting yourself like that is intolerable. From now on, I will only allow you to use 100 clones at most during training. What? Naruto protested. But that is not fair. I can create even more than I did today. Why should I restrain myself like that? Remember Naruto, when a clone is dispelled, its memories and experiences will be transferred back to the original, the horseman lectured. If it was just 1 or 2 clones, or even 10, it would be fine, but the memory backlash of thousands of clones is not something to joke about. You saw what happened when you dispelled all those clones at the same time. To a normal person, it might cause a shock to the whole nervous system, his body might stop functioning properly, and in the worst case, he dies. That is the reason why the second Hokage declared that jutsu a forbidden one right after he invented it, and only the small-scale version of it is common among shinobi. But that will take too long for me to learn things. Naruto pouted. Now you're being hypocritical there, Naruto. Don't worry Naruto-kun. Training in nature manipulation is not something you can do in just a few hours, Matatabi said, while putting a huge pot of potato soup on the table. I still remember when Yujito trained her fire element, she needed half a month before she could create a proper fireball. Actually, I was able to do it. Matatabi stopped dead on her path. Yeah, already got the wind element done, it is just a matter of memory. I also managed to wet half a leaf, and made another one breaking apart, Naruto mumbled. But when I tried burning a leaf, it just dried up a bit before returning to normal. And I can't seem to get lightning at all. It just doesn't feel right. Jayaki and Matatabi were appalled. During their almost eternal life, they had never heard of anyone who could do nature manipulation in just a few hours. That's also our impressions when we first saw it, Shikaku said dryly. Gaku, Kome, and Isabu nodded in agreement. Either this boy was a genius, or a complete idiot. Only someone without anything in his head could absorb knowledge that fast. Hey. I'm not surprised, Kurama commented. After all, you're my Jinchuriki. A hint of pride could be heard in her voice. You like him? How cute. Kome cooed. Kurama's face became beet red. I am not. Someone's in denial, Komei said in a sing-song voice while running away from her sister, laughing like mad. Kurama snarled and leaped, intending to choke the breath out of the beetle girl's lung. You'll never catch me. Don't push your luck, bug. Two black spheres appeared on Kurama's hands. Naruto was startled, if she used that attack inside the house. Two tentacles made of plants suddenly burst into the room, wrapping around the two girls' bodies and tying them up. Sis, how many times do I have to tell you not to fight inside the house? It was Saikyo who had just arrived from the kitchen, holding 10 bowls on her hands. Massive killing intent was leaking furiously from her, and the air in the room suddenly felt like freezing. And she was smiling. Sweetly. Too sweetly. To the point of disturbing. Let's cool your head down a little, shall we? Kurama and Komei shook their head frantically, their body quivered, and for the first time, Naruto could see an expression he never thought he would see on the two-tailed beast girls' faces. Fear. Saikyo put the bowls she was holding on the table, and walked out of the house through the back door. The two wicked tentacles pulled the two struggling girls out of the room, and a minute later, wailing screams filled the air. No way, Naruto muttered in his breath. Since when has Saikyo-chan been so scary? Trust me, you haven't seen everything yet, Jayaki mumbled in the same tone, his face paled in utter horror. Naruto gulped. After a few minutes, Kurama and Komei dragged themselves into the house. Their faces were full of bruises, and lumps could be seen on their heads. So, let's get to breakfast, okay everyone? The food is getting cold, Matatabi said, trying to break the awkward moment. Everyone nodded, still a little bit shaken, and got in the table. Wow, this is so delicious. Naruto tasted a spoon of his soup, and his eyes widened. Did you make this, Matatabi? Actually, it's Saikyo who made it, the cat girl answered. Honestly, I don't know where she learned how to cook, tailed beasts usually do not need to eat. Yotakata Nii-chan was an awesome cook. The slug girl said with a shy smile. He taught me how to cook in our free time, so. Mine can't even compare to what he could do. Are you kidding me? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. This is the best food I've ever had, besides Ichiraku ramen. You're so awesome, Saikyo-chan. The white-haired girl blushed hard. Seriously, what's with girls and changing attitude like flipping a book? Naruto's second bowl was devoured as quickly as the first one. Do you really think that will work, Naruto? Kurama asked anxiously. I've thought about it for a while, Naruto answered. He will have to know about it, sooner or later. And I think it's better if he knows about it right now, when he is still sane and thoughtful, rather than later when Orochimaru messes his mind up with the curse mark, or when Obito pumps into his head his load of bias images. Wow! I can't believe you, of all people, could think as a strategist. Naruto pouted. Hey, I'm not that bad. The blonde Jinchuriki had arrived at the Hokage tower. He knocked at the door of the Hokage's room, and a come-in was heard from inside. Ah, Naruto, the old Hokage greeted him with a smile. How do you like your new house? Awesome, Jiji. Naruto smiled back. I've never slept in anything so comfortable before. Then his smile disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. Hey Jiji, I want to talk to you about something. It is very important. Oh. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. And what could that be? The Uchiha massacre, Naruto said shortly. The old Hokage stiffened. Then he looked at the corners of the room. Nico, Inu, Hitsuji, you're dismissed. The air in the corners shimmered a bit, then became quiet and still again. Sarutobi weaved through hand seals, activating the privacy barrier of the room again. Then he turned back to Naruto. I trust you know what really happened during the massacre in your timeline, right Naruto? Naruto nodded. Of course I did, he stated. But I think there is no way Itachi could do that alone. I suspect that there must at least be someone else who helped him at that night. The Hokage's eyes narrowed. And why do you think that? Chakra, of course, Naruto shrugged. I've faced Itachi sometimes before, and even in his prime, he didn't have enough chakra to use his Mangekyo Sharingan techniques too much. Hell, as far as I remember, a clone with a third of his chakra couldn't use the Mangekyo at all. So how in the world did Itachi murder a whole clan with hundreds of people, all equipped with the Sharingan, and some were Jonin, Umbu or even Hokage candidate alone when he was just, well, 15 or something like that? Sarutobi sighed. The Naruto of the future was incredibly sharp. All right, Naruto. The truth is. After hearing the story from the Hokage, Naruto's body trembled like crazy. Not from fear, but from rage. It was nothing like the story Obito, or even Itachi, told him in his timeline. So that means you have known about this for 3 years. Naruto gritted his teeth, and didn't bother to tell Sasuke a word. Sarutobi nodded solemnly. The council was against it. Besides, I fear that if Sasuke knew, he would go mad from the revelation. You fear? Naruto's voice was now full of anger and disbelief. And you prefer other people planting lies into his head and making him even crazier? During my time, he was mind-fucked by Itachi twice, then marked with a cursed seal by Orochimaru, making his head even more of a mess, and was finally told a version of the story without all the important facts, which made him an even more deranged person who tried to destroy the village to purify the name of the Uchiha clan. All because there was no one who told him the whole truth about that incident. And you think that is better for him? Sarutobi sat there, horror-struck. He hadn't even thought that his hiding the truth could affect the mind of the Uchiha loner that much. Naruto stood up. I'm leaving, Jiji. I hope you understand what you have to do right now. If you don't do it, I will, because I don't want to lose one of my friends to madness and hatred. Not this time. Release the barrier. That was a command. The old man complied dumbly, while staring at the back of the blond boy who was retreating from his office. Never before had he felt so old and weak. And something inside the man snapped. Umbu. He barked, and an Umbu member flicked into the room. Go find Jiraiya, Sarutobi gritted his teeth, and bring him to my office immediately without delay. He would not allow this to prolong any further. The will of fire shall burn once more. Sasuke was surprised to see the Hokage, together with a white-haired old man he didn't know, standing at his door. What do you want? He scowled. The Hokage didn't smile. Sasuke, we want to talk to you about the Uchiha massacre. I don't want to talk about it, snarled Sasuke, trying to slam his door closed, but Sarutobi stopped his hand. Trust me, the information I bring here might completely change your view about the whole incident, and even about Itachi, your brother. Sasuke's eyes narrowed upon hearing the name. Then, after a few seconds, he said, Come in. So what is the information you want me to hear? Sasuke snapped rudely. Sarutobi and Jiraiya sat down at the table. First, I want to introduce you to Jiraiya. He's one of the legendary Sunin, and is the head of Hidden Leaf Spy Network. Sasuke just glared at the white-haired man, and nodded. Now, before we start, I want to ask you, the Hokage continued. Do you know about the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha 10 years ago? Sasuke was confused. What was of that story related to his clan's massacre? I don't see any dash. Just tell me, Sasuke, the Hokage cut him short with a sharp glare. Sasuke gulped, and answered. Yes, I do. The Kyuubi suddenly appeared in the outskirt of the village in October 10 and started attacking the village for no reason. The fourth Hokage killed it, and lost his life in the process. That is the story you've learned at the academy, Sarutobi nodded. But the truth is, there actually was a reason for the attack. During that night, there was one person who sneaked into the village, released the Kyuubi from its Jinchuriki, and used it to attack the village. What is a Jinchuriki? Sasuke questioned. The container of the beast, Jiraiya answered. The Kyuubi has been sealed inside Jinchurikis of Konoha for 3 generations. As I was saying, the old Hokage continued, at that night, a person sneaked into the house of the Jinchuriki, attacked her while she was giving birth and killed her midwife, as well as my wife Biwako Sarutobi, before breaking the seal, unleashing the Kyuubi and taking control of it to attack Konoha. There were evidences of usage of the Sharingan on the beast that night. The old man placed a few photos on the table. In the photos were the image of a 9-tailed fox, and its eyes were in the familiar 3-tomo shape of a fully matured Sharingan. Sasuke was stunned. Do you know who the first person taking control of the Kyuubi in history was, Sasuke? Jiraiya suddenly asked. Sasuke nodded. Yes. From what I know, the first person who gained complete control over the Kyuubi was Madara. Uchiha. Then his eyes widened in realization. So that's it, huh, he snarled. You destroyed the Uchiha clan to prevent the Kyuubi incident from happening again. Sarutobi raised his hand. Please let us finish before you raise your idea. That was just a simple request, but the power and authority hidden inside was the most incredible thing Sasuke had ever felt. He gritted his teeth, but complied. The problem here was not the fact that the attacker that night was an Uchiha with the Sharingan, but was that the Uchiha clan didn't do anything to help defending the village during the attack. One of the greatest clan in Konohagakure, with over 200 potential shinobi still in rotation, and none of them showed up to report during the night of the attack. It's just like they had wanted the Kyuubi to weaken the village's defense. Connecting all the evidences, we couldn't help suspecting that there was something fishy going on within the Uchiha clan. Therefore, I had established a secret investigation on the clan, and this is the result. The Toad Sage pulled out a scroll from his shuriken pouch and put it on the table in front of Sasuke. Quietly, the boy opened the scroll, and his eyes widened. No way. My clan planned to overthrow the Hokage, and taking over the village, he muttered in shock. I'm afraid they did, Sasuke. And it seems they had planned and prepared for this since the night the Kyuubi attacked the village, during which the Uchiha clan members were absent from the Uchiha clan ground. The Hokage nodded gravely. And the night of the massacre is the estimated date of breakout of the coup. According to the constitution of Konohagakure, attempting coup d'état is an action that might cause wars and thus shall be executed for treason against the village. But why did you use Itachi for your dirty work? Why Itachi? Because of you, Itachi had been forced to murder the whole clan. His own clan. Do you know what it feels to have your own family murdered right in front of you? Not to mention he had to do it himself. Do you understand how that hurts? Sasuke screamed in rage. I understand what you want to say, Sasuke, but I haven't finished yet. Sarutobi shook his head. It's true that Itachi accepted the mission voluntarily, but that was where everything went wrong. The true mission of Itachi was not killing the entire Uchiha clan. What do you mean? Sasuke gritted his teeth. The old Hokage pulled out another scroll. See it for yourself, Sasuke. Sasuke snatched the scroll from the old man's hand and ripped it open. Then he almost dropped it because of his shaken hand. Mission, assassination. Rank, S. Reason, attempting coup d'état on Konohagakure's government. Target. Fugaku Uchiha. Hikaku Uchiha. Inabi Uchiha. Yashiro Uchiha. Teka Uchiha. Tadama Uchiha. Sayuri Uchiha. Many names were written in the scroll, but not the name of every member of the clan, as far as Sasuke knew. The date in the scroll was the day of the massacre, and the signature at the bottom of the scroll was written, very clearly, in the familiar and unmistakable handwriting of Itachi Uchiha, with a fingerprint of him next to it. Sasuke's lips were cold and numb. But this is... He stammered in shock. It is, Sasuke, the Hokage nodded. This is the official documentation of that mission, signed by Itachi himself. That mission was issued for secret execution of only the ringleaders of the coup. Then, when he told me that he murdered my clan to measure his capacity. He was lying, the Hokage nodded. He must have thought the betrayal of the Uchiha clan would be too much of a shock for a boy who was proud of the clan like you, Sasuke. Then why did he kill even my mother? She didn't do anything. She is not even on the list. And how could you know that Itachi didn't go mad and killed other people in the clan? Sasuke screamed, tears started to form at the corner of his eyes. Sarutobi shook his head. I'm afraid I don't know anything about your mother, Sasuke. But I'm sure that the one who killed all the other members of the clan was not Itachi. Take a look at these pictures. He tossed some more photos on the table. This is the photos captured from the forensic investigation on the corpses of some members of the Uchiha clan. You have learned about weapons at the academy, so you can see that the wounds are too big and shallow for a tanto or a kunao, and the cuts were very clean. Therefore, the murder weapon was not Itachi's tanto, but a very sharp kama enhanced with wind element chakra to broaden and sharpen the blade. Itachi cannot use neither a kama nor wind element, so we can conclude that it wasn't him who committed the massacre of the Uchiha clan. At least, not the whole clan. Sasuke's mind was on the verge of breaking. But, then why did Itachi run away from home and become a missing nin? That is not something which can be discussed at the moment, Jiraiya interrupted when Sarutobi started speaking. However, I can assure you that the decision of leaving the village is of Itachi himself. He came to the Hokage and requested banishment right after the massacre. I think it was to protect you, Sasuke, because together with that, Itachi also requested absolute protection of you from those who want to use you as a breeding stock, and those who want to use you as a weapon of Konoha. The weight of the truth finally became too much for Sasuke's brain to handle. With an ear-piercing scream, he collapsed on his chair and started to sob uncontrollably. The world seemingly collapsed in his eyes. Jiraiya started to rise from his chair, but Sarutobi put one hand on his shoulder to stop him. The old man looked into Sasuke's empty eyes, and said, Sasuke, I don't know if you understand this, but Itachi is a person who cherishes peace more than most things in the world. If the coup d'etat had broken out, not only Konohagakure would have been put in grave danger, but the whole world might also have fallen into another shinobi world war, and many innocent lives should have been wasted on meaningless battles. Itachi understood that, and he didn't want you or your friends, or any other citizen of Konohagakure to suffer that horrible fate, so he chose the best thing he could do to protect you and many other people. He paused a bit, and continued. This might feel like an insult to you, Sasuke, but I have to say that one of the Uchiha clan's fatal flaws is their superiority complex. Madara, one of the founders of the village, has always dreamt of gaining control over the village since he and his clan joined force with the first Hokage, just because he believed that he had the power of the ultimate Sharingan. Even before the village was established, people in the Uchiha family had always waged war with other clans just to prove that they are the most powerful, and that they have the right to dominate everyone. Just think of what their non-stop boasting of power had made them into. Remember that, and choose your own way carefully, Sasuke. Now if you excuse me, I must leave. With those last words, the Hokage stood up, glanced at Jiraiya, and the two men left the house, leaving Sasuke alone with his own thoughts. When they were outside of the Uchiha clan estates, Jiraiya asked. Do you really think that is okay, sensei? Sarutobi answered solemnly. I don't know, Jiraiya, I really don't know. I hope you are right about this, Naruto. Sasuke sat, alone, in the darkness. He thought about what the third Hokage and Jiraiya had said to him. He didn't want to believe it. His clan, the Uchiha clan, had been the pride of Konohagakure since the village was born. How could they suddenly decide to betray the village just like that? But all those decisive evidences all pointed out towards that only possibility. Despite how much he tried to deny it, the truth was still there, clear and conclusive. He thought about his father. He had always wanted the man to tell him that he was his son, and to tell him to improve himself to soar to great heights. He had always wanted to be like his father, to become a powerful and talented shinobi like him, to follow his footstep. But did he want to be like him anymore? He thought about Itachi. For so long had he thought of the man as a mass murderer, and he had sworn on his life to become an avenger to make him pay for what he had done to the clan. And suddenly, Itachi turned out to be a peace-loving man who sacrificed himself and his family to prevent a war from breaking out. Memories of that fateful night rushed back to him. He remembered a figure on top of the power pole, watching him as he ran back home from the academy. He remembered Itachi standing over the corpses of his parents, his tanto dripping with blood. He remembered facing the man on the street, his eyes morphing into the Mangekyo Sharinan. And he remembered in that night, Itachi's face had been full of tears. Blinded by revenge, he had never even stopped to consider thinking what that meant. Sasuke stood up. The sun was already half down the mountains afar, and the sky was turning red. "Just wait for me, Itachi," he mouthed quietly. "Someday I will find you, and you will tell me the whole truth. With your own mouth." Chapter 6, Dear Ranks and Training. "Why did you tell the Uchiha boy about that without asking us, Sarutobi?" Koharu yoded and slammed her hands on the table in front of the Hokage in rage, making the paper on it flying everywhere. The old Hokage just threw her a sharp glare. "And tell me, why should I ask you about what I am going to do to one of my shinobi, Koharu? We are the council advisors," the old hag screeched, not unlike a certain pink-haired kunoichi. "We have the right to know." Killing intent suddenly filled the room. The two advisors slumped down on the ground in fear, choking on their spit when Sarutobi stood up, his eyes glued at their faces with a menacing glare as if he was out for their blood. "Listen up, you," the old man growled. "You may be the council advisors, but I am the Hokage. This is a shinobi village, and I hold absolute power over all shinobi and kunoichi in this village, including you. What I decide to do with my shinobi is not of your competence to interfere. Understand?" Koharu and Homura nodded shakily. They understood that, despite being an old ku just like them, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not known as the third god of shinobi for nothing. "Umbu," the Hokage barked. "Get these two meatbags out of my office." Behind the door, Danzo Shimura cursed in his mind. He didn't expect the old monkey Sarutobi to make a comeback like this. Because of this, his plan to take over the Hokage seat in the near future would be much harder to bring into action. But no matter. He still had other ideas in mind. "Kakashi-sensei is late again." Sakura tapped her foot on the ground in annoyance. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. "Well, he is Kakashi-sensei after all. We shouldn't have listened to him." This was the fourth time said sensei was late in a team meeting. He said that they would begin their first mission that morning. But seriously, who in their right mind would issue missions for them at 5 freaking a.m.? "Damn that Kakashi," Sasuke grumbled. "Luckily I'm used to waking up early." "Well, going back home now is just silly," Naruto started. "How about sparring until Kakashi-sensei arrives? I'm getting itchy for a good fight." Sakura hesitated. I don't think doing that before a mission is a good idea." "Very well," Sasuke cut in. "I also want to see how strong you really are." After the bell test, everyone in Team 7 had seen Naruto in a different eye. Naruto grinned. "Sweet. So how about you and Sakura team up against me?" Sakura raised an eyebrow. "Huh? 2 against 1? What makes you so confident?" Naruto deadpanned, then crossed his fingers. A shadow clone appeared next to him in a puff of smoke. Sakura groaned. Right, say no more. Then let's get started, Sasuke declared with a smirk. Naruto grinned back at him. Bring it on. Hey you three, I was going to come here at 5, but a black cat crossed. Or Kakashi had to jump out of the way when a shadow clone of Naruto was thrown straight at his face. Heh, you're actually quite good, Naruto, Sasuke grinned between heavy breaths. What did I tell you? Naruto grinned back. There was no sign of fatigue on his body. I'm just that awesome. Then they charged at each other again. Next to them, Sakura was out cold on the ground. Her face was full of bruises, and her left eye sported a brilliantly purple shade. Kakashi sighed. He knew that it's time to stop the two boys. All right, you two. It's time for our mission. Sasuke finally collapsed on the ground, drained out. Damn it, Naruto, he panted in exhaustion. Do you ever get tired in your life? Heh, no, Naruto answered with a smile. People didn't call me a walking tank of stamina for nothing. Hey, don't ignore me. Ow, my head. Sakura woke up with a groan. Do you really have to punch me that hard, Naruto? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry Sakura, but if I hadn't done that, you would have drilled me to the ground with your own punches. But really, I didn't think a punch like that could knock you out. Well, sorry for not being a stamina freak like you. Sakura retorted. An ominous aura of depression suddenly covered the training field, making the three genin turn their heads. The source of it was Kakashi, who was now sulking on the ground, a rain cloud floating over his head. My cute little genin are ignoring me. What's wrong with him? Sakura raised an eyebrow. Nah, just let him be. He'll get better, Naruto answered with a shrug. Alright, so today you'll officially start your shinobi career, Kakashi said with a voice full of authority. What we're doing today is something incredible. It concerns the life of citizens of Konohagakure. It is the fear of all generations of shinobi, in all ranks, of all ages. So what is it? Sasuke asked. He was starting to feel irritated. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. D-rank missions. Unfortunately for Kakashi, he focused too much on Sasuke to notice Naruto's evil grin. Tora the cat, the pet of the fire daimyo's wife, the terror of every shinobi in Konohagakure, was running on the village street. She had escaped from that horrible excuse of a master, again. It's just too easy to find an opening from that fat woman, and she only needed a precise scratch and quick feed to find freedom. Today, she heard that another new team of genin was sent to capture her. She had escaped over 1,000 genin. No shinobi in the village had ever captured her without their face being scratched badly. 2 days ago, a team of new genin had also been sent, and she had completely ruined their faces before resigning herself to the jonin that was with them. So why should she be afraid of another bunch of snot-nosed brats? Oh, but she didn't know that this bunch of snot-nosed brats was completely different from any other bunches of snot-nosed brats. Especially when that bunch of snot-nosed brats consisted of one Naruto Uzumaki. From the future. Like people say, curiosity killed the cat. And Naruto had applied that very well to this case. The poor cat never knew what hit her. 45 minutes. Wow, this is a new record. Never before has a team completed the infamous capturing Tora mission in less than 1 hour. Well, what can you say? Naruto smirked. We're just that awesome. However, Team 7 shall be banned from this mission from now on. The third Hokage continued without missing a beat. What? Why? Naruto wailed dramatically. Sasuke snorted. Do you even have to ask? Remember what you did to that cat? I have to agree, Naruto, Kakashi chimed in. Tying the target up with 5 rolls of ninja wire and a sticky net, showering it with a mixture of paint, jam, water, glue, alcohol, and mud, then throwing it into a barrel of tar and feather and dragging it on the ground all the way to the Hokage Tower is too overkill for a cat, you know. That's right, Naruto, the Hokage nodded. As effective as it is, we want to return Madame Shijime's pet alive, not as a corpse covered in whatever you threw at her. It's a demon cat. It'll live, Naruto shrugged. Now that was too mean of you, Naruto-kun, Matatabi said inside his head. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What? I'm a cat too. And seriously, how in the world did you have the time to set all those traps? Sakura asked incredulously. It's like, let's see, 20 traps in total. In just about 10 minutes. Nah, it's nothing comparing to the time I snuck into the Umbu headquarters to spray glue into the masks of Umbu members, Naruto waved his hand absently. The air in the room suddenly became freezing cold. Did you really say what I think you did, Naruto? Kakashi turned back to him and gave him a disturbingly sweet eye smile. Naruto, realizing what he had just said, smiled nervously. Ah, that, well, you see. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, Kakashi grabbed his shoulder, the disturbing eye smile never left his face. I and my cute little student here are going to have a special student-teacher bonding moment. Naruto gulped. 1 hour later, Naruto returned to training ground 7, with Kakashi right next to him. His whole body was full of bruises and scratches. What happened to you? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Naruto just mumbled something incoherent in his mouth. Ah, nice weather, Kakashi said with another eye smile. He seemed very cheerful. Too cheerful, I might say. Now as we have completed the mission today so fast with the help of Naruto here, Naruto just grumbled unhappily, I think it's time for some training. Are you ready, my genin? No one raised an objection. Or maybe it's because Naruto's jaw hurt so much he couldn't even speak properly yet. Come to think of it, Naruto was a training freak, so nah, he probably wouldn't mind anyway. Gee, thanks a lot, author. You're welcome. And please, don't break the fourth wall. Very well. Today I will teach you how to climb a tree. Kakashi stopped when he saw the faces of Sasuke and Sakura. What? Is something wrong? But climbing a tree is not hard. We can do it already, Sakura blinked. Oh? But do you know how to do it like this? With those words, Kakashi walked towards a tree, and started walking up the trunk. He continued to walk until he reached a pretty high branch. I can do it, Naruto raised his hand from below, making Kakashi nearly fall off the branch. Really? Demonstrate, then, he ordered, after managing to retain his balance on the branch. Naruto nodded, and started walking up another tree nearby, until he reached a branch as high as Kakashi's. Where did you learn that? Sasuke demanded, getting upset as the dead last knew something he didn't know. Oh, I saw someone did that before, and decided to ask them how to do it, Naruto shrugged. I've just completed it a few days ago. It turns out to be an effective technique to run away from people chasing me, you know. Hearing that, Sasuke didn't push further. Actually, he himself had seen people in his clan doing things like that many times before. He cursed himself mentally for not asking Itachi or his father how to do it. Sakura was also surprised, though not very much. After witnessing what Naruto had done during the bell test, she understood that Naruto had been hiding many things from everybody. Therefore, if Naruto had known some techniques before her, it wouldn't have been a strange thing anyway. But Kakashi was the most upset. Being a jonin, he knew exactly what the greatest problem of Naruto was. And when he said people chasing me, he understood it as mobs chasing after me to kill the demon. Being Naruto's secret guardian for a long time, he couldn't help feeling guilty about letting the boy suffer like that. Now, listening to the boy talking about that like some daily routine, the guilt started to bubble up again in his heart. He felt that in some way, he had failed Minato-sensei. He had failed to protect his teacher's son, failed to give the boy a better life when he didn't have the love of his parents. But why do we have to learn this? Finally, after a few seconds, Sasuke spoke up. I mean, it just looks like some fancy way to travel. It does not seem to help anything in battle. Ah, I was going to explain that, Kakashi answered. Now, how about you try to do it first, Sasuke? Channel chakra to your feet, and run up the trunk. Sasuke stared at him incredulously, but then nodded and did as he was told. He smirked when his feet planted firm on the tree trunk. He took one step, then two steps. But at the third one, the bark crumbled under his feet, and Sasuke fell down the tree. His face connected to the ground with a sickening thud. See that, Sasuke? Kakashi said in an amusing tone. If you lose control of your chakra, you fall. The purpose of this exercise is to improve your chakra control. The better your chakra control is, the more effectively you can use your jutsu. Genjutsu requires good control of your chakra too, so if you want to learn genjutsu, you have to improve your control first. But then, does that mean Naruto has the best chakra control among us? Sakura questioned. Kakashi smiled. Not quite. Right now, it is the truth that Naruto has the best control, but with enough training, your control shall become better than him. Naruto is not someone suitable for precise chakra control. Naruto pouted. Hey, I'm not that bad. Right, right. Well, if you're that good, how about you looking after your teammate for a while? I have some work to do. And Kakashi flickered away without letting Naruto say a word. Naruto stared at the place Kakashi had just disappeared from for a while, then grumbled something sounded suspiciously like damn lazy bastard. Sasuke was frustrated. Sakura had got the technique at her first try. Meanwhile, his best was just 10 steps up the trunk before he lost control and fell to the ground. Hey, Dobe, give me some tip. Naruto looked at Sasuke and sighed. Yeah, whatever timeline or age he was in, Sasuke was still a jerk. Sasuke, he started with a tone full of annoyance. If you want someone to help you, you should stop using that tone. Who the hell do you think you are, my father? Sasuke bristled. I am an Uchiha. And how does that make you different from anyone? Naruto cut him short with a sharp voice. Greater men than you have gotten themselves killed because of that stupid I'm from a great clan thing. Even if you are strong, there will always be someone in this world who is stronger than you. Can you defeat the Hokage? Can you defeat Kakashi-sensei? Hell, can you even defeat Iruka-sensei when he is serious? In this world, you are nothing yet, Sasuke. Do you ever feel that everyone in the village doesn't care about you and your clan? Well, sorry, it's not like everyone ignores you, it's that attitude of yours that make you ignore people, and people scare of you. Stop hiding behind your clan name and be a man. Anger started to boil in Sasuke's head. He opened his mouth, an insult ready to be thrown at the blonde in front of him. Then he faltered. Because he realized retorting only proved what Naruto said was true. During the bell test, he couldn't even land a hit on Kakashi alone, even when the Jonin was not fighting seriously. Even more so, he was humiliated by said Jonin with a stupid trick. Even he himself understood that the gap between their ability was too great. Since he was a child, his father had taught him that the Uchiha was always the strongest. He was proud of being born into the Uchiha clan, of bearing the Uchiha name and wearing the symbol of the clan on his back. But now looking back, he could see that despite bearing the name of his family, he was still just a weak genin. He was still just a grain of sand in this whole desert called the shinobi world. And after what the Hokage had told him the previous day, he said that the fatal flaw of the Uchiha clan was the pride of their own power. He didn't want to believe it, but look at what the power of the Uchiha had brought to his clan. They planned a coup on Konoha, and were massacred in the process. Could it be that he was right? Could it be that his pride of the clan name had made him forget who he really was? Fine, after a while, Sasuke grumbled begrudgingly. Can you give me some advice? All right, Naruto smiled. He was happy that Sasuke decided to be nice for a change. It was just reluctant, but a change is still a change. What do you feel when you focus your chakra? Hey, my genin, how was the training going? Kakashi's voice trailed off when he saw Sasuke and Sakura running up and down the tallest trees in the training ground just like walking on flat ground. And Naruto was looking at them from a lower branch, grinning cheekily while hanging himself upside down. Wow, you did a great job as a teacher after all. Maybe I'll let you be the sensei of the team for a while. He joked. Naruto just stared at him with a deadpan expression, while Sasuke and Sakura gasped in horror, and fell off the trees they were running up. Chapter 7, Returning to Wave. Naruto was skipping on the street of Konohagakure. Well, to be fair, he had done a lot of useful things during the last week. He had completed his wind element training. Still not as good as it was during his time, but hey, it's just a week and he already got it to that level. And he was stuck in a 10-year-old body, so that was a plus. He had managed to gain respect from Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei. Since after the tree climbing training, Kakashi-sensei hadn't called him a dead last, and Sakura hadn't punched him silly like before, except for when they were sparring, of course. Sure, Sasuke was still a jerk, but at least he had opened up to everyone in the team more than ever. He had managed to make the old Hokage tell Sasuke the truth about the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Maybe it was the reason why Sasuke had mellowed out that much. And even Jiji didn't look like a senile old man like he was before, he looked somewhat happier, and somehow, stronger. Naruto didn't understand why, but that couldn't be a bad sign, could it? And he, together with his team, had managed to complete a lot of D-rank missions. Thanks to the shadow clones, anyway. So there, what was the reason for him not to be in a very happy mood? Crash. Ow. Ow. But despite how happy you were, you should have kept your eyes on the road while you're walking, Naruto. Naruto rubbed his nose while wincing. That hurt. He snapped his head up, ready to throw an insult to the face of the bastard who rammed into him. Then he stopped abruptly. Because he realized that the one who just crashed into him was Hinata. The anger in his head was gone in an instant, replaced by honest concern. He jumped toward the fallen girl and shook her lightly. Hey, Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan, are you okay? The girl groaned meekly and opened her eyes, only to face the concerned blue eyes of her crush directly above her, staring straight into her white orbs. Oh me god, god. I crashed into Naruto-kun. He is staring at me. Her face immediately heated up to a dangerous level. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and her consciousness started fading. Oh no you don't, Naruto cursed. He had almost forgotten about Hinata's strange habit. Don't go fainting on me now. Wake up Hinata-chan. Wake up. He slapped her cheek gently. Hinata groggily opened her eyes again. And she saw Naruto's face, even closer to hers than before. She fainted again. Damn it. Well, I don't know how to say this, but maybe it would be better if you get your damn face off hers. Kurama snapped in annoyance. The boy was still as dense as always. Ah. Good point. Hey, what are you doing to Hinata? The voice from his back almost made Naruto jumped. He turned back, and realized he was facing Kiba. He smiled nervously. Ah. I just crashed into her a few minutes ago, and I was trying to get her back up. Then she just fainted like that. Then he realized the backpack on Kiba's back. He saw that Hinata was also wearing a similar one. Hey, is your team going somewhere? Ha! We're having a C rank mission out of the village, so we have to prepare for it. Kiba bragged. A dead last like you will not going to have anything like that. Akamaru whined. He gave Naruto a look that could be understood as sorry, Naruto-san. Naruto rolled his eyes. He had known Kiba for so long that he didn't care about his bragging habit anymore. Behind them, Hinata groaned and opened her eyes. Again. Fortunately for her, there was no sign of Naruto's face near hers anymore. But unfortunately for her, he was the first one who recognized that she was awake. Ah, Hinata-chan! He exclaimed, his legs ready to leap towards her. Hinata snapped her eyes shut. She didn't want to be sent to the dreamland once more. What? Oh, come on. Fine. Hinata opened her eyes one more time, and sweat dropped seeing Naruto talking to himself, while waving his hand around as if he was chasing some invisible mosquitoes. Naruto started to sweat when he realized Hinata's stare. Crap, I said that out loud, did I? The two of them continued staring at each other awkwardly for a while. And maybe they would have stood there like that forever if the voice full of annoyance of Kiba hadn't rose from behind them. Oi, lovebirds, cut it out. We have a mission to do here. Hinata and Naruto immediately snapped back to reality, their faces both heated up. Lovebirds. Hinata had to concentrate every particle of her mind to keep herself from fainting again. So, good luck on your mission, Hinata-chan. Naruto said lamely. Oh okay. Thank you, and Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered back, her face was as red as a cherry now. See you soon. Then she ran away like flying, leaving Kiba behind coughing like crazy in a smoke screen coming out from nowhere. Poor girl, Saikyo commented in a sad tone. Yeah, Komei agreed. Falling in love with a boy who is as dense as a rock. Hey. Gigi, we want a C rank mission. Sarutobi blinked. It's not like he was surprised, though. He had expected Naruto to ask for this, considering where and when he was from. I agree, Sasuke added. No offense, but all those chores we have been doing since last week made me sick. I'm tired of seeing clients glaring at us when we arrive for the missions already. Well, maybe all the glares were aimed at Naruto mainly, but still. And they didn't know why Naruto deserved all those glares. Sure, he might be a prankster, but that didn't mean. Those glares, it's just, as if he was a monster. What had Naruto done to them to make them hate him that much? Besides, Sakura chimed in. A team has to complete at least 5 D ranks before they can advance to C ranks, right Hokage-sama? Well, Team 7 has fulfilled the minimum requirement. Sasuke smirked. I didn't know you were interested in a C rank too, Sakura. Sakura just blushed. Anything for you, Sasuke-kun. Yes, she was still a fangirl. Couldn't expect anyone to change completely in just a week, right? But she would get better. Hell, she would even have the potential to become a person of mass destruction, if she put her mind into it. But that was the story of the future. Right now, the only thing whatever she was doing did was creeping Sasuke out completely. Well, I guess that's true. The old Hokage scratched his head. But I'm afraid the last C rank mission of this week was taken by Team 8 yesterday. Maybe if you return next week, there will be a mission available for you. So then, how about you just do some more D ranks while waiting? Team 7 groaned. Well, except for Kakashi, of course. That's weird. What's wrong, Kurama? As I remember, today is the day you received the mission to wave, right? The vixen wondered. So there must be at least that mission available for you. Unless. Her eyes suddenly widened in realization. Suddenly, the door to the mission control burst open. Hokage-sama. Team 8, led by Jonin Kurenai, requires reinforcement for their escort mission to Wave. During their mission, they were ambushed by the demon brothers of Kirigakure. Naruto's blood froze. Dread twisted his stomach. Now he knew what happened to the mission to Wave. And worse, he knew exactly what was going to happen during that mission. Damn it! Why is this happening? It meant that Team 8 would have to face Zabuza instead of them. During his time, Kakashi was known as the most powerful Jonin of Konohagakure, even without the Mangekyo Sharingan. And he'd still had to struggle against Zabuza. What if Kurenai-sensei couldn't hold her own against the demon of Kirigakure? Kiba. Shino. Hinata-chan. Jiji. We will take that mission. The sudden outburst of Naruto shocked everyone in the room. Iruka was the first one to revive from the shock. Don't be a fool, Naruto. That mission shall be declared at least B rank, and there's no way you're qualified enough to take it. Does it look like I fucking care? Naruto snapped back in anger. He didn't even realize that he had just sworn in front of Iruka-sensei and everyone, but as he said, he didn't care. Right now my friends are in danger, and you expect me to just sit back and watch them die. Someone had taught me before, those who abandon their comrades in need are lower than trash. No matter what you say, I will not sit there and leave my friends alone to die. Iruka was almost thrown off balance. Not only because of Naruto's retort. Something about the boy was making him feel uneasy. The Naruto in front of him right now was not the same Naruto he used to know. Never before had he seen Naruto so angry. And mature, too. Those words could not be the words of a mere newly graduated genin. Looking at Naruto right now, Iruka couldn't help but imagining of a certain famous shinobi with spiky blonde hair, just like Naruto. Meanwhile, Kakashi was also shocked, but for a completely different reason. His visible eye locked at the frame of the blonde in front of him, gears seemed to grind madly inside his head. How did he know those words? This is interesting. We will take the mission. Sasuke's voice suddenly rose. In his face was a predator grin. Sakura hesitated. Sasuke-kun. I don't think our skill is enough for that kind of mission. This mission is a good way to prove my strength, Sasuke insisted. I want to see how good I am against a strong enemy. Naruto looked back at Sasuke, a wave of gratitude swept through his stomach. He didn't expect the other boy to support him like that. Although what Sasuke said did make him feel a bit on edge, he pushed the thought away. Right now, the mission was more important. Well, if Sasuke-kun said so, then I also have no problem, Sakura said after a deep breath. Iruka turned to Kakashi for support. Kakashi, say something. Team 7 is not good enough for this kind of mission. As he wished, Kakashi opened his mouth. Very well. Team 7 accepts the mission, Hokage-sama. Iruka almost fainted. But Kakashi. Iruka, remember that those three are not your students anymore, Kakashi cut him short. They are my soldiers now, and I know what to do with them. I believe they can handle whatever they are going to face in a mission like this. Besides, he gave an eye smile, they have me with them. Iruka seemed like he wanted to say some more, but he was cut short again, this time by the Hokage. Very well, Kakashi, I hereby assign the mission to give Team 8 reinforcement as Team 7's first official B rank. I expect you to depart within 1 hour, without any delay. Do you understand? Yes, Hokage-sama. Realizing the seriousness of the event, Sakura and Sasuke rushed out of the room back to their respective homes for preparation. Naruto was going to follow them before Kakashi's hand grasped his shoulder firmly. Naruto, we need to talk. The eye smile from before was completely gone. Naruto gulped, a bead of sweat started to fall from his temple. Okay, sure. But I think we will have to tell Jiji about this first. No, seriously, I won't try to run away. An hour later, Team 7 assembled at the main gate of the village, fully equipped. Summoning Jutsu. Pakun, Kakashi's personal ninkin, appeared in a puff of smoke. "What's up, Kakashi?" He raised his paw. "What kind of mission is it that you have to require my assistance?" Kakashi's face was full of seriousness. "Pakun, I need you to track down the position of Team 8, led by Kurane. Can you do it?" Kurane. Isn't that the beauty with red eyes that you like, Kakashi?" "Alright, wait a minute." Naruto snickered. "Kakashi-sensei likes Kurane-sensei? Really?" The glare of Kakashi immediately shut him up. "Found them. They're in the border between the land of fire and the land of wave, and are moving at a slow speed. We can catch up with them in 2 hours if we go full speed," the dog at his feet suddenly exclaimed. Kakashi nodded, and turned back to his genin. "Alright everyone, this is the first high-ranked mission you are about to take part in," he said in an unusually serious tone. In his voice, there was no trace of his usual laziness. Instead, it was full of power and professionalism. "I have to tell you, this is not like any mission you have done before. It will likely include fighting, injuries, and even death. Are you sure you really want to do it? If you don't, you can turn back and go home right now, and I will not make you hold any responsibility." No one budged. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now if everyone is ready, go." The command echoed through the woods around, and the 4 shinobi and their dog took off. Kurane cursed inwardly while struggling to hold her breath inside her assailant's water prison. Since their departing from Konoha, she had felt something very wrong was going to happen during their mission. And after meeting the demon brothers, her dreaded feeling was proven to be true. And she had made the terrible mistake of allowing the mission to continue, though she had also sent a letter requesting reinforcement back to Konoha. She just didn't expect to run into Zabuza Mamakai, the demon of the hidden mist, of all people. Since the start of their battle, the difference in their power had been proven to be too much. As a genjutsu specialist, her other skills couldn't hope to compare to those of Zabuza. And now look at what that devil had done. Shino was lying on the ground, his Kakai insect hive completely exhausted. Kiba and Akamaru were smashed into a tree nearby, with Akamaru unconscious, and Kiba holding his ribs in pain. And she was trapped inside this water sphere, waiting for death. The only defense of their client right now was Hinata. The girl's Byakugan were activated, but her limbs were trembling like crazy. "I must admit, you are not called the Genjutsu Mistress of Konohagakure for nothing, Kurane Uehai. But even that, you are still no match for me." A normal human could only hold her breath for about 3 minutes. If she can't do anything to get out of the water, she will be drowned. Kurane's body was screaming out in protest. It had reached its limit, and all muscles and organs inside her was convulsing under the pressure and lack of air. Her consciousness was gradually slipping away. "Now, you'll stay there quietly when I kill the bridge builder." Kurane could only watch helplessly when the water clone of Zabuza took its form and started walking towards the client and her genins, sword raised high. The reinforcement didn't arrive in time. It's over. There's no way they could escape now. They would all be killed. She had failed as a Jonin sensei. The gigantic cleaver was brought down in a deadly arc. And it was stopped dead in its way with a loud clang. Never before had Kurane felt so relieved hearing the sound of steel clashing against steel. Thank goodness. Reinforcement has finally arrived. Then everything went dark around her. Hinata was terrified. The truth is, she is by no means a weak fighter. With her Byakugan and Juken, she can kill almost anyone she wants with just a quick slap to their chest. And her speed and flexibility are nothing to be underestimated, either. With all those skills, she definitely has the potential to become one of the most deadly kunoichi in the world. But that's only if she wants to. Hinata hates fighting. Being a meek and gentle girl, she doesn't want to hurt anything, or anyone, even if it is her enemy. Because of that, despite being in the Hyuga clan, a clan specializes in murdering people with their finger pokes of doom, her grade in taijutsu was just mediocre comparing to other students during her academy time. Because of that, everyone in the clan laughs at her, and even her own father despises her, calling her the failure of Hyuga clan. And because of that, she is the weakest link in teammates' formation. And right now she was trembling like crazy when the masked assassin descended at her with his giant cleaver raising high. Sorry little girl. I don't like killing children, but you're in my way. So you're going to die now. She closed her eyes, waiting for the consequence. The blade was brought down on her head. She heard Kiba screaming her name, Shino grunting in pain, and footsteps coming from behind her. Spiky blonde hair flashed through her mind. Naruto-kun. I'm sorry. A loud clang echoed through her ears, and she suddenly felt her body being lifted off the ground. She snapped her eyes open, only to see that all she could see was the spiky blonde hair she had just imagined. Sorry Hinata-chan, am I late? Team 7 had arrived in time. Yeah, it was Kakashi who jumped out to block the sword of the Zabuza clone right before it chopped Hinata in half and destroyed it with a quick slash of his kunai. And it was Naruto, well, more exactly a clone of him, who grabbed the girl and jumped away from the battlefield. It would have been an awesome heroic princess rescuing scene which can only be seen in cliché shoujo anime, had Naruto carried Hinata in some other way rather than a fireman's lift. Well, can't blame him, he is Naruto anyway. Naruto is always an idiot when it comes to romance. Go die in hell, author. Did I tell you not to break the fourth wall, Naruto? And if I die, you will not exist anymore. Well, you're not my creator anyway. But I'm the one writing this story. Ah, touché. Zabuza sneered when looking at his new opponent. Ah, Kakashi of the Sharingan. The man who has copied over 1000 jutsu. Such an honor of me to face someone as famous as you. Zabuza Mamakai, known as Demon of the Hidden Mist, Kakashi answered. I have to ask you to release the woman you're trapping inside your water prison, or else I'll have to kill you. He finished, and pulled his Hitaiate up, revealing his Sharingan. Oh? I'd like to see you try, Zabuza laughed, and squeezed his hand a bit. Inside the ball of water, Kurane gasped in pain, air bubbles poured out of her mouth at a dangerous pace. At this rate she would die of asphyxiation in a minute. Approach me, and the woman will die immediately. If you don't, she will die in a few minutes. Now which way do you choose, Kakashi of the Sharingan? Zabuza taunted, and Kakashi gritted his teeth. Hostage. Damn it. I won't be able to save Kurane and defeat him at the same time. What should I do now? Neither. What? A few Ma shuriken flew out of the forest behind them, aiming at Zabuza's face. Of course, Zabuza caught it easily with his free hand. Ha! As if such a silly trick of some snot-nosed genin could even touch me. Then the shuriken turned into Naruto, who started dogpiling him with clones. A lot of clones. What? What? What the? Get off me, brat. The Naruto clones just grinned, before grabbing his arms and legs, trying to push Zabuza down into the water below him with all their combined weight. Damn you! After a while, Zabuza had enough. His chakra exploded violently, throwing all the Naruto clones away in a gust. He reached out his vacant hand, grabbing the handle of his sword and swung hard, slamming at the real Naruto and sending the boy flying like a baseball. The blonde boy hit the ground with a loud thud, and some sickening cracks echoed through the air. Smirking behind his bandage, Zabuza formed a one-handed seal, intending to mold chakra to form a water clone to finish the boy off. Only for a fist to drill itself into his face. This time, it was Zabuza who was sent flying, his hand were ripped away forcefully from the water prison. Without its chakra source, the ball of water melted away, releasing Kurane, who was nearly dead inside it. Holding the unconscious woman in his hand, Kakashi turned back to Zabuza, who was now struggling to get his body out of the water. Killing intent blasting out of his body was so massive it seemed to be visible like a raging flame. "I'll show you, Zabuza," he said coldly, "that no one is gonna mess with Kakashi Hate's students and get away with it. Two advices for you: do not try to get on Kakashi's nerves when he is angry. And do not, ever in your life, try to kill his students. Especially when the student is Naruto Uzumaki. If you want to know why, ask Zabuza. He'll tell you what it feels to be curb-stomped by the Sharingan user. And being blasted in the face by a giant fire hose in the form of a dragon is only the tip of the iceberg." The fact that Kakashi wasn't stuck inside the water prison for about 10 minutes with his Sharingan out wastefully didn't help Zabuza in any way. For the sake of underage readers, pregnant women, elders with heart problems, and ridiculously cute critters, the author would prefer to be excused from describing this fight thoroughly in this story due to its brutality. If Haku hadn't saved him in time by piercing his neck with Senbon to shut his body down temporarily, he would have been murdered for real. The masked fake hunter Nin landed on the ground in front of them, and turned to check up on Zabuza's seemingly dead body. Then he turned back to the group and bowed. "Thank you for your assistance, Konoha-nin. I've searched for him for a few months, and now I can finally finish my mission." "You're one of Kirigakuru's hunter Nin, right?" Kakashi asked. Being too focused on his own battle, he hadn't noticed the existence of the newly arrived shinobi until now. The hunter Nin nodded. "Yes, and since my mission has been completed, I have to dispose of this body. It contains too many secrets, and I cannot let it fall into possession of other villages. Farewell." And the hunter Nin flickered away together with the body. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, but then he sighed and pulled his Hitate down, covering his Sharingan up. The battle was over, and there was no reason to worry the genin anymore today, after what they had been suffered. "You also noticed it, right, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi almost jumped when he heard Naruto's quiet whisper right next to him. He nodded quietly, understanding what the blonde wanted to say. "Then why didn't you go after them?" Kakashi sighed. "I'm almost out of chakra. Besides, Kurane and her team need some rest after what happened today. And what about you, Naruto? I heard some nasty cracks from your body over there." "Nah, I'm fine. At least this time you're not unconscious, sensei," Naruto chuckled. "Well, I will be if we do not have something to eat and a bed to rest soon," Kakashi smiled back. "So how about you go and help the other? It might be better if we arrive at our client's house before sunset." Naruto nodded, and started going back to the others, who was now busy with Kurane and other members of Team 8, but not before taking a quick glance at the end of the trail again. "Just wait for me. This time I will not let any one of you die. Believe it?" Chapter 8, Preparation. Tsunami was horrified when a bunch of people she didn't know stumbled at her front door. All looked like they had just crawled out of a minefield. "By Kami! What in the world had just happened?" she exclaimed in disbelief, slapping a hand to her mouth. But everyone, well, maybe almost everyone, was too exhausted to answer her question. Finally, Tajuna said, after catching his breath, "Tsunami, these are the ninja escorting me. Please treat them properly. We've been through a very hard day." How is Kurane-sensei, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi looked at the timid Hyuga and smiled. "She'll be fine. She's drained herself out, but nothing a few days of rest cannot fix. Right now she's sleeping, so don't disturb her." The girl let out a sigh in relief. "Thank goodness. Oh, and how are your teammates doing?" Kakashi remembered. "I think they were hurt pretty bad out there." They're fine, I think." Hinata shook her head. Shino-kun's bugs are exhausted, and Kiba-kun and Akamaru, they are quite beaten up, but I think they're not hurt too much. At least, no bone is broken. Ah, that's great, Kakashi's facial muscles relaxed. Then let's go check up on them, shall we? I don't know much about medical jutsu, but I can still help patching them up. For the first time in the day, Hinata smiled. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. And she was able to complete a sentence without stuttering, too. Well, I hate to tell you this, but I suspect that Zabuza is still alive. Kakashi's words were nothing less than a bomb dropped in the middle of the quiet room. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura blinked. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Senbon is the type of weapon with the lowest probability of killing the target. Furthermore, I didn't have the time to check Zabuza's body to ensure that he was dead. An hunter nin's job is usually to destroy the body of a ninja right in the battlefield to ensure that secrets in that body don't fall into enemy's hand. In fact, I've never seen a hunter nin carrying a dead body away like that. Connecting all those evidences, yeah, there is a very high possibility that Zabuza is still alive. For a while, the room was silent. And by silent, I meant completely, utterly silent. There was absolutely no sound. Even the sound of breathing was absent. It seemed like time itself had stopped during that moment. Then total pandemonium broke out. Ah! Zabuza is still alive. We're going to die, screamed Kiba hysterically, while running around the room like there was a train chasing after him. Sasuke and Shino cringed at the same time and jumped out of their seat, both ready to defend themselves with whatever they had, Sasuke with weapons, and Shino with his newly revived Kakai bugs. Sakura's and Hinata's faces were as white as chalk, and they started to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed they could faint if anyone touched them on the shoulders at that moment. Kakashi's sweat dropped. You guys, I didn't say that. Screams cut him short. Had it not been for the fact that almost everyone was scared shitless, the scene in the room right now would have been incredibly funny. Calm the fuck down, all of you. After 5 minutes, Kakashi had enough. He exploded, and everyone in the room cringed. Yes, even Naruto. Realizing that he had just spewed out profanities in front of the genin, Kakashi cleared his throat awkwardly and continued. Well, as I have just said, Zabuza is still alive. And together with him is the mysterious ninja who rescued him. The problem is, we don't know how strong that ninja really is, and what kind of ability he, or she, has. And Kurane is still unconscious, and might be unable to fight in a few days. But luckily for us, the wounds of Zabuza were also very severe, and I think he cannot show his face in less than a week and a half. Because of that, starting from tomorrow, I'll give all of you training to improve your abilities in case Zabuza attacks again, which no doubt will happen in a few more days. Together with that, we will take turn guarding our client when he goes to the bridge for work. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. Kakashi's face relaxed. Good. Now everyone, go to sleep immediately. We have much work to do in the morning. When Kakashi left the room, Sakura whispered. Wow, Kakashi-sensei just got serious. I can't believe I would live to see the day he's not lazy. Poor Sakura. She had underestimated the hearing ability of a jonin. And Kakashi definitely didn't leave the room far enough to not hear what she had just said. The next morning, the Konoha group, minus Kurane, of course, assembled in a clearing in the forest behind the house. All right, before we start training, I need to know what you can do first. I'm not your jonin sensei, so I cannot get a grasp of your ability yet. You first, Shino. The glassed boy answered. I can use my clan's insect jutsu. And Kakashi nodded, waiting for the boy to continue. But he didn't. The excitement of Kakashi withered away. You don't know any other jutsu except your clan jutsu. The boy shook his head slightly. I can do basic academy ones, too. My chakra is mainly used to feed and grow my hive. Kakashi sighed. Figures. Kiba. Yeah. I have been trained in my clan's unique taijutsu. And I got Akamaru, too, the dog boy hollered, and Akamaru whined in agreement. Oh, and I also know basic academy jutsu, he added. Kakashi nodded. That will do. And you, Hinata? The timid girl started hesitantly. I have my Byakugan, and I know the basic of Juken, but I'm not very good. I see, Kakashi nodded in understanding, as expected from a Hyuga. So that was the idea of Kurane when she chose a team with 2 taijutsu users who are only capable of using their clan's techniques, and 1 supporter using only insect ninjutsu. This is gonna be a problem. Why is that, sensei? Sakura asked in confusion. Kakashi sighed. Because Team 8 was selected by Kurane to be a reconnaissance team, Sakura. And the role of a reconnaissance team in combat is different from that of an assault team. Usually, during battles, the mission of a reconnaissance team is to confirm the location of enemies, report it back to the assault squads and then retreat quietly without engaging. Because of that, their battle capabilities are mostly lower than other teams, well, maybe higher than a team full of medics, but still. Hey! How dare you underestimate us? We're much better than that loser over there. Kiba barked in rage, while pointing at Naruto, who hey, in protest. Even Hinata seemed to be a bit upset at the Jonin's remark. I didn't mean it like that, Kiba. What I meant here is, as a reconnaissance team, you are not the type of shinobi who are suitable for frontal assault, Kakashi countered with a professional voice. Hinata and Shino, you two possess jutsu which are capable of silent assassination. And you, Kiba, you have the ability to pinpointing your enemy's location precisely in the shadow and finish them off in one strike. Those skills allow you to be specialists in scouting and assassination in close range. But against enemies with heavy mid-ranged and long-ranged firepower, such as Zabuza, you don't have any skills which can be used against them. Am I right about that? The Jonin's statement hit bullseye. Having nothing else to say, Kiba grumbled unhappily. Well, that's true. But, does it mean that you can't train us? Hinata stammered, her eyes were full of worry. Kakashi scratched his cheek. Well, not quite. It's true that I cannot turn you into an assault team in such a short time, but right now I can train you in some basic skills that will help you survive in a battle. Now, have any of you learned the tree walking exercise? Hinata and Shino raised their hands. Kakashi nodded. Good. Then while Kiba train on that skill, a shadow clone of me will train you too in your movement and reflex. And the real me will go with Sasuke and Naruto to guard Tajuna. Sensei, what about me? Sakura raised her voice, confused as her name wasn't mentioned. Oh, don't worry Sakura. Your basics are not bad. Even your chakra control is perfect, considering you have completed both the tree climbing and water walking exercises so quickly. However, you have 2 major weaknesses, which is your fragile body and lack of stamina. Therefore, in your training, I will mainly push your body to the limit to improve it. Which reminds me. Kakashi bit his finger, then weaved through hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Smoke filled the air, but when it dispersed, not only Pakun, but a whole pack of hunting dogs appeared in front of the group. And their teeth were dripping with saliva. Sakura, Kakashi gave her an eye smile. You'd better start running now. Oh, and you guys, he told the dogs, don't stop chasing her until I tell you to. The poor girl could only scream and run for her life when the pack of predators leapt at her, fangs bared. All the remaining genin couldn't help sharing the same thought. Kakashi-sensei is such a sore loser. This sucks. Yeah. At least Sakura got to train. Sasuke and Naruto were sulking at the side of the huge construction which was going to be the Great Bridge. Yeah, they understood that because they're the better ones in the group, they should leave the training opportunity to the others who were not as good as them. But this was just torture. Never in his life had Naruto felt so bored. Yeah, in his timeline, Naruto had never had to go for a shift in the construction zone. Whenever his teammates went for it, Naruto would have either gone for training or lain unconscious in Tajuna's house. And that made it even worse. Sometimes being too good will just come back and bite you in the ass. Ah. That's it. Naruto finally snapped. Completely lost his patience, he bolted up, and kicked a boulder next to him. Crack. Ah. Phew. My toes. Sasuke face-palmed, shaking his head. Idiot. There are other ways more effective to entertain yourself rather than smashing your foot against rocks, Naruto, Kakashi said amusedly. He had just arrived in time to see Naruto break his toes on the rock. The boy glared at him, jumping around on one leg. Oh yeah? We're definitely not going to read your porn to amuse ourselves, thank you very much. Ouch. Kakashi sighed. How many times do I have to tell you that it was not mere porn? And anyway, you don't have to always move your body around to train. Here. He pulled out a piece of chakra paper and gave it to Sasuke. The Uchiha boy blinked. What am I supposed to do with that? Channel chakra into it. It will show what element your chakra is. Sasuke blinked again. But I know I have fire already. Well, who knows, the Jonin smiled. Just try it, maybe we'll have a surprise. Sasuke looked at him incredulously, but complied anyway. The paper crumpled into a ball, and then caught fire until it became a pile of ash at his feet. Kakashi blinked. Fire and lightning. Two of the most destructive elements, and very powerful too. Well, genin usually do not have this many when they've just graduated. But I'm not surprised, considering what Naruto has. Huh? What element do you have, Dobe? Naruto answered nonchalantly. Oh, I have wind, water, earth, fire, and lightning. Sasuke's eyes bugged out. What? You have all five? How is that possible? Dunno, Naruto shrugged, it's just kinda happened. Damn it. How could you be so powerful? It's not fair. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Says the one who is going to have the Uber hacks Sharingan with the ability to copy every jutsu, seeing everything in slow motion and blah 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 whatever more I don't know, Naruto snorted in retort, and Sasuke winced. Well, you got a point, but still. If Naruto hadn't known better, he could have sworn that Sasuke was pouting. Alright, you two, Kakashi grabbed the boy's shoulders and turned them back to the story. The fact that you have natural affinities from birth doesn't mean much as you advance in your career. You can even gain all of them if you train yourself hard enough. In fact, the third Hokage was born with fire element, but during his reign as Hokage, he mastered all five affinities and was incredibly competent with all of them. Wow, really? Naruto blinked in surprise. That was a piece of information he hadn't known. I didn't expect Jiji to be that strong. He isn't known as the god of shinobi for nothing, Naruto, Kakashi I smiled. But enough talking. Sasuke, you're lucky that my main affinity is lightning, so I already have the training program of yours in my mind. Naruto, how's your wind element training going? Hee hee, piece of cake. Watch, Naruto flashed his trademarked foxy grin. He grabbed a leaf on the ground and channeled his chakra through it. The leaf split in half. Hey, wait a second, Sasuke suddenly asked. In his voice, there was a hint of anger. Why did Naruto have elemental training before me? Oh, it's because he asked me first, Kakashi answered. Sasuke fumed. Again? Why do I need to ask for everything I want? And why do you think you don't, Sasuke? Kakashi countered with a sharp voice. In this world, you're in no position to order people to give you what you want. People will only hand you things because they want to. If you want something, you have to ask for it first, and wait to see if they're willing to give it to you or not. If they aren't, scram. You don't have the right to force people to hand things to you. No one has. Sasuke winced again. Those words were just like what Naruto had told him the other day. Naruto slapped him on the back. Oh, chill out, team. At least you were properly trained in fire element already, so if there was anyone who should be jealous, it would be me, not you. Touché. Sasuke muttered. Alright, now as all the disputes have been settled, let's get to training, shall we? Kakashi smiled. Sasuke, get a leaf on that tree over there and try to make it wrinkled with your chakra alone, like this. He grabbed a leaf and channeled chakra through it. It crumpled. And Naruto, since you have completed the first step already, and we have no waterfall here. I've done waterfall cutting, too, but it doesn't seem very good. Naruto interrupted. Kakashi's visible eye widened. That fast? Very well, if it comes to this. He looked around, and pointed below the construction zone. Try to cut the river in half, and we'll see. Naruto followed his finger, and sweat dropped. You've gotta be kidding me. Sasuke and Naruto pushed the door open, only to find the others lying half dead behind it. Holy shit, Naruto gaped. Did Zabuza attack you guys? Kakashi-sensei is worse than Zabuza, Kiba muttered, and smashed his face on the ground. He was too exhausted to even keep speaking. What did he make you do? Sasuke raised his eyebrow. Only Sakura had enough energy left to groan. 10 kilometers of running non-stop, then 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, and 100 squats. Continuously. Oh, Naruto winced. That's brutal. Hope you won't lose all your hair because of that. Ah, but I think we should stop talking, sensei's coming. At that moment, Kakashi and Tajuna stepped into the room. Ah, I see that you all survived. Good, Kakashi nodded with a smile. Then tomorrow we will continue, and if possible, I will push it another level further. Everyone groaned. From that day onwards, Sakura couldn't decide that she hated Kakashi more when he was lazy or when he finally became serious. Why do you try so hard? You're all gonna be killed. Everyone lifted their eyes off their dinner to see Inari scowling at the door. Tsunami exclaimed in relief. Inari. Where have you been? I thought something happened to you. What do you mean when you say we're gonna be killed, brat? Kiba asked. The next time we face that masked bastard, we'll show them who is boss. Right, Akamaru. The white dog barked in agreement. Humph, Inari sneered bitterly. No one can beat Gato. No matter how hard you train, you're still no match for his men. When facing the strong, the weak will only end up getting killed. Whatever, kid, Naruto yawned. After this training, the weak ones will no longer be us anymore. And we will save the land of Wave from Gato. Shut up. Stop talking like you understand about this country. Inari screamed, tears started to roll down his cheeks. You ninjas are always goofing around, you don't know how hard life can be. Stop trying to be heroes. There is nothing as a hero anyway. Everyone suddenly felt an ominous flare of rage. Naruto stood up, and walked towards Inari. His eyes were red and slitted. Slap! Inari was sent flying and slammed into the wall. It's needless to say how surprised and shocked everyone in the room was upon Naruto's sudden outburst. Sakura bolted up from her seat. Naruto! Why did you? Naruto glared back at her, and Sakura flinched under the gaze of her teammate. Never before had she seen Naruto so angry. Even the rage in the conference room 2 days ago was nothing comparing to this. Don't worry, I held back, Naruto said coldly. Then he turned back to Inari. You know what, brat? If you as well as everyone of this village keep that attitude, you will be stuck with Gato for at least half a century more. Posing as the star of the tragedy and crying all day won't help you taking down tyrants. And about that latter statement, he growled dangerously, don't ever think that only you have a hard life. There are many people in this world who have hells of a life comparing to yours. At least you still have a mother and a grandfather who care for you. Then he kicked the door open. Hinata called after him worriedly. Wait, Naruto-kun, your dinner. Sorry Hinata-chan, but I lost my appetite. I need to let my stress loose for a while. Don't go look for me. And with that, Naruto walked out of the house into the darkness, leaving behind 11 pairs of eyes which were all staring at his disappearing back. Tree bark flew everywhere after another failed attempt of Naruto's other signature jutsu slammed into the trunk. Naruto slumped down on the ground. His chakra reserve was considerably larger than that of even his mature body, but it wasn't unlimited. After so many failures of using the Raise-Non, he had begun to feel the burden of chakra exhaustion. And pain was wrecking through his body as if a truck had just hit him. Damn it! After all those chakra control practices, I still can't use it properly. And why does my body hurt so much? Those words of Inari. Just remembering about it sent pain through his heart. Now, hearing it directly from the boy's mouth again, it hurt even worse. He knew that the boy didn't really mean it, but still. Even if you're upset, you shouldn't exhaust yourself like that, Naruto. We don't want you to lie unconscious during the whole mission, right? He didn't have to turn back to know the owner of that voice. I told you that you shouldn't go look for me, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi stepped into the clearing. He looked around. Raise-Non, huh? So what you said about coming from the future is not a farce, I see. I told you, Naruto smirked tiredly. Kakashi sat down on the ground beside him. However, using such a jutsu in a large scale will wear you down very quickly. Just take it easy and have a break, will you? He patted the ground, and Naruto let his body fall on the bed of grass. It's hard to believe I could ever see you guys once more, he mouthed. Kakashi smiled sadly. He understood how hard it had been to Naruto when Inari barked those words at his face, considering he had been from an apocalyptic future where all his precious people had been killed right in front of him. He started, trying to change the subject. So, how am I in the future? Naruto chuckled. Still a lazy one, and a porn addict, but you could be serious when the situation needs you to. You have, had, I don't know, the Mangekyo Sharingan, with a jutsu called Kamui which can open a black hole on the air and suck everything into it. Well, during my time, someone told me that you had to kill someone close to you to achieve it, but no, I don't think you're someone who did something like that to your friend. And he couldn't finish his sentence. He didn't want to remind himself again how Kakashi was killed by the hand of Madara. Kakashi grimaced. He already knew that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he also knew exactly who he had killed to get it. And that's the reason why he had never wanted to use it, despite whatever powers it might bring him. His lack of chakra to use the technique even once didn't help, either. I'm not as good as you think, Naruto, he said solemnly. During one mission, my teammate Rin was captured by Kirigakure and turned into the Sanbai's Jinchuriki. They planned to unleash the beast in the middle of Konoha to destroy it from the inside. And to protect the village. Kakashi's voice quivered, she plunged herself right into my Chidori. I couldn't stop. I killed her. Kakashi's voice shook and died. Naruto's eyes widened. All those times, he had never known, never bothered to ask. So that's the reason why Obito flipped out like that, Kurama said. She was also shocked by Kakashi's story. He must have seen that happen somehow. No. That's impossible. Everyone inside Naruto's head turned to Isabu, the one who had just raised his voice. Beads of sweat were rolling down his face, and his eyes were full of realization. In beast form, his face was covered with hard shell, so they couldn't see its color, but they're sure that if they could, it would be covered in white. What do you mean, Iso-kun? Komei asked. Isabu nodded grimly. I've never had a female Jinchuriki in my life. There is no way someone can seal me into a Jinchuriki without me knowing about it. Kakashi and Obito had both been tricked. If the news that Zabuza was alive was a bomb, the information Isabu had just brought them would be just like a nuclear warhead being detonated in the middle of Naruto's mindscape. Damn it, Jayaki cursed. It must have been that aloe vera guy of Akatsuki. People said that his transformation was perfect and couldn't be detected even by Jujutsu. If that's the case, making some clones of that Rin girl and some mist cannon fodders would just be a child's play to him. Naruto's face went white in shock and anger. Kurama, can you check the surrounding for eavesdroppers? Huh? There's no one around here except for you two, but... The vixen's eyes widened. You're going to tell him? I have to do it? There is no reason to keep Kakashi-sensei mourning about something he didn't do. What? Are you crazy? Shikaku protested. There's no telling what will happen if someone else knows that information. If the Akatsuki knows about it? I believe in Unai-chan. This time, every head turned to Saikyo, the one who had just blurted out those words. It's just like Yotakata-naya-kan again. Saikyo hung her head. It's because of something I did that he couldn't live a day without regret. I don't want something like that to happen again. All the other tailed beasts winced. They had all known about the accident of Yotakata in the shared mindscape before, and they understood how their little sister had felt when the Jinchuriki she loved and respected as a brother almost killed himself because of something he hadn't even known about. You're right. Jayaki finally nodded. I think leaving him in the dark will cause more harm than benefit. Heh, just leave it to the little sister to come up with the brilliant idea, Shikaku chuckled. Saikyo blushed. All right, then. Naruto inhaled sharply. Kakashi-sensei, there is something I need to tell you. Silence filled the air for a while after Naruto told Kakashi the story. Then, screams of bloody murder could be heard echoing through the forest. 00000. At the same time, a certain Uchiha who was sitting in the realm of the dead, waiting to be revived suddenly cringed. What do you mean I cannot go into tailed beast mode? It was almost a week since the ambush in the forest. Everyone was progressing nicely. Sasuke had quickly gotten the hang of his lightning element, and was now struggling on the second step of his training. Sakura's stamina, strength, chakra reserve, and taijutsu had all improved drastically thanks to the brutal training sessions of Kakashi, and now she was starting on her chakra nature, which was checked by Kakashi and identified as Earth. Kurane had mostly recovered, and she was now training Team 8 in ambush tactics, as well as improving their teamwork and their clan abilities even more. It could be said that Team 8 would be a match for Team 7 when it came to fighting as a team right now, if they went all out. Therefore, the declaration of Kurama to Naruto was nothing less than a hammer to his head. Sheesh, could you be a little bit louder? There might be someone 50 miles away who didn't hear you, Kurama answered sarcastically. We're in my mind, Naruto deadpanned. Kurama snorted. And I didn't say you couldn't, she added, it's just your body cannot handle something like the tailed beast mode at the moment. Why? Naruto blinked. I've used your chakra for a very long time, haven't I? Using our chakra is one thing, but going full-tailed beast is different from just a little chakra, Naruto-kun, Matatabi said. The full beast form is basically using all of our chakra at the same time to create an avatar of ourselves using the body of the Jinchuriki as a base. Because of that, the strain each time you go full form is incredibly great. A human's body is not strong enough to handle all those chakra at the same time, you know. That's why Jinchuriki only go full form as a last resort, when their enemies are so powerful they cannot fight them with normal skills. With your child body right now, going full form means crippling your body from chakra overload. That, and there is another reason, Kokuwa chimed in. In order to go full form, the beast and the Jinchuriki have to perfectly synchronize their minds together. With Kurama, you might have reached that state already, considering how long she had been sealed inside you, but with us, you will need some more time before we can achieve perfect unison. Without that, there is only one way to go full beast, which is letting us take over your body completely, which will kill you. Naruto shuddered. So that's why Ero Sennin only focused on training my body during those 3 years, then he pouted. But that's not fair. That means I cannot use the tailed beast bomb. What if some powerful enemies show up? How can I beat them without your ultimate skill? Matatabi glared at Jayaki. You just have to go and tell him that, did you? Jayaki scratched his head sheepishly. Don't listen to what that musclehead Jayaki said, Naruto, Kokuwa said. Sure, the tailed beast bomb is a very powerful attack, but that's not our greatest skill. The ultimate power we tailed beasts grant a Jinchuriki is the ability we inherited from the Juobi, creation of all things. Naruto's face twisted into an odd look. What is that creative, whatever, thing? We can create things from our chakra. Komei chirped happily. Yeah, that's basically it, Kokuwa nodded in agreement. It's the ability that allows us to create things from chakra alone. Remember the staff and those orb things Obito created when he first created the incomplete Juobi? We can do something similar to that. We can help our Jinchuriki to create wings to fly, gills to swim underwater, ink to write, and even weapons to fight with. They're not as potent as the weapons the Juobi creates, but they're still very useful. Then the horse chuckled. Ironically, it is also the technique that created us in the first place, you know. Our father, the Sage of Six Paths, is a master of this technique. He can create almost anything with only his imagination and chakra. If anyone looked at Naruto's eyes at the moment, they would surely find stars sparkling in them. Well, in his mindscape, anyway. He's meditating in the outside world. So cool. Can you teach me that, please? Please, please, please. Everyone's sweat dropped. Hey, leave your study until later, Haku's behind you. Naruto's eyes snapped open, right in time to grab the extending arms next to his head and flip the person behind him over his head, slamming the slim body to the ground. Kaya! The kimono of his assailant was flipped open, revealing a pair of small white panties with absolutely no bulge under it. Oh, was the only smart word Naruto could blurt out before a scream pierced his ears and a hand landed on his right cheek. Real smooth Naruto, real smooth. Kurama and the other girls facepawed while the boys laughed their asses off. After some more cliché introduction scenes, Haku and Naruto was sitting on the ground facing each other. Both their faces were bright red. You shouldn't have done something like that to a girl, Naruto-kun, Matatabi scolded Naruto. He snapped back in embarrassment. Oh, come on. The last time we met, she told me she was a boy. How should I know that she really is a girl? Yeah, I know, the cat waved him off. But anyway, didn't you owe her an apology? Naruto sighed. Shaking his head to clear the image of Haku's panties from his head, damn you, author. I'm not a pervert, he inhaled deeply, and started. Haku-chan. I'm sorry for doing something like that to you. You know, you were just too quiet, and well. It's okay, Naruto-kun, Haku replied. Her face was still having a red tint. I just didn't expect to find someone here in the forest at this time. You know, you were just sitting there with your eyes closed. I thought you were sleeping, and... Ehehe, I'm just meditating, Naruto chuckled sheepishly. It's a good way to train my mind, you know. Haku rubbed her cheek with her finger. So with that Hittite, you're a ninja, right? Wow, you're incredible. Naruto almost cringed. The smile of the girl in front of him, it was so fake. The last person he saw with that kind of smile was Sai. His experiences with his ex-root friend had shown him how horrible someone's past was if they had that smile on their face. His stomach churned up. The last time they met, he hadn't been able to ask her about her past. What had Haku suffered in her childhood to make her like this? Hey, Naruto-kun. Are you alright? Naruto snapped back to reality, and realizing Haku was looking at him with a confused expression. He smiled awkwardly. Ah, nothing. I was just thinking about something. Then he looked around, trying to find something else to talk about. Hey, those herbs. Are they for you? Haku shook her head. No, it's for someone who is very important to me. Zabuza, Naruto thought. Your parent, I guess. The girl let out another smile. But this time, Naruto could swear it was the most genuine smile he'd ever seen. It was full of happiness. No, but, in some ways, he's like a father to me. He has raised me since I was a child. She didn't say anything else, but Naruto knew she was telling the truth. Being an orphan himself, he understood the happiness of having someone who cared for him, even if it was only for their own benefit. No wonder why Haku loved Zabuza so much. Haku stood up, and grabbed her basket. Oh, I have to go now, Naruto-kun. It's so nice to meet you. I hope someday we will see each other again. Naruto stared after the retreating back of the girl, murmured. Yeah. I hope so too, Haku-chan. Gato-sama. We've found the profiles of those two ninja Tajuna hired. Gato looked at the two sheets of paper on his desk, his eyes narrowed. Kakashi Hatake. If what the paper said was true, that man would be the infamous copy ninja, the man who possessed the power of the Sharingan, and was rumored to have copied over 1,000 jutsu. That ninja would give even Zabuza a hard time in a battle, even if the missing nin was in full condition. And together with him was Kurane Uehai, the genjutsu mistress of Konohagakure. Those two. Together, they might be able to spoil his plan of taking down Tajuna, and crushing the spirit of all citizens in the land of waves once and for all. He had to do something. His eyes caught the bounty on the two ninjas' head, and his mouth twisted into an evil grin. Spread the rumor that Zabuza Mamakai, the devil of the hidden mist, Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja of the Sharingan, and Kurane Uehai, the genjutsu mistress of Konohagakure were spotted in the land of waves. Make sure that it reaches that man. When the thug was out of the room, Gato started to cackle. No one would get in the way of the CEO of Gato Company. Today was Team 8's shift of guarding Tajuna at the construction zone. However, Kurane had wanted to teach Kiba and Shino some more about cooperating attacks, so Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura had volunteered of taking their shift instead. Sasuke because his training didn't require him to stay in one place, and Sakura because she wanted to escape from the hell training of Kakashi for a day. But when they reached the bridge, a horrible scene unveiled in their eyes. All the workers in the construction zone were murdered brutally. Blood covered the half-completed bridge, and corpses littered around. Mist started filling the air. He's here, Kakashi said, and the three genin tensed up, their hands reached their weapon pouches. From inside the mist, the familiar form of Zabuza emerged. Hello Kakashi. We meet again. Chapter 9, Clash on the Big Bridge. Zabuza, Kakashi mouthed, pulling his Hittite up, revealing his Sharingan. So finally you decided to show yourself? I thought you would know better and hide your ass in some corner after that fight in the forest. You're just lucky during that battle that I didn't have my full strength, Zabuza sneered. But this time you're not that fortunate. Today I'm not alone. He waved his hand, and the fake hunter nin from before appeared from inside the thick mist. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. So that hunter nin really was your accomplice. Finally realized it, huh? Zabuza smirked under his bandage. But it's too late now. Haku, go. Without any word, Haku dashed forward, aiming at the bridge builder and the three genin, Senbon ready on hand. And she was stopped by Sasuke, who jumped in her way and delivered a rolling kick to her face. Naturally, with her incredible reflex, Haku easily stopped Midran and blocked the kick. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. That brat can follow Haku's speed? Surprise, huh, Zabuza. But your opponent is me, not him. Zabuza's eyes darted back, right in time for him to block Kakashi's swing of his kunao on his exposed neck. His maniacal grin couldn't be seen as it was hidden under the bandages. Coming right at me, Kakashi? But when you do that, he formed a hand seal with his free hand. What will happen to the bridge builder and your little genin, I wonder? 4 water clones of Zabuza rose up from the ground, surrounding Sakura, Hinata, and Tajuna. Their swords were raised high, ready to strike down at the seemingly defenseless people. But Kakashi just chuckled. I told you, Zabuza, you have underestimated my genin too much. 4 sickening thuds, and the clones collapsed back into water. Sakura stood firm in front of Tajuna and Hinata. Her right clenched fist was soaking wet. Wow, she muttered in shock. Did I just do what I think I did? She punched through my water clones. See that, Zabuza? We didn't spend the last week doing nothing like you did. If it hadn't been for the mask hiding his mouth, people would have seen the triumphant smirk on Kakashi's face. Zabuza gritted his teeth. Well, I admit that your genin have developed quite nicely during the last week. But suddenly, his mouth morphed into a deadly grin under the bandage. But you are too naive to think that only you have improved. Zabuza jumped away from Kakashi, while weaving through hand seals in a much faster speed than he did before. Both of Kakashi's eyes widened. Oh shit. He also started going through hand seals, but Zabuza had nearly completed his own. There's no time to copy Zabuza's jutsu. He had to use another one. Water style, water dragon. Water style, water shark bomb. The 2 creatures made of water slammed into each other and exploded, making a torrent which poured down everyone's head. Sasuke's eyes widened when Haku formed a seal with her free hand. Everyone, be careful. Too late. Water style, 1,000 needles of death. All the water falling down suddenly stopped midair and turned into needles, all aiming right at Tajuna, Hinata, and Sakura. And worse, they're everywhere. From behind. In front. At sides. The deadly projectiles shot at the 3 people. There was no way for them to dodge. Earth style, mud wall. Moving as fast as he could, Kakashi appeared in front of the 3 and slammed his hands on the ground. A wall of mud rose around everyone, covering them completely from the needle assault. Damn it! Even when separated, they can still assist each other effectively. And with Tajuna here, he grimaced while stealing a glance at the bridge builder, we're in a serious disadvantage. His train of thought was interrupted when Zabuza's Kyubikaribasho sliced through the earth wall. This is not the time for you to sit there and daydream, Kakashi. Fuck. Was the only thought of Kakashi when he raised his kunao to block the deadly sword descending on his head. He grunted when the heavy blade clashed with the kunao, letting out a loud clang. If this continued, everyone would be killed. He must do something. The plan in his head right now was nothing but insanity, but if there was nothing they could do. Sasuke. Code 135. Sasuke's eyes widened. In Kana Hagakure's Shinobi Handbook, Code 135 was the order for luring enemies away from the battlefield. It meant that Kakashi wanted him to separate that hunter nin and Zabuza. But that also meant he had to take on that hunter nin alone. His mouth twisted into a smirk. This was the chance for him to prove himself against a powerful opponent. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. The signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan was launched at Haku at a surprisingly mediocre speed. The hunter nin's eyes narrowed. Is this a joke? She took a step aside, and the ball of fire flew past her without even touching her sleeve. But then she startled when Sasuke suddenly appeared right in front of her, his fist cocked back. So fast. Haku raised her hand to block the incoming punch, but a kick immediately followed, sending her tumbling. She staggered back, but the boy didn't stop his assault there. Haku was, by no means, bad at taijutsu, but she still found that she was being pushed further and further away from Zabuza. So their aim was to separate us. Haku narrowed her eyes under her mask. She pulled out a senbon from her sleeve while blocking another kick from Sasuke. It seems I have to finish you fast. Just try, Sasuke smirked. From now on, you will be the one who has to run from my attacks. Naruto yawned and opened his eyes. Bright, warm sunlight sneaked into the room through the cracks on the windows. It was a nice morning. He winced as pain racked through his head. Ugh, my head hurts. What happened? Do you even need to ask, Oni-chan? The voice of Saikyo echoed through his mind. You exhausted your own chakra last night to the very last drop. Do you know how dangerous that was? If it hadn't been for us inside you, you would have died. The slug's voice was full of irritation. Never before had Naruto heard her speaking in a tone like that. It's just like the voice of an angry mother when her child did something bad. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry, Saikyo-chan. I do that all the time, you know, and I still live. How bad can it be? Then he changed the topic, ignoring the slug whose cheeks seemed to be puffing out angrily. Say, where did everyone go? The house seems to be awfully quiet. It's 9 already, idiot, Shikaku deadpanned. Everyone has already gone for training and guarding the old man at the bridge. The only ones home right now are the lady and that Inari brat. A feeling of dread suddenly swept through Naruto's stomach. What happened? It feels just like I've forgotten something very important. Then he heard a crash in the kitchen below. Inari screamed vengeance, charged at the two rogue swordsmen head first, and got replaced by a log, which was cut into pieces. Naruto, carrying the boy by his waist, grinned foxily. You know, being a hero doesn't mean you have to rush in recklessly like that. Next to his feet, Tsunami was lying, still unconscious but wasn't harmed in any way. Inari's eyes widened in surprise and relief. And Naruto? So you're one of those losers called ninja that old bag hired, huh? One of the thugs smirked. Taking you back with us surely will give us some pretty bonus. He took a step forward, and drew his sword. But Naruto just waved his hand. Look behind you first. The two looked behind, only to see two planks smashed hard at their faces. They slumped down, fainted. Take that, idiots. Naruto and his two clones grinned cheekily. Loud footsteps rose from behind him. He turned back, and saw Kurane, Shino, and Kiba running towards him. The red-eyed Jonin only needed a glance to understand what had just happened. She looked at Naruto. They're from Gatos, right? If they dare to attack a civilian house like this place, it must be for hostages. It seems Tajuna-san is also in danger right now. Then let's go help Kakashi-sensei and the other. Kiba pumped his fist into the air. Everyone nodded in agreement. Oh, and Inari, Naruto remembered. Sorry about that slap earlier. You really are strong. I'm proud of you. He gave the boy a thumb up. We're going to the bridge to help your grandpa. Can we count on you here? Of course, Naruto-naya can. Inari said with a grin full of tears. Naruto turned back to everyone. All right, he muttered. It's hero time. Ice style, demonic crystal ice mirrors. The ultimate technique of Haku. It creates a dome of mirrors which traps her enemy inside, and which Haku can move freely between so fast normal eyes cannot hope to catch a glimpse. Combining it with her incredible skill in senbon throwing, almost no enemy can escape death when facing her. And now, Sasuke Uchiha was being trapped inside the dome of mirrors. Kakashi's eyes narrowed when the dome of ice formed at the other side of the half-built bridge. What is that jutsu? Worried about your student, Kakashi. The mocking voice of Zabuza rose as if the man himself had read Kakashi's mind. You should be, because no one will ever get out of Haku's jutsu alive. Kakashi's spine froze. What? Furthermore, the smirk of Zabuza widened even more under the bandages. I think you should save that worrying for your other students. Realizing what Zabuza had just said, Kakashi yelled. Sakura! Hinata! Stay alert, there might be. Too late. From behind the two girls and the bridge builder, the demon brothers descended down on their heads, their claws raised high. Damn it! Naruto turned to the red-eyed Kunoichi who had just cursed. What's wrong, Kurane-sensei? I just remembered that there has been no news of the demon brothers since we defeated them on the way to Waves, Kurane muttered. If they are able to join Zabuza, I really cannot say what will happen. Naruto's heart jumped. In his timeline, Kakashi defeated those two in one hit, and they hadn't been heard again since then. But what if they showed up again this time? I don't understand why you're so scared, he heard Isabu snorting. During my time in Kirigakure, I hadn't even heard of them. With those cannon fodders, how bad can it be? Speaking of Kirigakure, Kurama added, you always say that you will save Haku and Zabuza, but do you have any plan of how to do that? Nope. The thought of Naruto was too cheerful to be a denial. Kurama face-palmed. Why do I always have idiots as my Jinchuriki? Hey, I'm not that bad. Nah, don't worry. They'll become your friends after you beat their asses off. Maybe some full power chakra beams of total destruction will help. Komei waved him off. Everyone stared at the beetle. What? That's how magical girls do when they want to befriend someone. Naruto silently made a vow to never let Komei and his children in the future go anywhere near manga or anime when they're together. It turned out that Isabu was too optimistic. The demon brothers, though not being as powerful as Jonin like Kakashi or Kurane, were still at Shuunin level. Cannon fodders or not, they're still forces that would give Genin a hard time fighting. And facing them right now was Hinata, who was a shy girl who didn't like fighting, and Sakura, a still fangirl who had just started training seriously for about a week. Obviously, that didn't go so well. Had it not been for Hinata's Byakugan, which has the ability to see everything around their user, the two girls and the bridge builder would have been killed. Tajuna being there put them in another severe disadvantage. Being a mere civilian, standing in the middle of a ninja battle means putting yourself in danger of being killed or maimed brutally. The fact that he was the reason for that ninja battle didn't help, either. Therefore, what seemed to be the battle between the two missing nins and the two genin kunoichi was only the two kunoichi jumping and rolling and running around, trying desperately to avoid the ruthless assault coming from the huge gauntlets of the two masked ninja while holding the bridge builder out of their reach. Some kind of gross purple liquid was dripping menacingly from the claws onto the ground. Whatever it was, Sakura wouldn't want to touch it. Or let it touch her. She jumped back, pushing Tajuna out of the way when the deadly poisonous claw aimed right at the bridge builder's face again. I'm scared. Sakura thought, her legs trembled. I'm not as good as Naruto or Sasuke-kun. Am I gonna be killed here? She could feel fear starting creeping into her spine. It's not like she couldn't fight, but all the battles before were just normal sparring between classmates or teammates. She had never had a real fight in her life. Her fists had power, but that's all they had. All the training from Kakashi only helped her increase the strength of her body, not her battle experience. And right now, she was facing an enemy with a weapon designed to kill. What am I going to do now? Luckily for her, she didn't have to do anything. What's the matter, little girl? One of the missing nins taunted while swiping at Hinata's face. Too scared to even fight back a little. Yes, Hinata was scared. Of course she was scared. This was the first time she had to face an enemy alone. The last time, she had had Kurane-sensei and her friends Kiba and Shino next to her, always ready to back her up. Right now, Sakura had her own enemy to deal with, and behind her was a trembling bridge builder she had to protect with her life. This time, she was all alone. No one was here to help her. Even if there was someone, she would be dead before they arrived. Hinata. The girl startled when Kakashi's voice reached her ears. You are not weak. The Sharingan master yelled while struggling against Zabuza's huge sword. You just don't want to fight because you don't like hurting people. But if you continue holding back, someday you won't be able to even protect the ones you love. Hinata's eyes widened. The ones I love. 00000. Flashback. Hinata let out a deep sigh after finishing her basic kata for Juken. She relaxed her body, and sat down on a log nearby. The training sessions of Kakashi during the week were nothing but brutality. The Jonin had forced them to push through their limits, and although it hurt a lot, their bodies all became stronger, faster and more flexible than before. However, whenever it came to sparring, Hinata was still the worst. Her attacks, without applying chakra, were just harmless slaps. She just couldn't steel her heart enough to use Juken on another person, let alone on her friends when they trained. Her mind and her soul just weren't ready for hurting people. Today, Kakashi-sensei had told her that she could take a rest. She was even excused from guarding duty at the construction zone. Never before during the week had the Jonin allowed anyone to rest like that. She thought of everything that happened. She thought of how useless she was during the fight with Zabuza in the forest. Could it be that, because of that, Kakashi-sensei didn't want her to fight anymore? Could it be that, she was too weak, she was not material of kunoichi at all, just like everyone said? Unable to hold herself together anymore, Hinata burrowed her face on her hands, and started crying. Hinata-chan. The girl almost jumped when Naruto's voice rose right next to her ear. "Na Naruto-kun," she squeaked, wiping her eyes quickly with her sleeve, but the damage was already done. The blonde stared at her tearful face and frowned. "What happened, Hinata-chan? Why are you crying? Did someone hurt you?" No, it's nothing." She tried to scurry away from the boy, but all her efforts were in vain. Naruto grabbed her arms and pulled forcefully so that they were facing each other. "Hinata-chan, you cannot lie to me. It's clear to me that you're sad about something. Please tell me, I'll help you if I can. I don't want to see you crying like this." Blue stared into white, and for a second, Hinata felt like something broke inside her. She broke into tears again. Warm, salty drops drenched her coat. I can't do it," she said between sobs. "I cannot fight at all. Whenever I try to do something good, I end up being everyone's nuisance. Everyone was right. I'm just too weak. I don't deserve to be a ninja. I. Too busy crying, she didn't notice she had slumped onto Naruto's chest, wetting his shirt in process. She could hear someone called her name, Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan. But she didn't care. After letting out all her frustration, pain, and despair, she thought the world was going to collapse around her. "Hinata Hyuga, you are going to listen to me right now. Hinata was so shocked she stopped crying. "And Naruto-kun?" "Hinata," Naruto said, and Hinata realized he didn't use the usual honorific. "I don't believe you are weak. I remember during the academy, you're one of the best girls in our class. How could you say you're weak?" "But Naruto didn't let her finish the sentence. "Hinata, I know you don't like hurting people, but in the future, there will be some times you have to. When you're alone and your comrades are all disabled, who will protect them if you stubbornly refuse to fight like that?" Then he chuckled. "Besides, fighting isn't always bad. I used to be like you, but then I realized that sometimes I have to fight to protect the people I love. I remember when I first used the Shadow Clone Jutsu to protect Iruka-sensei from Mizuki. It makes me feel more powerful than ever. So there, don't hesitate when you have to fight to protect someone. Especially if they're good people who are in need of your help." Hinata was stunned. Never before had she considered that possibility. Or had she? Could it be that she had thought about it, but dismissed it because it contradicted her ideal? Since the Kyumigakure incident, she had despite fighting, she thought that because her father fought and killed the Kyumigakure shinobi, her uncle Hisashi had to die. And since then, she had become scared of everything. The idea that hurting and killing people was bad was planted firm into her head, and made her a shy girl who never wanted to fight others. She stubbornly thought that if she fought, it would only lead to other people's suffering. And Hinata suddenly felt ashamed. Naruto-kun, the boy she admired and loved, the one who had suffered from abuses during his childhood, in which she observed but couldn't do anything to help, had always thought of fighting to protect others, while she, a girl born into the mighty Hyuga clan, had refused to fight only to run away from her past. Naruto-kun. End flashback. 00000. No. I will not run away anymore. A palm full of chakra slammed at Miizu's stomach, and suddenly he felt a sharp pain, as if a knife had just been shoved into his navel. He gasped, stumbling back. "What the? I will not let you harm Tajuna-san, or Sakura-san. You're within my divination." Miizu lifted his head, and finally saw what he couldn't see earlier behind the thick mist screen. A pair of pure white eyes. "No. You're Hyuga." 2 palms. Fingers poked his shoulders, and Miizu felt his arms becoming numb. 4 palms. Finger poked him again, and now his legs couldn't move. It's just like all his energy was sealed up completely in those limbs. 8 palms. 16 palms. 8 trigrams. 32 palms. Miizu's eyes rolled back into his head, and he slumped on the ground, fainted. Standing over his body was Hinata, whose white eyes were full of power and determination. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. I finally understand what you said. We will become strong when we use our powers to protect others." "You bitch. What have you done to my brother?" Gozu, who was fighting Sakura, howled like a wounded animal. He abandoned his opponent and jumped at Hinata, who had just deactivated her Byakugan, making her unable to see him advancing towards her from behind. Die. Fang over fang. From nowhere, the combination jutsu of Kiba and Akamaru slammed at Gozu, sending him flying away. He struggled to stand up, but his eyes widened, and he collapsed into another heap on the ground. Kurane smiled after successfully putting the missing nin into a blissful sleep with the genjutsu. "Hinata, you did great. I'm very proud of you." Kakashi grimaced. He didn't have to move anywhere to see that Sasuke was screwed horribly. Since the dome of ice was erected, Sasuke had been overpowered completely. Not only he couldn't even touch Haku anymore, he also became the free dummy for the fake hunter nin to practice throwing senbon. It was only through pure luck, or something Kakashi didn't know about, that Sasuke didn't become a human-shaped pincushion. Luckily for him, Kurane and her team had arrived and disposed of the blasted demon brothers quickly. Kakashi let out a sigh in relief. Now the bridge builder had protection. Kurane. You and your team, lead Tajuna-san out of here, now. I will hold Zabuza off. Kurane, as a veteran jonin, didn't need to be asked twice. Leaving civilians in the middle of a ninja battle is never a good idea, especially when that civilian is your own client. She nodded at her team, and the four ninja together with Tajuna ran back the trail they arrived from, away from the battlefield. Now there was only the problem with Sasuke. He jumped away from another deadly slash of Zabuza, and threw a kunai at the ice dome. The knife whizzed through the air, aiming at the mirror containing the image of the masked hunter Nin. Only to be caught easily by the ninja who emerged from the mirror. Damn it! And he felt a blur of orange flew past him. The hunter Nin was knocked out of the mirror with a very hard kick to the face. And Naruto landed on the bridge with a loud thud. Hello guys. What did I miss? Nice entrance there, dude. Gyuki duly noted. I know. Naruto answered with a smug grin. He turned to Sasuke, who was now slumping inside the mirror dome. Ouch. That must have hurt. Gaku winced when he saw the boy's body, now looking like a porcupine. Human's body wasn't supposed to look like that. Hey team. Naruto called into the dome. Why didn't you just, body flicker out of that dome instead of just standing there to take all those needles? Sasuke yelled out. You think I hadn't thought of that? Because he cannot. A kick to the ribs sent Naruto flying into the dome. Ow! Naruto screamed when he landed face first inside the ice dome. What's the big idea, hitting me when I was talking? And why do you think he won't, idiot? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Look out! A senbon flew past them, effectively shutting both boys up when Sasuke frantically pushed Naruto away. Inside my crystal ice mirror, I am the fastest, Haku said, pulling out another senbon from her sleeve. No movement of yours can escape my eyes, and body flicker won't help you escape my senbon. Naruto blinked. You just explained your jutsu to us. I don't get it. Why do powerful ninja always have to explain their jutsu to enemies? Haku shrugged inside her mirror. Enough with this. Sasuke roared. If these mirrors is what give you advantages, then all we have to do is destroying them. He went through hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The ball of fire blasted from his mouth, and did nothing to the mirrors. Damn it! My mirrors cannot be melted by normal fire alone. Your efforts were all in vain. And the two boys were skewered with a rain of senbon. Again. It had been too long since the last time Naruto experienced this for him to remember how hurt this was. Ow! That was the greatest understatement of the year, Shikaku flatly noted. Oh come on. That's the only thing you could say, Shikaku-chan. Naruto yelled in his mind. You could have helped me with something, like that auto-protection thing you gave Gaara. Don't Shikaku-chan me. The raccoon snapped. And that protection power is of Gaara's mother, not mine, so don't get your hope up. Okay Naruto, don't panic. What did I do the last time I fought her? The last time, he blasted everything away with Kurama's chakra. No, that won't work. That's just too overkill, I might end up blowing the whole bridge up. I have to try something else. Wind. Naruto was sure he had just heard Matatabi muttering. Huh. Sasuke has fire jutsu. Use your wind jutsu to boost the fire up, it will be able to melt the ice mirrors. Naruto's eyes widened. He had completely forgotten of collaboration jutsu. He didn't have access to his Raisen Shuriken right now, but Kakashi-sensei had just taught him a wind jutsu 2 days ago. He still hadn't perfected it completely, but it would be enough. Hey Sasuke, I got a plan. Try your fire jutsu again. Huh. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He had just tried it and it didn't work, then why? Then he saw Naruto performing hand seals, and understood immediately. He grinned, and started to weave through his own seals. Together, yeah. Naruto grinned back. Sasuke nodded. The two sets of hand seals were completed at the same time. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. And the two jutsu combined did what one alone had not. Haku had to jump out of the mirror she was standing in right before the inferno rushed through it and vaporized half of the ice dome. What power? Haku's eyes widened under her mask when the figure of Naruto bursted right through the flame. His right knuckle slammed at Haku's mask, shattering it, revealing her beautiful face. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama. I have failed you. Everything around her went dark. Why are you doing this? The question of Kakashi almost caught Zabuza off guard. I really don't understand you, Zabuza, the Cyclops continued. You're the leader of the riot against the 4th Mizukage 1 year ago, right? Why would a ninja who did such an honorable thing stoop so low to work with a scum like Gato? I don't have to explain my way of working to you. Zabuza snarled. You are a fool, Zabuza, Kakashi stated while deflecting another slash of the swordsman. After your failure at assassinating Yagura, you left Kirigakure, left all your comrades to run away alone. As far as I know, right now they're still fighting, even without your help. Do you think running away like that will help you bring freedom to Kirigakure? And now you affiliate yourself with a scum like Gato. That's just too sad. Do you really think that Gato will help you after you kill Tajuna for him? Killing intent suddenly spiked around Kakashi. Shut up. I will not listen to you anymore. Kakashi had to dodge and block frantically when his surrounding was suddenly bombarded with a furious barrage of slashes. Sorry, Naruto. Kakashi thought while pulling out a scroll from his pocket. It seems I failed to help you convince Zabuza. But what must be done has to be done. Naruto stood triumphantly over Haku's body. His own body was riddled with senbon wounds, but there was nothing his healing factor couldn't fix. Behind him, Sasuke was plucking the senbon off his body. You shouldn't do that. You might bleed to death. Naruto noted. Sasuke looked at him and scowled. This was nothing. Then Naruto noticed Sasuke's eyes. Oh, so you got your Sharingan, huh? Sasuke smirked. Yeah. It must have activated during the battle. Now I'm not gonna lose to you anymore. Naruto grinned back. Oh. I'm waiting for our next spar. Then he heard the sound of 1,000 birds chirping at the other side of the bridge. His eyes widened. Oh no. Kakashi-sensei is going to kill Zabuza. Everything flew away from his head immediately. Kakashi-sensei had promised him that he would try to convince Zabuza. Kakashi-sensei. Stop. He screamed, but his voice was unheard. The Jonin was running towards Zabuza full speed, his right fist was full of blue crackling electricity. 5 more steps and Zabuza's heart would be pierced. There was no time. Normal body flicker wouldn't help him reach them in time. He had to do it. Kurama. Please lend me your chakra. Wait. What are you trying to do? Kurama yelled when her chakra was pulled on rather forcefully, and started to form into Naruto's familiar golden chakra shroud. 3 more steps. With a kick to the ground, Naruto flew towards the fighting ninja in a yellow flash, sending a cloud of dust on Sasuke's face, leaving him coughing hysterically. He had to reach them before Kakashi's Raikiri connected. 2. He wasn't gonna make it. He could arrive in time, but there's no time to stop Kakashi's hand. 1. There was only one way. He jumped into the way of Kakashi in front of Zabuza, and the whole lightning jutsu was shoved right into his own chest. Everyone was utterly shocked. Yes, everyone. Sasuke. Sakura. Kakashi. The tailed beasts. Even Zabuza. Kakashi was the first one snapping out of his stupor. "Naruto," he screamed, hastily pulling his hand out of his student's chest, but before he could do anything else for the boy, the blade of Zabuza had been swung at his neck, and obviously, it was going to cut through Naruto's body, too. And Kakashi saw red. Clang! The giant blade was stopped dead on its track by the metal plate on Kakashi's glove. His eyes were both locked at Zabuza's face with a glare full of hatred. A flick of his arm, and Kyubikurei Basho was yanked out of Zabuza's hand. The blade flew into the sky, spun wildly and stabbed into the bridge with a loud thud. Kakashi gently put Naruto down on the hard, cold concrete surface, and stood up, grasped the handle of the giant blade and snarled in a cold voice. "I gave you a chance to back down, Zabuza, and you ruined it? Now prepare to face the consequences." Never before had Zabuza felt such a fear. Even before, when he had faced Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki couldn't even compare to this ridiculous murderous intent from Kakashi right now. He tried to move, but his limbs felt like they had petrified. "Kakashi-sensei. Don't do it." The voice of Naruto coming from behind him made Kakashi stop. He turned back, and saw the boy standing up shakily. The wound in his chest was closing up quickly, and in 2 seconds, there was no trace of it left except a gaping hole in his shirt. "Why?" That was the only word Zabuza could choke out. Naruto smiled sadly. "Because I believe you are not a bad person, Zabuza-san. Kakashi-sensei told me your story. A person who risks his life to free his village from a tyrant cannot be a bad person. Besides, I have only met Haku-chan twice, but she told me that she had a precious person whom she considered her father. That was you, right, Zabuza-san? I cannot let her last precious person be killed right in front of me. But hell, I think if she was awake, she would have done the same thing as me." Zabuza's eyes widened. The girl he had rescued from a devastated bloodline family with the intent to train into a weapon. She thought of him so highly. And yet, he was here, always thought of her as a tool, a weapon for him to use. He thought of everything Haku had done for him before. No one in his life had ever given him such a treatment. The image of Haku standing in front of him, her bloody chest having a gaping hole and an arm piercing through, suddenly flashed through his mind. What the boy said was true. If Haku was awake, that would be the thing she would do. He hung his head in shame. A drop of tear rolled down his cheek. Since he first became a shinobi, he had been taught that shinobi were simply tools for others to use. They didn't have feelings such as love or regret. They simply were killing machines, created to work for people with enough money to pay them. But right now, why was he shedding tears? Did that mean the devil of the hidden mist still had feelings as a human? More than ever, Zabuza wanted everything to stop. "I surrender. Do anything you want." And with that, the battle in the bridge was finished. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. "Right now I really want to hit you for pulling such a stunt with your own body," Kurama commented dryly, "but it seems you did a good job there, Naruto." That was an extravagant praise coming from the nine-tailed vixen. Kakashi looked at the blonde boy. A feeling of pride started blooming in his stomach. "Naruto, you really are the son of Minato-sensei." He reached his headband, pulled it down to cover his Sharingan up. His work was done. Fire style, searing migraine. And suddenly, the whole bridge was lit up with fire. Chapter 10, Unexpected. What the heck just happened? Naruto coughed out, the heat around him was making it hard to breathe. Had it not been for Kakashi and Zabuza, with their incredible reflex of Jonin-level shinobi, conjuring walls of water around them right in time to protect the three of them, they would have been fried being hit by the fire blast directly. "Leave it for later," Kakashi yelled. "Are you alright, Sakura, Sasuke?" "I'm alright." The voice of Sakura rose up behind him. "Haku!" Zabuza also screamed. "What about Haku?" Is she okay? Over here. Sasuke's voice echoed through the fire screen. She's safe with me. Water style, water stream. Zabuza bellowed, performing quick hand seals. A large stream of water blasted out of his mouth, which wasn't covered by bandages now, quickly extinguishing most of the sea of fire around them, leaving the bridge covered in a cloud of smoke. A mixture of anger and fear suddenly riled up inside of Naruto. It was not from the boy himself, but from a certain tailed beast residing in him. What's wrong, Kome-chan? Settle down. Naruto asked in panic, trying his best to calm his beetle friend down. It's him. The seven-tailed beetle snarled in a tone completely different from her usual cheery voice. It was full of rage, and there was a hint of fear too. I can never forget this chakra signature. This is the one who captured me and Fu during our timeline. Who had just attacked us? Show yourself. Kakashi roared, pulling his Hitate up again. He was almost out of chakra, but this was a matter of life and death and no moment to be stingy. From within the cloud of smoke, the masked figure of Kakuzu, missing Nin of Takigakuer, stepped out. Chaos had broken out inside Naruto's belly. What the fuck? What the fuck? Shikaku screamed, while running around hysterically in a speed quite fast for a chubby tanuki like her. Why does the Akatsuki decide to strike so soon? Shikaku, calm down. Isabu snapped. Shikaku turned back and grabbed the turtle's head, pulling him close to her face. Calm down. You're telling me to calm down. That man is a member of the Akatsuki, and right now we're stuck with a Naruto who doesn't have any useful jutsu, and cannot even use our power properly. We're dead. Shikaku's right, Jayaki said grimly. This is the man who single-handedly took down Kome and her Jinchuriki. If we have to face him right now, we're as good as dead. That's if there hadn't been any of his associations around. No, I don't think we have to worry about that. Every head turned toward Kokuaha. What do you mean by that? Gaku asked. Look at him, the horse answered calmly. If he's in the Akatsuki, he has to be wearing their signature cloud-shaped cloak, but now he's not. Therefore I assume that he's not in the Akatsuki, at least not yet, and we won't have to worry about his partners. But even so, he will be one of the Akatsuki, Kokuahenii, Matatabi noted. He is still a very powerful enemy. And Naruto isn't prepared for an opponent like him. I know, Kokuaha agreed. It seems his target wasn't Naruto, though. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, and Zabuza Mamakai, the devil of the hidden mist, Kakuzu drawled, cracking his neck menacingly. It seems that midget didn't give me false information. But Kureneuahai, the Genjutsu mistress is not here. No matter, I'll hunt her down later. That bastard Gato. Zabuza snarled. I shouldn't have trusted him. To sell me out to the like of you. You know him, Zabuza? Kakashi asked, his eyes didn't leave the newcomer. Of course I know him, the Mist Shinobi growled. He is Kakuzu, bounty hunter, and missing Nin of Takigakuer. He is the one who is responsible for the death of Kushimaru, one of my teammates when I was still in the Seven Swordsmen. Ah, I still remember that one, Kakuzu laughed cruelly. 50 million Ryo bounty, not a bad little haul for a hunting day. But don't worry, your own bounty in the bingo book is not bad, either. Sweat started to drip from Kakashi's eyebrow. If what Zabuza said was true, then they're facing someone who could take down a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist single-handedly, and if he had killed Kushimaru Kuriareri, one of the most bloodthirsty members of the Seven Swordsmen of all people, only for the bounty, how many other powerful shinobi would that monster have hunted before, and after that? There's no doubt that they're facing an incredibly powerful enemy. And right now, the only ones capable to fight on his side were two almost exhausted jonin. Can you still fight, Kakashi? Kakashi grimaced when Zabuza voiced the question he was having inside his own head. I can still hold out for a bit, but not for long, he answered. Great, Zabuza muttered. Then you just stay there and look pretty, I'll take on that bastard alone. That's just suicidal, Zabuza, Kakashi noted. Don't you see how powerful he is? He nearly turned all of us into barbecue with only one fire jutsu. I know, Zabuza snarled. But this is a matter of honor. This bastard will pay for messing around with members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. He stood up, and brandished Kyobikari Basho again. The blade of the gigantic sword gleamed as if agreeing with its wielder. How honorable, Kakuzu laughed, his laughter was dry and unamused. That Kuriarari also said that before I killed him. And Zabuza snapped. He leapt at Kakuzu in a surprisingly fast speed, and swung his sword so hard the only thing everyone could see was a black flash aiming at the Takigaku or missing Nin's waist. And Kakuzu seemed to be too slow to dodge or to do anything else to stop the blade from cutting him in half. Die, bastard! But, much to Zabuza's surprise and horror, the blade just slammed at Kakuzu's waist and stopped dead right there. He struggled to push on, but it didn't even budge. So, hard. This is the best the devil of the hidden mist can do? So pathetic. Zabuza's eyes widened when his enemy cocked his fist back. Instinct told him to withdraw his sword and use it to shield himself right before the fist landed on his chest. Flesh and bones collided with steel, causing a deafening clang and sending Zabuza flying. The man slammed hard on the ground, bounced a few times and could only stop himself by stabbing the sword on the bridge surface. Zabuza grimaced, both his arms felt numb and were shaking violently. What kind of human is he? His trend of thought was cut abruptly when Kakuzu covered their distance with just a leap, his fist cocked back again. Zabuza ducked and rolled away, right in time before the fist connected with the ground and made a small crater in hard concrete. Screw ninjutsu, this guy's taijutsu was one of the most horrible Zabuza had ever seen. The only one he could think of who possessed something as powerful as this was Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sunin. If taijutsu and kenjutsu don't work, how about ninjutsu? Water style, giant vortex. The dangerous water cascade surged up from under the bridge and crashed down on Kakuzu's head. The missing nin was seemingly drowned under a ton of water dumping on his head. Ha! Take that, huh! Much to his horror, Kakuzu walked out from under the raging jutsu, soaking wet, but completely unharmed. The power of that jutsu was impressive, devil of the hidden mist. Your heart will make a good replacement, I must say. Sweat rolled down from Zabuza's temples. He didn't understand what the bounty hunter meant when he said replacement, but that couldn't be anything good. However, now he understood why Kushimaru Kuriarari was murdered so easily by this bastard. This enemy was way too powerful for him, no, for anyone to take on alone. Suddenly, a kunao sword passed him, aiming right at Kakuzu's head. The missing nin raised his hand to block, and the knife bounced off his skin harmlessly. He just didn't expect the kunao to explode in his face. At the same time, a hand grabbed Zabuza and pulled him back a safe distance. I thought you're not going to fight, Zabuza asked, and Kakashi answered him with a grin under his mask. Well, that's when I didn't have enough chakra, but now I have more than enough. Besides, I promised Naruto that I won't let you die, and I'm keeping that promise. Kakashi's body was now, literally, glowing with vibrant red chakra. 00000. 1 minute ago. What do you think you're doing, Naruto? Kakashi asked when Naruto stood up, his hand holding a kunao. Do you even have to ask? Naruto stared at Kakashi as if he had lost his mind. Zabuza is losing out there. We need to help him. Are you out of your mind? Sasuke, who had just carried Haku out of the battlefield, yelled. That man was a monster. Even I know when I am outmatched. If we go out there, We'll be killed for sure. Well, if we don't, Zabuza will be killed. Naruto retorted. Sasuke bristled. I just cannot understand you, Naruto. What is that Zabuza to you, anyway? He's a murderer who had just tried to kill us. Why do we have to risk our life for him? Anger filled Naruto's head. He opened his mouth, ready to throw an insult to Sasuke's face. Naruto, as the leader of the team, I command you to settle down. The voice of Kakashi suddenly rose from behind him. Naruto snapped his head back. But... settle down. Naruto flinched when he looked at Kakashi's eyes. He gulped, and obediently obeyed the command. This time I agree with Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi continued. Kakuzu is targeting me and Zabuza, and both of us are no match for Kakuzu. If we let Zabuza fight alone, we'll all be killed. We can only stand a chance if we cooperate with Zabuza. So I'll go out there, and you guys stay back. This is not a fight you can take part in. He pulled out a soldier pill from his pouch, popped it in his mouth and stood up. This is not much, but it will have to do. Then he felt Naruto tapped his shoulder. Suddenly, a rush of chakra surged through his body. It raged through every inch of his chakra pathway, but it didn't hurt. It was warm and lively. And incredibly powerful, too. Kakashi felt his body refreshed completely, and stronger than ever. Sensei, the boy behind him whispered. Stay safe, and win for me. And Sensei, 5 hearts. Kakashi nodded, despite not understanding what the boy had just said. He stood up, and leapt towards Zabuza and Kakuzu. He didn't see Sasuke looking at Naruto with narrowed eyes. 00000. So you're here to lend me your pity. Zabuza scowled. It's obvious he wasn't thrilled with the idea of being saved by his enemy. You can kill me for that later, Zabuza, Kakashi answered. But right now, what we must focus on is Kakuzu if we don't want to be killed. But what can we do? Zabuza asked while glancing at Kakuzu, who was now coughing from sucking a bit of smoke into his lungs. That bastard is just, invulnerable from all my attacks. Don't worry, I already have an idea on how to beat him, Kakashi answered calmly, then frowned, but first he needs to stop moving. I don't think my Ninken can bind him to the ground like they did to you before. Zabuza grimaced, but then grinned. If that's the only thing you need, then consider it done. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow when Zabuza, once again, faced him alone. I thought you have learned your lesson and cooperate with Kakashi. It seems like you really want to die alone, huh? I don't need the help of that copycat, Zabuza smirked. He brandished the blade of executioner again. I will take you down with my own hands. Foolish little boy. Well, that's your own choice, Kakuzu shrugged. He made one hand seal. Now die. Fire style, searing migraine. The deadly fire blast was aimed at Zabuza once more, but suddenly from nowhere, Kakashi emerged and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style, mud wall. The wall of earth sprouted from the bridge surface, effectively blocking the sight of Zabuza and Kakashi from Kakuzu's view, and the fire jutsu exploded harmlessly on it. Now. Hidden mist jutsu. The mist screen covered the whole bridge again, but this time, it was so thick that everyone on the bridge couldn't see something even if it was right in front of them. But Kakuzu only laughed. You think that kind of child's toy can help you hide from me? Wind style, pressure damage. Wind style. A tornado much stronger than that wind blast of Naruto before exploded from Kakuzu's body, throwing all the genin off their feet and clearing the mist screen away. It also revealed a surprised Zabuza who had just got to Kakuzu's place with his sword crashing down at the Taki missing nin. Naturally, he caught the blade with his hand just like before. This is getting old. But now, it's over. The extremely powerful punch finally connected with a sickening thud, and Zabuza let go of Kyobikaraibisho, coughed, and collapsed to the ground. And turned into water. What? A water clone. Another Zabuza was right behind him. Yes. Now, fly. With a mighty roar, Zabuza slammed the flat of his blade at Kakozu's face, hard, and the bounty hunter was sent flying away like a baseball. His body soared across the sky about 60 meters, and fell into the water of the river with a loud splash. Everyone winced. Naruto face-palmed. Yeah! Home run! Jayaki hollered inside Naruto's head. That's just humiliating, Sasuke noted. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yeah. Invulnerability or not, that must have hurt. Kakozu's head emerged from underwater. You've done it, brat, he growled, pushing himself up on the water surface. There's no way I'm going to hold back any more after this. Hold back this. The voice of Zabuza suddenly rose up behind him. Water prison jutsu. Kakozu snapped his head back, but he was not fast enough. The water in the river around him rose up, forming a hard, spherical cage around him, effectively locking all his movement. Kakashi, now. From afar, Kakashi shot toward them like a bullet. His right hand was crackling with the familiar blue lightning of his trademark rakery. Kakozu's eyes widened in realization. The Zabuza who had just smashed him into the river was also a clone. The hidden mist jutsu from before wasn't to hide Zabuza for the purpose of attacking, it was for him to make water clones to set up this trap. Squelch. The lightning blade pierced Kakozu's chest cleanly with a gurgling sound. You think I didn't notice that? Kakashi said while pulling his hand out of Kakozu's chest. You used a ninjutsu before you engaged us to harden your body to the point it was as hard as diamond. And after that, your body was impervious to water ninjutsu. Only a powerful earth-style jutsu can have that kind of effect. Sadly, even the most powerful earth technique has a glaring weakness against lightning. And unfortunately for you, I have a powerful technique of that very same element. The water prison dissolved, and Kakozu's body fell down and sunk into the river. Kakashi and Zabuza looked at the body disappearing into the dark green water for a while. Then Zabuza spoke out. Is he really dead? Kakashi nodded. He should have been. I'm very sure that I have taken out his heart when the rakery landed. The two of them looked at each other. So, what now? Nothing, Zabuza shrugged. Gato betrayed me, so there is no reason for us to fight anymore. Unless. He suddenly grinned, you still want to be killed for showing pity on me. Kakashi chuckled. I appreciate your offer, but no thanks. I still have many things I want to do in my life. He reached onto his headband, covering his Sharingan up again. And his instinct screamed at him to get the hell away from the place he was standing. Zabuza. Look out. But his concern was redundant. Feeling the killing intent himself, Zabuza had jumped away right before the water exploded violently below his feet with a loud boom. Emerging from underwater was Kakozu, but he looked nothing like he had been 1 minute ago. His body was now taking a monstrous form with black tendrils piercing through his skin, forming grotesque tentacles on his back and below his neck. At the places where should have been his shoulders lay two strangely looking masks, and next to them, there were two gaping holes with the seemingly fragments of two other masks, from which a disgusting looking substance was leaking out. What kind of monster is he? That was the thought both Kakashi and Zabuza was sharing. What looked like a mouth in Kakozu's real face, which settled in the middle of the two masks, cracked open with a snarl. You two bastards destroyed 2 of my hearts. You will pay for it, with your own. 2 of my hearts? Now Kakashi understood what Naruto meant when he said 5 hearts. Because of having more than 1 heart, he couldn't be killed with a normal attack to the heart like other human beings. The mouths of the 2 masks on his shoulders opened, and Kakashi suddenly felt a thrill of foreboding. Fire style, searing migraine/wind style, pressure damage. The two familiar jutsu were cast once again. But this time, wind amplified fire, and the firestorm created was much more powerful than the combination jutsu Naruto and Sasuke had done before. Water style, water wall. Zabuza cried out desperately, and a large wall of water was erected around the two shinobi, but the effect was just trivial. The raging flame swept across them, and the water barricade was only barely able to hold on. In just a second, the river was bathed in a sea of fire. Kakashi let out a choking cough. The heat of the fire and the steam coming from the water under his feet were making it very hard to breathe. Then suddenly, from inside the flame, tendrils shot out, aiming at Kakashi and Zabuza's faces. Fuck, the two ninja cursed, swinging their sword and kunai to cut the black threads, but even more of them shot out, restraining their hands and tying them up completely. Couldn't use jutsu anymore, they could just stared helplessly when Kakuzu stepped out from behind the flame while cackling menacingly. Your hearts are mine, he laughed like a psycho, while some more black threads sprouted out from his body and hovered in front of the two restrained shinobi, ready to impale them to rip their hearts out of their chests. Is this it, Kakashi thought, closing his eyes, is this the end of me? I still haven't fulfilled my duty with my team, with Naruto. I still haven't done anything to save Rin, and Obito. Obito. Kakashi's eyes snapped open again. How could he forget about it? He still had one more jutsu, which didn't require any hand seal. But he still hadn't ever used it successfully before. But there's no time to hesitate. If it didn't work, he would have to make it work. He concentrated every last drop of chakra in his body. There was only one chance, he needed to put everything he had into it. His Sharingan morphed into the pinwheel shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? What is this? Kakuzu screamed in panic when a vortex appeared right in the middle of the fabric of space right on his chest and started sucking him into it. He struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. One of his arms and the mask on that shoulder had been sucked completely into the black hole. The tendrils approaching Zabuza and Kakashi stopped abruptly on the air right when they're about to stab on their chests, and were slowly being dragged away from them. Kakashi, meanwhile, started to feel an aching tingle in his left eye socket. Come on. Keep it going. Just a little bit more. No. No. This is not happening. I'm immortal. Die. Kakuzu screamed hysterically before his head was sucked into the black hole. A tendril was launched at Kakashi's heart, but missed, and stabbed the Sharingan master's stomach instead. Ugh. The Konoha Jonin cringed when the black spear impaled his stomach, his left eye snapped shut, and the black hole vanished, bringing half of Kakuzu's body into the alternate dimension. The only thing of Kakuzu remained in the battlefield was his legs and bits of the black threads in his body, which were now all sinking into the greenish water below them, releasing the two shinobi they had been binding. Kakashi slumped down. The Mangekyo technique had drained him more than he had thought. Even being charged with chakra of the Kyuubi before, he could feel his body being exhausted to the core. He only had enough chakra to keep himself stable on the water surface. For a while, the genin, Zabuza, and Kakashi himself, no one could utter a single word. They were all too appalled by the incredible jutsu Kakashi had just pulled out. Finally, Zabuza croaked. Is it over? Kakashi didn't bother to answer. Even if Kakuzu hadn't died, without his head he would never have been able to do anything to them anymore. Besides, even if he could, there was no way Kakashi and Zabuza could handle another battle with him. Well, look what we have here. Seems like the famous copy ninja and the devil of the hidden mist are not as powerful as people say now, huh? Everyone snapped their head back to find a black-glassed midget in a suit standing on the bridgehead. A battalion of thugs fully armed was standing behind him. Thank Kami for delivering you into my hands, Zabuza snarled. You will die today for betraying me, Gato. Oh. Gato smirked. By you and what army? An arrow stabbing the ground right in front of his face answered him. How about this army? A voice echoed in the air from the other side of the bridge. Gato looked up, and broke into sweat when seeing all citizens in the land of waves, with Inari leading, together with teammate, standing there, weapons ready. Besides, the voice of Zabuza suddenly rose next to his ears, who said that I need help to kill a bastard like you, Gato. Gato's arrogant smirk dropped like a rock, and he looked like he had just pissed himself. Please don't kill me, he whimpered. Too bad, Zabuza said, and with a swing of his sword, Gato became a dead body without its head. Team 7 and everyone else sweat dropped when Zabuza continued to brutally mowing down the army of bandits. So, our work here is done? Naruto asked. Yeah, Kakashi nodded. Although I think we're not going back home for a while with the bridge being damaged like this. They looked back at the bridge. What looked like a nearly completed great bridge one day ago had become riddled with holes and burning marks, and littered with corpses. No one saw a figure on a cliff afar warping away in a spiral vortex. Haku's eyes fluttered open. The first thing she knew was that she was facing a wooden ceiling, and that she was lying on a soft, comfortable bed. And after realizing that, the first thing she wanted to do was to fall into her blissful slumber again. It was too long since the last time she slept on a bed. It was much more comfortable than the sleeping bag she usually used during her constant travel with Zabuza-sama. Wait. Zabuza-sama. Everything rushed back into her head with the might of a hammer blow. She remembered the fight on the bridge, when she had been forced to use her most powerful jutsu, and the two boys from Konoha melted that most powerful jutsu with a combination of wind and fire, and she was knocked out by a punch to the face. She bolted upright and looked around. She was in a small bedroom. Wooden walls. Small desk at the corner. Naruto-kun sitting on a chair next to the bed. Electric light bulbs on the ceiling. Wait. Naruto-kun. Ah, Haku-chan, you're awake. Yes. Naruto-kun. Eep, she yelped, unconsciously pulling the blanket covering her body up, muffling her voice in the process. Despite being a powerful ninja, Haku was still a girl. And having a boy in her bedroom, well, not quite her bedroom anyway, looking at her sleeping face. Haku's face burned up dangerously, and she opened her mouth, ready to scream. Only for a hand of Naruto muffling her before any sound could come out. Shhhhhhh. Naruto exclaimed in panic. Don't scream, do you want Zabuza to castrate me? He has been trying to do that for a while after I said I would look after you when you slept. Wait, Haku's eyes widened. Zabuza-sama is still alive. Of course. Naruto gave her a foxy grin. And he seemed to be quite worried about you, Haku-chan. The embarrassment was quickly replaced by a smile of relief and happiness. Thank goodness. Haku sighed. Then she remembered. Wait, Naruto-kun, where am I? You're in Tajuna's house, Naruto answered. Gato was dead, and you probably won't want to go back to his place anyway, so. Haku winced. She could still remember how she and Zabuza had tried to kill the bridge builder when they were coming back from Konohagakure. Why did you spare me? She asked sadly. We were trying to kill you back then. We are your enemies. Not anymore, Haku-chan, Naruto shook his head. You only did that because of the contract between you and Gato. Now Gato died, all the conflicts between us are over. Besides, he chuckled, Zabuza and Kakashi-sensei worked together to defeat Kakuzu, so it's a tie now, eh? Haku blinked. Who is Kakuzu? Oh yeah, you were fainted during their fight, right? Kakuzu was a bounty hunter who wanted to take Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza's heads. You should have seen how they fought together, it's totally awesome. Naruto nodded. Haku blinked again. This boy, just a few hours ago, she had just tried to kill him. And now, he's acting like they'd been friends for years. Haku'd never had a happy childhood. When she was still a child, her father had killed her mother, and had also tried to kill her. And Zabuza-sama had rescued her, and since then she had become his weapon. She only existed to kill for him, to do anything he wanted her to do, nothing else. She never had a friend, and she didn't understand what it would feel to have a friend. Inside her mind, there was only Zabuza-sama, and she would do anything to satisfy him. But now, having the blonde boy in front of her talking to her casually with a huge grin on his face, she felt a strange sensation blooming inside her heart. It was warm. Is this the feeling of having a friend? But I don't deserve to be your friend, she voiced her thought unconsciously. Kaya. Her voice was cut off abruptly by Naruto wrapping his arm around her waist. Silly Haku-chan, he grinned foxily. I don't care whether you deserve to be my friend or not, the only thing I know is that I want you to be my friend, and that's enough for me to accept you. Now, stop moping around and come downstairs to eat, everyone's waiting. Then he dragged her out of the bed, despite the poor girl's frantic struggling. Everyone was standing in front of the newly completed bridge. With the help of Zabuza and the shinobi of the leaf, the bridge was completed in only a few days. And now, it was time to say farewell. I'll miss you, Naruto Nyakan, Inari said while balling into Naruto's shirt, which was now replaced as his old one had a hole on it during the battle. Naruto grinned, although his eyes also had a shed of tears. Don't worry, I'm sure we will meet again someday. Until then, he gave the boy a wink, make sure you become strong to protect everyone here, promise. Promise. Inari answered with a huge grin on his face. While the children sharing their tearful goodbye, Kakashi looked at Zabuza. So what are you going to do now? Zabuza shrugged. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to lay low for a while. I'm starting to feel tired of all the meaningless fighting. Besides, he chuckled, I have the duty of a father to fulfill now, after all. He rubbed Haku's hair, who was now blushing from happiness and embarrassment. Oh. Kakashi smiled. So the deadly devil of the hidden mist has become a harmless puppy now thanks to a little girl, eh? Say that again, and I'll show you harmless, Zabuza growled, though his voice was more playful than menacing. Leaving the two adults there bickering, Haku walked towards Naruto and his friends. The others still cringed a bit when she got near them, but she let it slide. Obviously, it's not easy to forgive someone if she had just tried to kill them before. So, I guess it's goodbye now, huh? Naruto looked at Haku's eyes and sighed. Yeah, Haku nodded. It's sad I could only be your friend for a while. Don't be silly, Naruto grinned. Once a friend, forever a friend, haven't you heard that? Oh, maybe you don't, but don't forget it. Even if you're far away, you'll still be in my heart. Haku smiled. When she smiled for real, she looked so cute. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Then she did something no one could ever expect. She grabbed his cheeks, and kissed him on the lips. Naruto's brain went numb as if it was dumped into a pit full of ice. Then he felt massive killing intent exploded behind him. He turned back, and saw Zabuza standing right next to him, Kyubikari Basho raised high, and a demonic aura cloaking his body. You'd better run, brat. Naruto didn't need to be asked twice. Well, at least this time your first kiss was not from a boy, Kurama snickered inside his head. Shut up, Kurama. Heal. Meanwhile, Kiba and the others had to try their best to restrain Hinata when a similar demonic aura started flowing out of the white-eyed girl. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye Konoha Shinobi. Thank you so much for helping us. Eyes of everyone in the land of waves followed the back of the two Konoha shinobi teams until they disappeared behind the forest. Those children are awesome. Tajuna murmured. I can't believe one so young could change people so much. The whole land of waves is united now, and it's all thanks to that boy. Yeah, Zabuza nodded. They're just normal genin now, but I can see they will become legends in the near future. So what should we name this bridge anyway? Someone in the back yelled. Tajuna shook his head. Don't worry everyone. I think I have found a perfect name for the bridge. What is it? Someone asked loudly from the crowd. Tajuna grinned. The Great Naruto Bridge. We've finally found you, Zabuza-san. Zabuza narrowed his eyes when the three Umbu of Kirigakura dropped down to the ground in front of him. He reached the hilt of Kyubikaribasho on his back, but a masked shinobi in front of him raised his hand. Please wait, Zabuza-san. We're here to deliver a message from the new Mizukage. A new Mizukage, huh? Zabuza mouthed. So the revolution has finally succeeded. Tell me, what do you want from me? The Mizukage invites you to return to Kirigakura, sir. She wants you to once again become the leader of the Seven Swordsmen. She promises if you return, all the bounty on your head which originates from Kirigakura will be erased completely. The Umbu pulled out a scroll from his shuriken pouch and handed it to Zabuza. Here, sir, this will make everything clear. Zabuza glanced at the Umbu warily, then received the scroll and opened it carefully. It was, indeed, an official documentation from the Mizukage. It basically stated the same things the Umbu had just said: invitation to return to the village, forgiveness from the failed assassination, etc. But when he looked at the signature at the bottom of the letter, his eyes widened. The name in the signature was Mei Terumi, with a tiny symbol of a heart at the tail of the last I. She only used that signature in letters for her close people. The letter in his hand couldn't be of anyone else but her. Mei-chan. Haku, he rolled the scroll closed, and looked at his newly adopted daughter, who was standing next to him, with a smile. Get your luggage ready, we're going home. Chapter 11, Everything was completely messed up. Do you think you can fix him? Of course. I am God. There is nothing my Naraka path cannot fix. The mouth of the king of hell opened, and from there, the familiar figure of Kakozu emerged, completely rejuvenated. Finally. I can finally walk again. Kakozu bellowed while laughing like a madman. Kakashi Hatake, this time you won't get away from me. I'll blast you to shred for doing that to me. Ha 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 ha. Konan, who was now standing next to the Deva Path of Pain, face-palmed. This is just stupid. The man wearing a spiral mask, who was standing next to her, shrugged. Well, he's powerful, you know. Kakozu of Takigakure, the Deva Path stepped up and looked at the five, now three-hearted missing nin. We restored your body, as agreed. From now on, you are a member of Akatsuki. Oh yeah. Kakozu sneered. And why do I have to listen to you? Because if you're with us, you will be able to claim much larger bounties than you've ever had before. Toby answered smoothly. Besides, Pain continued, who said that you had a choice? You're threatening me. Kakozu screamed, his two remaining masks sprouted from his shoulders, aiming at all the Akatsuki members standing in the room. A fireball was formed in the mouth of one mask, and a small whirlwind in the other. But Pain didn't even faltered a little bit. He raised his hand, and closed his eyes. Shinra Tensei. Kakozu was blown across the room, and slammed into the opposing wall with a loud crash. The force of the push was so incredible a crater was left on the stone wall behind him. Kakozu gasped out in pain, the chakra he had just stored for the jutsu dissipated harmlessly. What is this power? You have no chance, Kakozu. Come with us, and we won't have to kill you to keep our organization secret. A pair of rippled purple eyes was staring down at him from above. Those eyes. And from then on, Kakuzu knew he was lost. He quietly received the ring from Pain without another word. And that's another member for the Akatsuki, Obito Uchiha said in satisfaction, a smirk formed under his mask. I don't get it, Kisame Hoshigaki, the shark swordsman, snorted. If you only need people for the ceiling, why didn't you use those bodies of yours anyway? That's not something you're allowed to ask, Pain answered coldly, and Kisame shrugged, but stopped asking anyway. By the way, where did you find that man? Konan questioned in curiosity. The masked man shrugged again. Found him battling Kakashi Hatake and Zabuza Mamakai at the bridge construction zone in the Land of Waves. It seems the team of Kakashi includes the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and your brother, Itachi. That boy finally managed to awaken his Sharingan. From a dark corner of the room, Itachi Uchiha raised an eyebrow, but didn't answer. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, huh? Pain asked, his voice showed a hint of interest. How was he? Nothing much, Obito answered. He managed to tap into the Kyuubi's chakra, but that's it. He's kind of fast for a genin, but except for that, there is nothing special, as far as I can see. Well, except for his regeneration ability. That fool decided to take a killing blow meant for Zabuza, and was completely healed in just a few seconds. I see, Pain nodded. That might be a problem for us in the future, though. Maybe we should capture him before he becomes too powerful. Wait. Everyone turned towards Itachi, who had just raised his voice. I don't think that will be a wise idea, leader, the Uchiha continued. As far as I know, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is very close to the third Hokage. If we try to capture him right now, it might pull us into an all-out war with Konohagakure, and might lead to the Fourth Shinobi World War if our action is revealed to other countries. With the Akatsuki as it is right now, I don't think we can afford such a large-scale war at the moment. Everyone stopped to digest what Itachi had just said. That does make sense, Pain nodded after a thought. Then this will be what we're going to do now. Itachi, you take Kisame and go to Konohagakure to investigate and test that boy, to find out how good he is and report back to me, and if possible, capture him. Meanwhile, Konan and Tobi will travel around the elemental countries to find more potential recruitments. Zetsu will continue to investigate about Orochimaru. What about Kakuzu? Konan asked. I'll take care of him, Tobi raised his hand. I think he said something about needing to find hearts to replace his lost ones. Besides, I heard some rumor about a Jashinist named Haiden in Yogakure. Maybe he will be a good partner for our immortal friend. Good, Pain nodded. I'm counting on you, Tobi. Now, dismiss. Yeah. Naruto yelled, and thrusted his hand forward. The perfectly formed Raiznan collided with the trunk of a tree in front of him and drilled a large, deep round hole into it. Yeah! Completed finally. Naruto punched the sky in excitement. With the Raiznan completed, he was one step closer to regaining his old power. Good, the voice of Kokuwa rose in his head. Now come into your mindscape, we need to talk. The voice of the horse seemed to be harsher and heavier than usual. Huh? What's wrong, Kokuwa? Don't ask, just come in here. Naruto was confused. Not understanding what he had done wrong, he sat down and closed your eyes. Within a blink of an eye, he was inside his mindscape, and immediately realized the tailed beasts looking down at him, each of whom was wearing a grim expression on their faces. What's wrong, guys? Naruto asked hesitantly. There was definitely something wrong with them. Naruto, we want to talk to you about that time on the bridge, when you jumped into the way of Kakashi to block a Raikiri for Zabuza, Gyuki started. Naruto's face brightened, and he grinned. Oh, that. Heh, that was pretty cool, eh? There was nothing cool about that, Naruto, Isabu glared at him. If that jutsu hit you a little bit more to the left, it would have taken your heart away. You were almost killed back there. And you think that was cool? Naruto cringed when the turtle barked those words into his face. He retorted. So what? In the end I still saved him, right? That wasn't an excuse. This time, it was Kokuaha's voice booming around his mindscape. That action of yours was nothing but foolish. There is nothing funny if you die trying to save people. Naruto glared at the tailed beasts, rage started to bubble in his stomach. So his saving of Zabuza was wrong, was he? Even if I have to die, if I can save them, it's worth it? There's nothing for me to regret about it? Naruto answered coldly. He didn't expect Chikaku to punch him in the face. Being in her beast form, she hit hard. Naruto was sent flying like a rag doll, he hit the ground and bounced a few times before slamming hard at the sakura tree. He felt as if all his bones had just been broken. Yes, she hit so hard that Naruto felt pain even when he was in his mindscape. Did you even think when you said those words? She roared menacingly, her eyes were full of rage. Did you even stop for a second to remember that if you die, we will all die too? Oh yeah, the tailed beasts can revive if they're dead, so just let them die, it's no problem. Well, fuck you, just go try that yourself, leave us out of this. You care about someone you only met once, and neglect someone who is right next to you. I can't believe I decided to help you at the very beginning. Looking at Naruto right now, everyone might think that he had just taken a punch to the face. Well, he did, but you know what I mean. I. He stuttered, but Chikaku didn't let him finish. She continued to scream at his face, her voice booming around him like thunder. And you think risking yourself to save people is good? Well, sorry, it's not. You can save one person or two with it, yeah, but what about after that? Oh, how can you know, because you're dead. Dead men can only do one thing, which is lying in their grave and look pretty. If you want to do that, then go on, go and jump off the Hokage mountain, no one will try to keep you. At least the world will have one less idiot. For the first time in so many years, Naruto Uzumaki of all people couldn't even utter a word to retort. Because what Chikaku had just said was completely true. On the bridge, in the haste of saving Zabuza, he had completely forgotten the crucial fact that all the tailed beasts inside him would also die if he was dead. He had plunged himself into the hand of death, risking the lives of all the ones he had just called his friends just a few days ago, only for some people he had known for about 4 days. He didn't even spare a second to think what would happen if they were dead. I think they were right, Naruto. Kurama, who had stayed silent since Naruto arrived at his mindscape, chose this moment to speak up. Maybe I shouldn't have encouraged you like I did on the bridge. Risking your life for nothing is a poor repayment for everyone who cherishes you. Naruto slumped on the ground. More than ever, he felt like a jerk. Sorry everyone, he mumbled in shame. It was all my fault. I was too weak. I couldn't think of any other way to save him. Then his face hardened. But it means I have to push myself harder. I swear, the next time something like that happens, I will be ready to face it without risking my life. Can you please help me? The tailed beasts looked at each other and shook their heads. Naruto was still Naruto, no matter what happened. But at least he was not going to kill himself this time. Then I think it's time to push your training to the next level. Kokuaha said. Sasuke Uchiha was walking in the market district of Konohagakure. On his hands was a bag full of groceries. Yes, even being an Uchiha, he still had to eat. And that meant he had to go shopping just like everyone else. Food does not fly to your front door by themselves, you know. He arrived at his regular vegetable store. The clerk greeted him with her usual fawning smile. Ah, Uchiha-sama. It's our pleasure to serve you again. Sasuke squirmed uncomfortably. Since the day he was designated into Team 7 and the speeches Naruto and Kakashi delivered to him, he had realized that most of the citizens in Konohagakure flattered him only because of his Uchiha heritage. Even this clerk was not an exception, even though her goods were quite nice. Kuriko-san, I told you not to call me Uchiha-sama, he said, shaking his head. But the clerk only answered him with another disturbingly sweet smile. Nonsense, you are Uchiha-sama, and I have the responsibility of addressing you with that name. Sasuke shuddered. He suddenly felt so violated. He decided to ignore her, and turned to his favorite tomato stand, starting to choose the best ones out. Right at that time, 2 more men walked into the store. They came to the counter and started to ask the clerk some questions. Sasuke ignored them, too. What they wanted to do was not of his concern, even when they wore something as strange as face-hiding cloaks with cloud-shaped patterns in the middle of a sunny day. His ears only perked up when the name Naruto Uzumaki came out. Sasuke was curious. Those guys obviously were not from Konoha. What on earth did they need his teammate for? But the 2 men didn't ask further. When the clerk shook her head with a sneer, they just nodded and walked out of the store without any other question. When one of them opened the door, Sasuke accidentally caught a glimpse of his eyes. And everything in his body froze. Sharingan. He was looking at a pair of Sharingan. Wait. He dropped the basket full of tomatoes in his hand unceremoniously and bolted toward the door. But when he managed to get outside, the 2 men had disappeared without a trace. Sasuke's stomach twisted up as if it was thrown into a washing machine. Itachi was back, and he was after Naruto. Okay, calm down. If he is after Naruto, I just have to get to Naruto first. I need to find Naruto. He looked around. And where is Naruto's house, anyway? This sucks. Why do I have to do this? Naruto was sitting in his room, flanked by 50 shadow clones. In front of each was a sheet of paper, and each of them was holding pencils on their hands. Kokuya had just explained the first step of his training to him. And Naruto could swear he had never heard of any kind of training as absurd as this was. Seriously, training is one thing, but learning how to draw? This is just ridiculous. It's not that absurd, Naruto, Kokuya chuckled amusingly when he saw the result of Naruto's first attempt. It is the most basic training for ones who want to use creation of all things. Yeah, I know. Naruto grumbled unhappily. But why do I have to learn this? First of all, Naruto, the purpose of this training is actually to teach you how to the blueprint of what you want to create with your chakra. Kokuya assumed his lecture mode. It's just like the shadow clone jutsu, you need a complete, perfect blueprint in order to create something with creation of all things. And this time you cannot use your soul as a replacement, you have to create it yourself with your imagination. Ugh. Naruto grumbled again. But this is so boring. I thought you're teaching me something cool, like those Keki Genkai thingy you gave your other Jinchuriki. The horseman stared at Naruto. Then he started snorting with laughter. What the heck, who told you that advanced natures are Keki Genkai, Naruto? That's just stupid. What? Naruto squinted in confusion. But Kakashi-sensei said that those are Keki Genkai, and cannot be learned. Kokuya finally calmed down, chuckled and shook his head. That is simply what humans think. The true Keki Genkai here is not having 2 chakra elements, it is actually the ability to multitask. Only a few people are capable of doing it naturally, therefore the ability to use advanced natures is mistaken by humans as Keki Genkai. It is a very hard skill, and takes a very long time to master, but it can be learned. Kurama, who chose that moment to walk into the room, laughed. That fool Orochimaru. He kidnapped a bunch of people who can use advanced natures, thinking that if he took their body he could use their abilities. So even if the body has the right elements, the person who has it still cannot use the advanced element without training. Naruto muttered, his face now looked more like a cute fox than ever. But wait, then what about the wood style? Madara could use it after taking the first gene. Ah, that. Suddenly the two-tailed beasts grimaced. Well, that ability is not a Keki Genkai, either. It is actually a tailed beast skill engraved into the genetic material of the first Hokage, and because of that, there is no other in his family inherited that ability from him, but ones with his DNA can use it. That's disturbing, though. Naruto blinked. Tailed beast skill? Just like those lava and ink things you guys can do. Actually, no, Kokuwa shook his head. When we were created by our father, beside the immense chakra of the Juobi, he also gifted each of us with one of his own special traits. Kurama has his regeneration and the ability to sense negative emotions, Gyuki has his skills in Fuinjutsu, Gaku inherits his extreme talent in Taijutsu, Matatabi gets both the ability to create incredibly powerful genjutsu and resisting them. Wow, so I might inherit all those awesome abilities from you? Naruto asked, his eyes sparkling. Kurama chuckled. Actually, some of them are not that awesome. Komei gains all of his positive emotions, which made her a happy and cheerful ball of energy as she is now. Sometimes she is still sulking because she doesn't have a special power like us. Kokuwa shook his head. Actually, I think she had one of the most helpful gifts. You must understand that the ability to feel happy and think positively is the greatest power in the world. If I remember right, that is what helped you keep standing to fight when Madara had his Rinnegan back, am I right, Naruto? Naruto blushed. Just like the old man, always wise and philosophical, huh? Kurama sighed, and Kokuwa smirked. Naruto blinked. What about you, Shikaku, Isabu and Saikyo? Kokuwa nodded. I was lucky to be blessed with the sage's sharp thinking and his vast knowledge. Shikaku is the only one of us who can use ninjutsu like a ninja. Isabu inherited his powerful and sturdy body, that's why he was born as a turtle. And Saikyo, she has the most powerful life force and the ability to imbue her chakra with life. That is why she was born last, and the reason why the first Hokage has the wood style. Wood, or tree, is the symbol of life, you know. The power of life is one of the most powerful and dangerous powers in this world. Huh. Naruto's eyes bugged out at this piece of information. So the first used to be the Jinchuriki of Saikyo. Yeah, Kurama nodded. And that's the reason why that man was called the second god of shinobi. A genius of the Senju clan, blessed with a being with such an absurd power. I thought you were the strongest tailed beast, Naruto teased, and Kurama flustered. That's not relevant, she retorted with a slight blush. Anyway, Saikyo is the only one of us who has the ability to breathe the concept of life into her chakra. You know, even though wood was made from earth and water, without life it would just become mud. And somehow, it makes her the only one who can calm us down when we go on rampages. I wonder if the old man did that purposely. When you go on rampages, you mean? Kokuwa deadpanned. Kurama pouted. Wait, Naruto exclaimed. If that man was so powerful, how could he die anyway? I heard that he was killed. How in the world could there be someone strong enough to kill him? Kurama bit her lip. Well, it is a long story. Boom. Her voice was cut off as a loud, rude knock came from the front door, rocking the house. Someone was outside, knocking, no, smashing at the door to come in. In less than a second, Naruto had been in the corridor. He glared at the door warily. It's not like his new home was an S-rank secret or something, but what kind of people would want to smash his door down like that? He silently sent the telepathic message to all the tailed beasts, and with a loud pop, all of them were back in his head. He drew a kunai, ready to fight back. Naruto! Kurama said in alarm. I can sense powerful and hostile chakra outside. There are two. They're the Akatsuki. Akatsuki! Stand aside, bellowed a rough voice. 2 seconds later, the front door was blasted from its hinges, revealing the familiar figures of Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha. Yeah, Kurama's voice once again echoed through his head. Everything was completely messed up. Naruto was running like hell on the road leading to the waterfall outside of the village. He couldn't fight the two Akatsuki members inside the village, it's too dangerous. Now when he started thinking about it, how could he fight those two, anyway? With Itachi. That man used fire, so wind jutsu was out of the question. The tailed beasts inside him could break his genjutsu, and his taijutsu, according to what he knew, was not very good. With Kisame, yeah, he was a huge problem. His chakra-sucking sword was nothing but trouble, and that man didn't seem to have a weak point after all. But maybe if he kept his distance, he might be able to outspeed him with the chakra shroud, and pelt him with weapons from afar. With both of them, he was screwed. Completely screwed. But I don't understand. Why does Itachi do this? He's a good guy. Naruto wailed in his head. Yeah, right. But he is still a jerk. Kurama snorted. Remember the day at the inn? Those two would have killed you had the pervert not shown up. Naruto grimaced. He remembered how Itachi had allowed the shark man to cut off his legs, and how Sasuke had been mind-raped so brutally he was put into a coma for half a month. The only chance for him was to get some help. The first ones he could think about was of course Old Man Hokage and Kakashi-sensei, but the two Akatsuki had noticed his attempt right away and had done a very good work of preventing him from getting anywhere near the urban area of the village. If he had his toad summons, he could contact Jiraiya immediately, but Pervy Sage liked to do his researches at the waterfall. Hopefully he might be there. It's very close. Then Naruto skidded into an abrupt halt. There was no sign of Jiraiya anywhere near the waterfall. Even a slightest trace of chakra. Well, I'm in big trouble now. Suddenly from nowhere, the two Akatsuki members jumped out, blocking his way. Naruto jumped back, his hand immediately took out a kunai. There was no other way left, he had to fight. But what could he do? There's no way he could go all out without making himself suspicious. I told you Itachi, cutting his legs off will make it less troublesome, the blue man laughed, and the Uchiha nodded. Very well, do it. But don't take it too long, or the village will notice. Naruto's spine went cold. Itachi was serious. Guys, we need to fight. Can you help me? Of course we will, Naruto, Kokuwa answered. But with these guys, you cannot win with power alone. Therefore, you should advance with caution, and don't risk yourself. Do you understand? Naruto nodded silently. Good. Then Kurama, give him 2 tails of your chakra. Naruto, flare the chakra up as hard as you can. Kurama quirked an eyebrow irritatingly for being ordered around, but still gave Naruto her chakra. In less than a second, Naruto could feel the warm chakra of the vixen filling his core and spreading around his chakra network. He let out a loud battle cry, and the chakra blasted out of his body, roaring like a tornado, sending a shockwave around the field. Finally, it settled down in the form of a golden chakra cloak around Naruto's body, with 2 radiant tails sticking out from behind. 00000. At 3 different locations around Konohagakure, 3 people suddenly turned their heads. Their brains shared the very same thought. Naruto. 00000. Sasuke was running on the street of the suburb. He remembered Naruto told him that his new house was somewhere around here, but, where? Suddenly he stumbled. He felt something, some kind of force, had just exploded at the waterfall at the rear of the village. It was just a slight sensation, but he could swear that he felt it. What was happening over there? 00000. Finally decided to use the beast's chakra, et. Kisame grinned, his sharp teeth bared menacingly. This will be interesting. Naruto smirked back. Of course it is. How can I defeat you without using the Kyuubi's chakra anyway? Defeat us? Kisame broke out laughing. Did you hear that, Itachi? He's going to defeat us? Ha ha ha, this is rich. Itachi didn't answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Naruto-kun, you're going to come with us if you don't want to be killed, he said. Now, Naruto. Naruto roared and kicked the ground hard, launching himself at the two Akatsuki members like a missile. He flew toward Kisame, who raised his sword to smash him aside and drain his chakra. And past him, aiming at Itachi standing behind him a few meters. He swiped at the Uchiha, only for the older man to lean back and avoid his hand. This is not enough to. Itachi's words were cut off abruptly when an arm made of chakra emerged from Naruto's right shoulder and punched him at the face. He quickly reinforced his arms with chakra and blocked the attack right in time before it smashed into his face. He stumbled back, both his arms, even buffed with chakra, felt numb as if they had been hit by a sledgehammer. So this is the power of the Nine Tails. He's trying to use his advantages in physical abilities. Clever. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Itachi bellowed, and a ball of fire much larger than what Sasuke could use blasted out of his mouth, aiming at the golden boy. The fireball exploded upon contact, and Naruto was drowned in a sea of flame. Itachi jumped back a few steps, eyeing the cloud of smoke in front of him warily. There's no way that boy was killed with that level of jutsu. Then suddenly, from the cloud of smoke, Naruto burst out. On his hand was a pitch-black sphere of chakra. He roared, and pushed to black many-tailed beast bomb at Itachi's stomach. But from who knows where, Kisame appeared in front of Itachi, and swung his sword hard, directly at Naruto's hand which was holding the sphere of destruction. In just a second, the sphere was devoured completely together with Naruto's chakra shroud, and Naruto's bare hand crashed into the spiky blade of the sword with a sickening crack. He screamed in pain, and dropped to the ground. His right broken arm was hanging at a very strange angle. And he popped into smoke. Shadow clone? Then two punches, one real, one made of chakra, smashed into Itachi and Kisame from behind. Naruto had moved since who knows when, and had successfully delivered a blow at the two Akatsuki. Or at least, that's what he thought. Itachi and Kisame exploded violently, blasting him away. His body slammed hard at a tree nearby, and the tree broke in half. Naruto groaned. Damn it, what is that jutsu? It hurt. Shadow clone explosion, Kokuwa grimaced. Those two are better than I thought. You have some remarkable skills, Naruto-kun, Itachi said when he was stepping out of the dust cloud. Unfortunately, those powers are still no way near our level. Still, Kisame laughed next to him, his grin was malicious. His chakra is very delicious. I wonder if I can drain him a little bit more before bringing him to leader. It's such a waste to let go of such a powerful tank of chakra. Well, fighting with tactics is down the toilet, Naruto grimaced. So what do we do now? Do you even have to ask? Gaku bellowed inside his head, when Kokuwa started opening his mouth to speak. If you cannot defeat someone with quality, crush them with quantity. Everyone except Naruto face-palmed. Right, Naruto muttered. He molded as much chakra as he could, and formed his signature hand seal. Shadow CLO. He was cut off as an unexpected person rushed into the clearing. Itachi. Huh. Kisame leered at the newcomer and raised an eyebrow. Isn't that your little brother, Itachi? Itachi didn't answer. Not even bothering to turn his head, he asked. What do you want? He expected the younger Uchiha to freak out and scream gibberish about killing him to avenge the clan. However, what escaped Sasuke's mouth startled him. "I want an answer to the night of the massacre. The truth." Trying his best to keep his face calm and emotionless as usual, Itachi said. "I thought I've made it clear to you. If you want to kill me. Enough with that bullshit." Sasuke suddenly roared. "The Hokage explained everything to me. The Kuwabai attack, the coup, your Tsukuyomi." And Sasuke suddenly found himself standing in darkness. The scenes of the massacre once again flashed around him, but different from before, Sasuke didn't feel scared or angry. Right now, in his head, there was only sadness and sympathy. So it is really true. He mused. If it weren't, you wouldn't have to do this to stop me. How much did the Hokage tell you, Sasuke? Itachi asked. For the first time, he was looking at Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke answered him with a question. Who was the real person who massacred the clan? Why do you think that there is another person? Itachi asked slowly. The Hokage might be lying to you. I might really be the one who did the whole massacre. The words of Itachi actually made sense. What if there was actually no one there, and everything the Hokage said was a lie? No, I don't believe it. Those words were said with such an absolute certainty that even Sasuke himself was surprised. Come again. I don't believe it, Sasuke repeated. When I think about it, everything made sense. The murder, I might not understand, but the fact that the coup was going to happen is undeniable. I'm also an Uchiha, I've heard that kind of things from father too many times to even doubt something like that could ever happen. Besides, he added honestly, that night I remember you crying. That is not something a mass murderer like you claim to be can do. I might just be a kid, but I can still see the sadness and regret in your eyes that night. It is not something that can be faked. I'm your brother, I know you attack it. You're not someone who likes to kill other for no reason. Please attack it, why didn't you trust me, your own brother? The two pairs of Sharingan looked directly into each other. Itachi closed his eyes for a while. Then, when he opened them again, in his face was a sad smile. You've truly grown, Sasuke. Yes, what the Hokage said was true, but I'm sorry, Sasuke, this is not the time for you to know everything. The enemy I'm facing is not someone you can face, not with your ability right now. Train yourself hard, become stronger, then come face me. I promise when that day comes, I will tell you the whole truth. Wait, Itachi. Sasuke called when Itachi raised his hands to cancel the genjutsu. If that enemy was so powerful, why didn't you come back to the village? There are many powerful shinobi here, I'm sure they can help. No, Sasuke, I cannot come back now, Itachi shook his head. My mission is still not complete. That enemy is the most dangerous person in the world, normal shinobi are no match for him. This is a job I have to do alone. Your duty is to become more powerful and mend the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Until then, he said when the surrounding scenes started fading away, stay safe, and never let hatred overwhelm your mind. Wait, Itachi. Wait. Sasuke screamed, but everything around him had already disappeared. Kisame, we're leaving. The shark man looked back at the Uchiha and whined. That soon? I'm starting to have fun here. If my foolish little brother is here, there's no reason not to believe that other shinobi in Konoha do not sense this battle. Itachi cut him short, pointing at his unconscious brother on the ground. There might be reinforcement in only a few minutes. Remember what leader said? We cannot reveal ourselves to Konoha, not yet. TCH, Kisame snorted unhappily. I was hoping to take some more of the beast's chakra for myself. But it can't be helped. Consider this your lucky day, Jinchuriki. We will someday come back and get you. And with that, the two rogue shinobi disappeared with body flicker. Naruto followed their emotional signatures until they left the village completely, then sighed in relief and relaxed himself. His shroud of chakra faded away. At least he's safe for now. Next to him, Sasuke groaned and woke up. Wow, that's fast, Kurama noted. The last time Itachi did that, he was put into a coma for a month. Team. Are you okay? Naruto yelled, jumping to his friend. What did Itachi do to you? It's nothing, I'm fine. Sasuke muttered. Where is Itachi? He escaped, Naruto answered. Right at that time, 3 other people flickered into the clearing. Naruto, Sasuke. Are you two alright? Kakashi shouted when he saw his 2 students. Naruto grinned and waved back at him. We're alright, sensei. What happened, Naruto? Asked Sarutobi, who was already in his battle gear with his adamantine staff on his hand. Naruto replied. It's Itachi and his partner, Jiji. I think they're here for, well. He trailed off, remembering that Sasuke was still there. Jiraiya, the 3rd person appearing in the clearing, looked at the boy on the ground. Itachi? Then, did Sasuke? He told me, was the only answer of the Uchiha boy, and Sarutobi and Jiraiya immediately understood. The old Hokage sighed in relief. That's good. Well, let's take you home for now, it's already a hard day for you. Sasuke took the hand Naruto offered him and pulled himself up. When they started walking back, Sasuke suddenly asked. Naruto, what is that golden chakra you used against them? The 4 other people cringed. Kakashi started. Sasuke, this is not the time. No sensei, this is the time, Naruto suddenly cut him short. I'll tell him. Are you sure, Naruto? Sarutobi asked warily. That information is dangerous. Sasuke is my teammate, Jiji, he deserved to know about it. Naruto retorted sharply. Then he turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, let's go get Sakura, too. I was planning to tell you two this, anyway. Half an hour later, Team 7 plus Jiraiya and the Hokage were sitting in the living room of Sasuke's house. The Uchiha looked at Naruto. Well, Dobe. Well, the truth is. Naruto took a deep breath. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. After Naruto revealed his story, the room was filled with dense, heavy silence. Finally, Sakura was the first person to raise her voice. So it's true, she stammered. My mother always says that you're a demon. And she's right, you're the Kyuubi which killed the 4th Hokage. What did you say? Jiraiya bellowed and bolted up, slamming his hands on the table in the process, causing the 3 children to jump. Jiraiya, no. Sarutobi shouted, his eyes flashing with authority. When Jiraiya grumbled and sat down, the old Hokage looked straight into Sakura's eyes and said calmly. Sakura Haruno, from now on you will refrain from speaking those words. Naruto is not a monster, and he doesn't deserve to be called one, despite what someone might say. But he just said. Sakura stuttered. Why? Everyone turned toward Sasuke, who had just blurted out that word in a trembling voice. So you plan to turn Naruto into a weapon for the village? Why? Isn't being an orphan hard enough for him? The boy continued, in his voice, there was a hint of anger. Sarutobi sighed. Actually, making Naruto a Jinchuriki is something the 4th Hokage never wanted to do. The Kyuubi is too powerful, leaving it roaming around is incredibly dangerous. I take offense to that, Kurama grumbled in Naruto's mind. And if it falls into the hand of evil people, just like 12 years ago, well, you of all people should know the consequences of it, Sasuke. Sarutobi continued. In a desperate attempt before his death, the 4th Hokage and his wife sacrificed their lives to seal the Kyuubi inside Naruto, hoping he could keep the beast at bay, and protect it, as well as this world, from people who try to harness its power for evil. Therefore, the old Hokage shook his head solemnly, Naruto should be considered a hero, not a demon. Allowing that to happen was completely my fault, and my fault alone. For a while, the air was completely silent, except for the chirping of some crickets outside. Then Sakura spoke in a hoarse voice. But why Naruto? Surely there can be many other people he could use to contain the beast for him. Why used a baby who had just been born? Every adult in the room looked at each other awkwardly. Sakura, Kakashi said, this is not the time for that. Because I am his son. Everyone looked like they had just been shocked by 1,000 volts of electricity. Sarutobi exclaimed in horror. Naruto, you didn't. Yes, I did, Jiji, said Naruto mutinously. And I don't regret it. That is my secret, and I have the right to tell it to whoever I want. Oh, quit lying, you idiot, Sakura snapped in annoyance. There is no way the like of you is the son of someone like the fourth Hokage. But she faltered when she saw the face of the adults in the room. No way, she slapped a hand to her mouth. It is really true? Naruto is really the son of the fourth. Yes, he is, Jiraiya answered grimly. And this is an S-rank secret, so don't even think of telling other people about this, or you'll be executed, unless it was Naruto himself who allowed you to. Silence once again filled the air. Then Sakura asked hoarsely. But why? If that's true, why didn't you tell the village about it? Surely if everyone knows, they will. They will do what? Jiraiya cut her short in a harsh voice. Fawn over him, kiss his ass as they already did with Sasuke? Like you already did with Sasuke? No, we had wanted him to live a normal life, as a normal boy who does not know anything about reputation, far away from the spoiling you civilians had already given Sasuke over there. But unfortunately, he spat on the ground, what happened to Naruto is way worse than we thought. Everyone winced. Those words of Jiraiya touched Sasuke a lot, but he didn't feel angry. Because he knew everything the man had just said was the truth. I think that's enough for today, Sarutobi said and stood up. He didn't even raise his voice, yet there was a finality in his tone that told everyone not to question further. Naruto, Sasuke, you two should take a good rest. Today you have suffered a lot, he added before stepping out of the house. The two other adults looked at each other and at the three children once more, and followed the Hokage. But Sasuke and Naruto didn't want to rest at all. How did you stand it, Dobe? How hadn't you gone mad with all those mistreatment everyone made you suffer? Naruto looked at Sasuke and smiled. I'm not very sure myself. It's just like I've become familiar with it. But if you think about it, they had a reason to do it, you know. They have lost their precious people to them during the attack, so of course they will be angry. I don't blame them. Sasuke gasped in horror. But you're not the Kyuubi at all. Naruto smiled sadly. But they didn't know it, did they? You're not to blame if you're unaware. For a while, the two boys sat next to each other in silence. Then Sasuke suddenly said something Naruto thought he would never have a chance to hear in his life. I'm sorry. It's unnecessary to say how shocked Naruto was right now. Sorry? For what? It's basically our clan's fault that you have to lose your parents, and suffer a terrible life. Had it not been for that Uchiha who summoned the Kyuubi to destroy the village. It's worth noting that not only Naruto was surprised. Wow, Gyuki said in awe. This Sasuke is completely different from the Sasuke in our timeline. Yeah, Kokuahu nodded wisely. It's terrifying to see what the truth can do. Naruto couldn't say anything for a while. Then, he smiled, and slapped his friend's back. Heh, it's okay. Everything's gone is gone. At least you're my friend now, that's enough to compensate for everything in the past. The best we can do now is not letting it happen again, right? Yeah. Sasuke sighed, and Naruto could see in his face something he hadn't seen for a while, a smile. Sakura was lying on her bed. She thought about what Jiraiya had told her at Sasuke's house. Is what he said true? Do I only love Sasuke-kun only because he is the last Uchiha? Am I not any different from the other girls in my class? That stupid old man doesn't know anything about true love. He's just spouting nonsense. Cha, he inner self screamed in her mind. Sakura sighed. True love, huh? She closed her eyes. Right, her love for Sasuke-kun is definitely true, she believes it. A memory flashed before her closed eyes. 00000. Flashback, 1 year ago. Come Sakura-chan. Why do you like that idiot Sasuke over me? An 11-year-old Naruto whined after the back of Sakura. Isn't it obvious, she snapped back with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke-kun is the most handsome boy in the whole academy, and he is the last of the famous Uchiha clan. And you? You're stupid, annoying and always do silly things. Who would want you over someone like Sasuke-kun? But he's a jerk. Naruto protested weakly. So what? He's still way better than the like of you. But... Oh, shut up. Sakura finally had enough. She punched Naruto in the gut. You're annoying. Then she marched away with her nose in the air, leaving Naruto on the ground writhing in pain. End flashback. 00000. My god. He's right. I'm just like other people. I'm so stupid. But Sasuke-kun is not a jerk now, her inner self protested. Yeah, but even with that, is it really worth it? Sakura let out a deep sigh. She remembered everything she had lost for her love. Her friendship with Ino. Her chance to know and get close to other people, including Naruto. Hell, even her real purpose when she decided to attend the ninja academy. Since who knows when, it was completely replaced by to be together with my beloved Sasuke-kun. It made her a useless fangirl who didn't know anything except making up and fawning after Sasuke-kun. Suddenly she bolted up from her bed. She quickly got dressed, and rushed out of her house, ignoring her mother yelling behind her to be home early for dinner. Her love to Sasuke might stay unchanged, but the other things need to be fixed. It's time for her to grow up. She had to apologize to Ino, apologize to Naruto, but the first thing she needed to do was. 30 minutes later. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me how to be stronger. There's only 1 month left until the Chuunin exam. Until then, I want to ensure that you three are ready for it. Because of that, starting from today, there will be no missions for Team 7, and I will start training you seriously. Do you understand? Yes, sir, the 3 members of Team 7 echoed. Kakashi smiled. Good. Then Sasuke, during this month, you will train with me, in order to develop your lightning element and your Sharingan to the best you can. Naruto. Nah, don't worry about me, sensei, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I bugged Pervy Sage all yesterday, and he finally had to accept training me. Huh, so you were told this before? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Naruto grinned. Actually, Jiji told me. Do you really think that Kakashi-sensei can do this without asking for permission from the Hokage? Sasuke grumbled something about not fair having a relationship with the Hokage. What about me, sensei? Sakura asked hopefully. Kakashi smiled. Don't worry, I think your trainer will be here soon. Ah, there she is. Sakura's spine suddenly froze when a cold finger brushed against her right cheek, and a warm breath breezed across her ear. Ah, so she's the one you want me to train, Kakashi. Kukyaku, don't worry, I'll be sure to break her thoroughly for you, but remember, you owe me something, Cyclops. Now, off we go. The newcomer grabbed Sakura's shoulder, and both disappeared in a quick body flicker. Naruto and Sasuke stared at the place where their teammate had just stood a few seconds ago for a while, then Naruto finally managed to open his mouth. Is that the crazy snake lady? Kakashi chuckled. Don't say that in front of Anko, or she will flay you alive, Naruto. But what did you do to make her to train Sakura anyway? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I heard that she insisted to stay at Takubutsu Jonin just because she doesn't want to teach any genin. Kakashi chuckled again. You'll be surprised to know what a free month of all-you-can-eat dango can do, Naruto. Now, Sasuke, I think it's time for us to go for our training. Are you ready? Sasuke smirked. Of course I do. I'm waiting to spar against you after this month, Sasuke. Naruto grinned at the other boy. Sasuke grinned back. Oh, by the way, Naruto, the money for Anko's dango is from your account, so take care. Kakashi smiled at Naruto. But before Naruto could let out an outrageous cry, Kakashi and Sasuke had disappeared in another quick flicker. Damn you, Kakashi-sensei. Looks like the prankster has just been pranked, Isabu said, while all the tailed beasts snickered in his mind. Oh, shut up. The days of Team 7's training seemed to slip by as though someone had fixed the clocks to make it work at double speed. Before Naruto could even realize it, the month had passed, and finally, it was the day the team had assigned for another meeting. Right now, Naruto was skipping on the street. He couldn't wait to see how much his friends had grown with all the training they had. There, at the end of the street, his teammates were coming. And they really had changed. Naruto almost couldn't recognize Sakura in her new look. Instead of her old red cheongsam, she was now wearing a very provocative black skin-tight bodysuit that looked suspiciously like a leotard. Along her waist, a short pink skirt covered the upper half of her thighs. Her legs were covered in a long pair of black stocking that went over her knees, also holding her kunao pouch, and a pair of boots. She wore a pair of metal gauntlets on her hands, which made Naruto shudder while thinking of what would happen if she tried punching him on his head like before. Over all these setup was a long grey coat, extended to her knees, reminding everyone of Anko herself. Her kana hagaku or headband was tied neatly around her neck. And her familiar long pink hair was tied up into a high ponytail behind her head. In short, there are only two words that can explain Sakura's look right now, which are sexy and dangerous. Sasuke, in contrast, didn't look too different. His look right now was similar to what he wore during the Chuunin exam in Naruto's timeline, a short, black shirt, a white pair of shorts, and bandages covering his arms and legs. But now, outside of his shirt, he wore a short jacket that looked not unlike Kakashi's Jonin uniform, but without any pocket, and seemed to be reinforced with something metallic on the chest area. He wore a pair of black gloves, engraved with metal symbols of the Uchiha clan at the back of his hands. And a katana was strapped tightly on his belt at the back. But the greatest change in him was that his body was much more well-toned than before, not as much as the fourth Raikage or his brother Killer Bee, but still enough for Naruto to see muscles even with all the bandages. And his Sharingan were now activated constantly, with 3 tomo in each eye. Wow, Sakura, you look great. Naruto said in awe. Sakura giggled. You do not look so bad, either, Sasuke smirked. Got any more powerful? Naruto smirked back. He really had pushed himself to the limit during this training month. His body, while still not as powerful as in his time, had developed quite nicely, to the point that he could use half of Kurama's chakra at once without feeling any pain. He still couldn't enter full-tailed beast mode yet, but still more than enough for any enemy below S rank. Beside getting back the Toad summoning contract, he had managed to remaster his Raisin Shuriken and could use it 3 times consecutively with his own chakra, though the beasts had forbidden him from using it unless the Akatsuki decided to attack. And his creation of all things had advanced enough for him to create common things like clothes, which was represented by the new black and orange jacket with the Uzumaki symbol on the back he was wearing outside of his normal clothes right now. I still think it needs some more uniqueness, Matatabi said inside his head. Maybe if you had made it red and longer, with an exposing BA. Oh, will you please cut it out, Mata-chan? Naruto deadpanned. The cat pouted, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Ah, so you three are finally here. The three of them turned to see Kakashi coming toward them. He looked exactly the same as before, the sleeveless black shirt, the Jonin flak jacket, the mask, the forehead protector tilted to the left to hide his Sharingan. But Naruto could feel something completely different exuding out of his body. Something incredible, something powerful. It's just like a weapon of mass destruction was shoved into the clothes of Kakashi. Naruto's eyes bugged out of their sockets. Oh my god. Kakashi-sensei is here? On time? Ah! Armageddon is coming. Run for your life, he screamed hysterically and ran around, and received a boot to his head. That is not very nice, Naruto, Kakashi chided him, then handed each of his students a sheet of paper. This is your registration form for the Chuunin exam, he gave them his trademark eye smile. And I expect you three to be Chuunin after this exam, or suffer my displeasure. His eye became dark. All the three shuddered in fear. Then suddenly, his eye blinked back to the usual smile. Oh, but no pressure. Everyone broke into laughter. Yeah. Naruto pumped his fist on the air. Let's get this show on the road. This time, he was ready for anything. Chapter 12, Let's ruin the Chuunin exam. In a dark corner of the highest tower of Megakure, two people were kneeling in front of a throne. I'm very disappointed of you, Itachi, Kisame. I'm sorry, leader, Itachi answered with a monotone voice. That Jinchuriki is not skilled, but he is quite sly. Had it not been for my time in Konohagakure, he would have outrun us. True, but in the combat side, he's nothing to be worried about, Kisame grinned. Even with that, Pain cut them short. You alerted Konohagakure about our presence. And it is a little too soon to reveal ourselves to the world. You disobeyed me, and as the rule, I should punish you. Pain raised his hand, and Itachi and Kisame tensed up, ready themselves to fight. However, this time I will forgive you. You've done at least a good job, evaluating the ability of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Considering what you told me about him, there is nothing to fear. When the time comes, I'll go capture him myself. Now Itachi, Kisame, I have another job for you. In the border of Iwagakure, there is an S-ranked international terrorist named Deidara. He used to be in the explosion corps of Iwagakure. You two go there and make sure to recruit him. I'm counting on you. Your arrogance will someday come back to bite you, Pain, Itachi thought when the two walked out of the throne room. Team 7 was on their way to the academy, where the first task of the Chuunin exam was held. Naruto was gripping his registration form tight in his right hand. The Chuunin exam was one of the most memorable milestones in his life. It was the first time he met another Jinchuriki, the first time he fought in a war, and, his stomach twisted with this thought, the first time one of his precious people died and he couldn't do anything to help. Then just don't let him die this time, Shikaku said. Naruto smiled. Shikaku is still Shikaku, despite being much nicer than before, she's still as rude and blunt as ever. Speaking about the Chuunin exam, if it was held in the academy, the first task should be the written test, just like during his time. Written test. God, that was the most stupid thing I've heard in my life. Gaku snorted in Naruto's head. Seriously, written test in an exam for shinobi. Yeah, and that's why we call you a musclehead with no brain at all, Matatabi said dryly. Hey. Naruto sighed. Since he had the nine-tailed beasts living together with him, he had been used to their usual bickering. Sometimes, it just caused him massive headaches. Still, Naruto couldn't help but agree with the monkey. Seriously, couldn't Gigi and the guys in charge come up with something more interesting? Written tests suck. Too busy with his thoughts, he didn't even realize he had just walked past the Sand siblings, who were also on their way to the test room. "Hey, you over there, what are your names?" Only when Gaara called did Naruto realize the existence of the 3 foreign ninja in the corridor. He turned, and saw that the redhead was staring at Team 7 with a calculating look. Gaara still looked the same as Naruto could remember, pale green eyes without eyebrows, the kanji of love carved into his forehead, the gourd on his back. Wait a second here, if Gaara had the gourd, it would mean impossible. I can feel my power inside him. How can he have my power? I'm right here, he heard Shikaku muttering in his head. Coincidentally, he was also sharing the same question. So that's it? Kokuwa grimaced. Now I finally understand. What's wrong, Kokuwa? Why does Gaara still have the power of Shikaku? Naruto questioned. Sasuke Uchiha. But before Kokuwa could answer, Sasuke already said. Gaara nodded, and looked at Naruto, his stare looked like it could drill a hole into his head. Naruto blinked, he had to leave the matter aside until later. Naruto Uzumaki, he answered. He couldn't know what was happening inside the redhead's brain, but judging by the crazy and almost painful twisting of his face, he could understand that whatever in his head was causing him a massive headache. Oi! What is whatever in his head supposed to mean? Shikaku asked in an annoyed voice. Uchiha and Uzumaki. Finally, after getting a hold of himself, Gaara looked at the 2 boys, a maniacal grin twisted his face. You are both powerful, by killing you, I will prove my existence. His hand reached up toward the cord of the gourd. In reflex, Team 7 all jumped into their fighting stances. Naruto pulled out a kunao, Sasuke reached the hilt of his katana, and Sakura flicked her hands, pulling out a few senbon hidden in her sleeves. Temari, who was standing right next to Gaara, shouted worriedly. Gaara! Stop! This is not the time to fight. Remember what the Kazekage had said. Just wait until the exam has already started. For a few seconds, it seemed Gaara wanted to go on with the killing despite whatever the Kazekage had said, but then his hand stopped, and he threw a glare at Team 7 before walking away, and entering the testing room. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other worriedly, and followed him without a word. Sakura looked at her hands. Even under the gauntlets, she could feel them drenched with sweat. Who is that guy? It's just like me, Naruto muttered. He's also a Jinchuriki. I can feel it. It's not a complete lie, though. Shikaku herself had said that she could feel her power inside Gaara. But that brought him to the question before, how was that possible? So what exactly happened, Kokuwa? Right after settling down on a desk in the classroom, Naruto immediately dozed off, and arrived in his mindscape to meet the beasts. He needed an answer for this problem, and fast. Kokuwa sighed. Well, it's just a theory of mine, but... Oh, never mind. Everyone, since when we arrived here, have you ever felt any strain to your bodies, like you are going to be crushed, smothered, disintegrated, or something similar even when you are alone? Everyone shook their heads. Kokuwa nodded. That proves my theory is true. You see, I've been wondering why we weren't crushed by the reality when we arrived here, because 2 beings with the exact same identity cannot exist at the same time in one place. It will cause a paradox that might collapse the entire dimension. But there is a fact that we're still here, alive and kicking. It means that when we're sent here, we didn't overwrite or replace the existence of anything in this timeline. Instead, we were sent here as completely different beings with different identities from the ones in this timeline. Everyone gave Kokuwa the same blank stare. Naruto's was of not understanding anything, while the others were of disbelief. That was the most stupid thing I've ever heard, even more than this whole travel back in time thing, Shikaku said flatly. Yeah, Kurama agreed. There are just too many holes in that theory. But I'm afraid it's the only way to explain the situation right now, Kokuwa said grimly. And considering the attack of Itachi and his partner, I think there is a very high chance we might have to deal with Madara's plan again in the near future. Silence covered Naruto's mindscape after this ominous pronouncement. Then Isabu said. I don't know about this, but if what you said was true, then what happened to the Naruto of this timeline? Kokuwa winced. Well. 00000. Somewhere else. A lifeless, ragged body of a blond boy was floating in the dark, empty void of a completely erased world. 00000. I don't know, and I don't think we should ever know about that anyway, he said in a heavy tone, after a few seconds of thinking. His face looked kind of sick. Everyone gulped, and decided it would be best not to question further. But what are we going to do now? Matatabi asked worriedly. I don't think we need to do anything. Everyone turned to Gyuki, who had just said those words. The octopus shook his head, and shrugged. Think about it. Since we first arrived here, everything has gone astray. Even the things that actually happened in our past have gone wrong in some way. So, why should we think so hard about it? The most important thing to do right now is to keep Naruto alive until after this exam first. Yeah, Shikaku added after a thought. Orochimaru is going to attack in this exam, right? We should worry about stopping that mad snake first. You're right. Naruto muttered. Gaara was here, it meant Orochimaru was, very likely, planning to attack Konoha just like in his past. He's going to sneak into the Forest of Death during the second task to mark Sasuke with the cursed mark. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around him. If what he thought was true, Orochimaru was in this room right now, disguised as a participant. Hey, Naruto, on your left, at 9 o'clock. Naruto's head snapped towards that direction. Orochimaru. Naruto-kun. Instead of Orochimaru, he saw Haku running toward him and Team 7. No, your girlfriend, Gaku snickered. Naruto's face reddened. This is not the time for joke. Haku actually looked quite different from what Naruto remembered her to be. She was now wearing a bluish-white long-sleeved sweater which looked very form-fitting on her, revealing the developing curves hidden under her gender-hiding kimono. Her pants from before was replaced by a short, light blue skirt covering her thighs, giving her easy mobilization during battle. Her Kirigakure headband was tied on her neck just like Sakura, and her long hair was gathered in a white bun on her head. And she looked much more cheerful and happy than he remembered her to be in Wave. Good morning, Uchiha-san, Harano-san, she bowed when arrived at Team 7's desk. Haku-chan. Naruto exclaimed. You're taking the Chuunin exam too? Haku giggled. Of course I am. You think you're the only ones allowed to take it? But I thought Zabuza decided to give up being a ninja, Naruto blinked. Haku smiled and shook her head. After you left Waves, Dad got an invitation from Kirigakure to return to the village. He did, and now we're representatives of Kirigakure in this Chuunin exam. He's also rebuilding the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and 2 of them are my teammates. They're over there. She pointed at a table afar, behind Naruto. From there, a boy wearing nerd glass with a big bandaged packaged on his back, and another boy with white long hair wearing a black jacket waved back. So even the new generation of the 7 swordsmen of the mist is here. Sasuke muttered with a grin. This is a good chance for me to test my ability. Ow! That last scream was because of Naruto's hand slapping him on the crown of his head. What the heck was that for, idiot? He glared at Naruto and snapped angrily. Naruto just chuckled. Be nice or I'll just hit you again. Sasuke grumbled. Hey, it's Naruto's group over there. Naruto turned towards the entrance of the room. All the others of the Konoha 11 had just arrived. Ino, just as usual, immediately latched on Sasuke like a leech, much to the Uchiha's horror and disgust. Surprisingly, Sakura didn't have any reaction except for a frown and a slight twitch of her right arm. It seemed the training month with Anko had finally broken it into her. Naruto, you look different, Shikamaru said in a bored voice. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Of course I look different. Do you really think that I would stay an annoying midget forever? But you are really different, Koji agreed with his best friend, while chomping down chips from his bag. You look more powerful, more mature, totally unlike you, I grew up, okay. Naruto shrugged. He really didn't expect that his change in personality made everyone so surprised. Seriously, everyone grows, right? What they surprise about is that it was you who grew up, Shikaku said dryly. Naruto growled in his head. Yeah right, thanks a lot, Shiki-chan, he drawled, and Shikaku bristled. Meanwhile, Haku turned to the ones she knew in the group. Hyuga-san, Abarame-san, Inyazuka-san. Nice to meet you again, she bowed politely. She lifted her head, and was startled to see Hinata glaring at her with a menacing aura exuding out of her, while Kiba and Shino seemed to cower in fear. What? Kiba hastily pulled Haku to a side and whispered. Haku-san, please don't do anything which can upset Hinata right now. You don't want to know what will happen if she's pissed off, well, after that incident in Waves, you know. Haku blinked innocently. What incident? Kiba face-palmed. He made a gesture resembling a kiss with his hands, incident, do you remember? Haku's face heated up intensely when she remembered that. Oh. She murmured. But before Haku could say anything else, another voice rose behind the group. For a bunch of newbies, you sure are an interesting group, aren't you? Everyone turned toward the direction of the voice. And the rage inside Naruto immediately boiled up, as intense as a volcano going to erupt. Kabuto. Who are you? You look suspicious, Ino asked, looking at the man warily. Kabuto chuckled. Just a veteran wanting to share some experience to the newbies. I've taken this exam before, you know. Really? Niji, from behind the group, raised an eyebrow. So you failed your first exam. Actually, this is my 7th time. Kabuto answered with a smile. Ha, you suck. Kiba laughed. Kabuto chuckled. Well, let's look on the bright side, at least my failures provided me with important information about many things related to the exam. You see, I store them in these cards, and when I imbue them with chakra. But Naruto didn't pay attention to what Kabuto was saying anymore. If Kabuto was here, that meant his suspicion was true, Orochimaru really was trying to mark Sasuke and attack the village during the exam. And right now he was in this room, disguising as someone. Naruto took a quick glance around the room. Gaara and his team were sitting in a desk in the middle of the room. The Jinchuriki's killing intent was still leaking out, and he was glaring at Naruto and his team with a murderous gaze. In a desk at the left corner of the room, a redhead wearing glasses was also staring at the group. Naruto thought vaguely, that girl was a member of Sasuke's crew after his defect during his time. What was her name? Rin. Kirin. Krillin. Karen. Naruto didn't know, but looking at her, he felt something familiar. Her hair, it looked like that of his mother. He wondered if she was an Uzumaki like her. And in the farthest corner, Naruto's stomach twisted with anger again. Orochimaru. Even under the disguise, Naruto could still feel him. There was no way a kunoichi of Kizagakuer could smell that much like snake. And leaking out that much negative emotions didn't help, either. And it seemed he also felt Naruto's gaze over him, because he stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips just like a snake. "Don't do anything reckless, Naruto," Kokuya warned him. "This is a room full of genin, if you try something it will be disastrous. Keep it until after the first task. Or send a shadow clone to alert the Hokage first. The info on the participants isn't perfect, but I managed to get a good chunk of it." He turned his eyes back to the group to see Kabuto showing off his cards to the Konoha 12. Naruto's eyes narrowed, but then he blinked when Sasuke and Sakura didn't react to the presence of those cards. "Hey Sasuke, I'm going to the toilet. Keep my seat for me, okay?" "Sure," Sasuke answered without taking his eyes off Kabuto. His Sharingan was locking on the older man's face with a look of suspicion. Naruto wondered what Sasuke was thinking. But whatever, alerting the old man was more important than this, he could bust Kabuto later. When he arrived at the men's toilet, forming his signature cross-fingered hand seal was just child's play. Shadow clone jutsu. Even if Orochimaru was strong, he would not be able to get Sasuke and the village that easily, especially when Naruto was here. And what is the best way to do that? Ruining the exam from the root, of course. Jiji. Orochimaru is here. Sarutobi stood up from his desk, pulled away his Hokage cloak to reveal his battle gear under it. In his face was a grim, but serious expression. "It's time. Umbu, get ready for mobilization." "Yes sir." Ibiki Marino, chief of the Interrogation and Torture Division of Konohagakure, is a very well-known name in the elemental countries because of the man's ruthlessness when it comes to his job. Since his appointment to the position, there has been no shinobi who hasn't broken down after one or two of his sessions. Even in mind games, he also proves to be a formidable enemy. Wonder why? Just look at the teams running away from the test room right now to know. At least 2/3 of the teams had been weeded out. Ibiki silently glanced around the room, and nearly snickered when everyone looked like they had just pissed themselves after his intimidating speech. Or at least, until his eyes swept across a certain blonde in black and orange jacket. He scowled in annoyance. While other contestants were freaking out and desperately finding ways to cheat around, that brat simply did something even Ibiki couldn't expect and took a nap. Normally, Ibiki would ignore him. It's not his job to take care of lazy napping brats. But when the brat decided to mock him with a loud and clear snore in the middle of the panickingly silent room, a vein popped on Ibiki's forehead. He walked quietly to the desk the blonde was sitting, cleared his voice, and bellowed. 50 minutes have passed. Everyone put down your pencil. It's time for the final question. He smirked in satisfaction when the blonde screamed and fell out of his seat. Glancing at the paper on the desk, he saw that all the boxes for answers were still blank. "Well, Uzumaki," he said. "If you do not want to do the exam, you can just quit and leave the room just like the others. For my teammates to skin me alive?" "No thanks," answered the brat, who had just climbed back onto the desk. "Is that so?" Ibiki asked, looking at the paper in front of the blonde. "But it seems what you're doing doesn't match what you said quite well, I think." Naruto also looked at his paper. "Oh, this. I only need less than 1 minute to fill it." Ibiki raised an eyebrow. "Really? Prove it, then." The boy picked up his pencil, paused for a second and blinked, then started writing in an incredible speed which scared even Ibiki himself. In less than a minute, the paper was filled with words. When Ibiki looked at the content of the paper, his eyebrows twitched even harder. All the answers were completely correct. "What?" Naruto smirked under the glare of the Takubitsu Jonin. "Too shocked to even say anything, Sir Proctor." Ibiki shook his head to calm himself down. Just what kind of genin was Kakashi training anyway? "Oh, the incredible kind of genin blessed with an embodiment of knowledge inside his stomach," Kokuya smirked inside Naruto's head. Even a tailed beast needs to have some showing off moment, you know. How the hell could he know what Ibiki was thinking, though? You got a nice pair of balls, brat. Ibiki grinned, his eyes gleamed dangerously. But I wonder if that will be enough for the final question. There is an additional rule for this question, the rule of desperation. Before you take the question, you have to choose whether you want to take it or not. If you don't, your mark will immediately be reduced to 0, and you will fail along with your team. What? A mook in the back of the room yelled. Then of course we will take the question. I'm not finished yet, the proctor shot him a sharp glare. If you choose to take the question and fail to answer it, you will lose the right to take the Chuunin exam ever again. Silence filled the room. After a few seconds, roars of protest exploded around. What? That's ridiculous. This is insane. Yeah. There are people who took the exam before. The Takubitsu Jonin grinned menacingly. Too bad for you, this time I'm the proctor, and I make the rules. You have 1 minute to decide, after that, all remaining in the room will be treated as agreed to the conditions and decided to take the question. Hey, that guy is good, Gyuki noted when Genin in the room started freaking out and running from the room. Not everyone can be as good at mind games as him. Yeah, Isabu agreed. Even the whole interrogation division of Kirigakura during Yagura's time couldn't compare to that guy alone. Really, you guys should have seen Naruto's face when we first faced him, Kurama snickered. There's nothing that can be more hilarious than that, I say. Hey. Finally, after a long time waiting, only 20 teams remained in the room, including the Konoha 12, Haku's team, Gaara's team, Kabuto's team, the team of the redhead from Kizagakure, and of course, the not-so-secret anymore to Naruto Orochimaru's team. Ibiki took a glance across the room again and asked. I ask again, are the 60 of you that's left absolutely sure that you want to take the final question? Naruto finally lost his patience. Look, old man, do you really have to repeat that question for about, let's see, 30 times? Your mind game trick is brilliant, I admit, but if you just repeat what you are doing again and again and again, it will just be more annoying than scary, you know. Ibiki twitched. You know what, brat? I'm starting to hate you very much by now. Ah, don't be like that, Naruto drawled. Everyone loves me, you know. Sasuke gagged. Hinata and Haku giggled. Every other acquaintance of Naruto snorted. Right on cue, Anko smashed through the windows. You know what, Ibiki? That orange Gaki got a point. You are surely losing your touch. You're early again, Anko. Ibiki glared at his fellow Takubitsu Jonin. The first task hasn't even finished yet. Yeah, but looking at what happens right now, it is clear that the great Ibiki Marino has lost to some snot-nosed brats. Seriously, 20 teams. Anko grinned cheekily, and some examiners in the corner sniggered. Ibiki's glare became even harder. Do you want your salary to be cut next month, Anko? Yeah, the female Takubitsu Jonin waved her hand dismissively. Anyway, you guys all passed the first test of the exam. But this is just the beginning. Now, follow me to the stage of the second test. Ibiki let out a deep sigh when collecting the test papers of the contestants. This year's Chuunin exam surely had some interesting faces. When he arrived at the blonde brat's desk, he shook his head with a slight smile. Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. He might be annoying, but Ibiki could see the great potential hidden inside him. No wonder the Hokage favored him so much. His eyes narrowed when he lifted the boy's paper up. He didn't notice it before, but right below the box for the 9th question now lay a small picture of a mole hidden under a helmet. The mind of Ibiki didn't need more than 1 minute to figure out the connection. He will need to speak to the Hokage about this. Oh no, I'm not going to set foot into this place another time. Nuh-uh, No way, never. Naruto blinked as Sakura started freaking out when they arrived at the Forest of Death. What's wrong, Sakura? This. Sakura pointed at the dark forest with a shaken finger. This is what's wrong. Everything horrible in Konohagakure is collected in this forest. If you go inside, there is a chance you will not come back out to say hello. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not exaggerating, Sakura? Of course I am. Sakura exploded. I've been stuck in this place for a whole month. I'd been ambushed days and nights by giant spiders, poisonous snakes, and even tigers with foot-long fangs. And the human-eating plants with nasty slimy tentacles. Oh, and not to mention the giant blood-sucking leeches. Think about eating soup made of those for a month. And... ow! Sakura's rant stopped abruptly as Anko's knuckle landed on her head. Stop that, Cherry. You're scaring everyone shitless. The girl blinked and looked around. Everyone's faces were rather green. Oops, she scratched her head sheepishly. However, what she said was not completely wrong. Anko's signature sadistic smile turned back on again. Welcome to the stage of the second test, Training Ground 44, aka the Forest of Death. Staying true to its name, there might be deaths involved in this part of the exam, so before we start, you will sign these agreement forms. She pulled out a stack of paper from under her coat. If you don't, your death in the test will be all my responsibility, teehee. Everyone gulped. Is it possible to quit now? Kabuto raised his hand. Anko just grinned. Nope. You're not allowed to quit until after the second test is done. Suck it up. When Sasuke exchanged the 3 registration forms for Team 7's scroll, Naruto nudged Sakura. Tentacles, Not that kind of tentacles, you pervert. Q fist to the head. So basically, what we have to do is to steal an earth scroll from another team and take it to the tower in the center of the forest within 5 days, right? Naruto asked when they finally got into the forest. Sasuke nodded. Right. And that means we will need to fight other teams in order to get the scroll. There might be a chance that the scroll our enemy holds will not be the scroll we need, so this is also a way to minimize the number of contestants for the next part of the exam, I suppose. So it means the more opponents we take out, the more advantage we will have in the next test. Naruto grinned mischievously. Well, then I have a plan. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a loud pop, 100 Naruto clones appeared. Naruto pulled out a scroll from his pocket, and unsealed it to reveal 25 more scrolls. He distributed them to the clones, which formed groups of 4, and with a nod, the groups split up to 25 different directions. What are you doing, Naruto? Sakura asked incredulously. Naruto answered with a foxy grin. Booby-trapping the whole forest, of course. Sakura blinked. So those scrolls are pranking tools, answered Naruto happily. Sakura face-palmed. But how? Asked Sasuke. I thought shadow clones are fragile and cannot withstand even one hit. What are you going to do with them? Well, let's just say I have found a way for them to stay alive even after taking a nice chunk of hits, said Naruto. 00000. Flashback. Arg, damn it. Naruto slumped on the ground, pouting. Try hard as he might, he still couldn't throw the Raisin Shuriken without depending on the beast's chakra. It would just fade away harmlessly after leaving his hand for half a second. Well, the reason is obvious. Your chakra, while having quite a reserve, is just not dense enough for the shuriken to keep its shape after leaving your hand. Isabu, who had observed him practicing the jutsu for a while, said. Naruto blinked. Dense? What do you mean? Isabu chuckled. I will explain. First, create a shadow clone with your chakra, Naruto. Naruto stared at the turtle man incredulously, but complied. A poof of smoke, and a clone appeared next to him. Good. Now, here's some of my chakra. Make a clone with it. Immediately, Naruto felt the powerful chakra of the beast flowed through his chakra network. Another poof, and another clone appeared. Good. Then, Isabu walked up, and punched both the clones in the face. The clone made of Naruto's chakra simply dispersed in a poof of smoke. The clone made of Isabu's chakra, however, fell over with a thud, but didn't disappear. He jumped back on his feet, pointed at the turtle's face and yelled. Hey! What the heck does that supposed to mean? See that, Naruto? Isabu explained, ignoring the clone. It's the same jutsu, but by using chakra in different qualities, it creates different result. The chakra I gave you is less than what you used to create your clone, but it is much, much denser than yours. Basically, if you rate your chakra in a ranking system, the quantity of chakra you have might be higher than a rank, but when it comes to quality, it is just D rank at the highest. So my chakra's quality sucks, huh? Naruto muttered disappointedly. Isabu smiled, and slapped his shoulder. Hey, don't be like that. You can actually train to improve the quality of your chakra, you know. It's a rather basic training for Jonin level and over shinobi. Why do you think that even the most basic jutsu in their hands becomes more powerful than yours? Really? Naruto's head perked up. Can you teach me that? Isabu shrugged. Of course. But since it is a training of your body, you cannot use clones for it, so it will take a while before your chakra can have a noticeable improvement. First you have to do this. End flashback. 00000. Sasuke snorted. Oh please, all people participating in this exam are elite genin from all the villages in the elemental countries. Do you really think that they will fall for those tricks? Naruto grinned. Well. 00000. Zakuabumi carefully looked around, then gave a signal for his team to advance. The team from Kirigakure, apparently, included 2 members of the new generation of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The white-haired one didn't have a sword, but the one with glasses was holding something suspiciously similar to the legendary sword Hyperactive, also known as the Twin Sword. Sure, their mission was to kill the Uchiha boy, but that sword was, no doubt, an incredible present for Orochimaru-sama. And he might even get the scroll his team needed. 2 birds with 1 stone. Besides, those Kiri newbies looked weak. How bad could it be? Twang. A rope wrapped around his leg and sent him soaring into the air. Ambush. Hyperactive release. Hammer form. A giant hammer made of chakra slammed into Zaku's 2 teammates' faces, blasting them into a tree nearby and effectively sending them into blissful unconsciousness. At the same time, Zaku's face connected with the ground after falling from the height of more than 20 feet. Well, he's not dead, but let's say the result was not very pretty. Did I overdo it? Nah, don't worry Kojuro-kun. They're trying to attack us first, anyway. Hey, this guy has an earth scroll. Sweet, now we can go to the tower. 00000. Yes. Yes I am. Right on cue, explosions and screams echoed through the air. Sakura shook her head. You really scare me sometimes, Naruto. Naruto grinned. Hey, it's not my fault to be absolutely awesome. Naruto, to the left. Gust incoming. Naruto immediately went through hand seals in reflex. Wind style, great breakthrough. The overcharged with tailed beast chakra wind jutsu overpowered the incoming jutsu completely, and blasted the ambusher off together with about 20 trees. What are you doing? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. I felt someone trying to attack us, Naruto shrugged. Natural sensor, thanks to the Kuwabai, you know. Huh, Sasuke blinked. Pretty neat trick, then. but at least you could leave them to see which scroll they have first. Being careful is important too, you know. Naruto shrugged again. A huge snake descended down Team 7's head. Its mouth gaped wide, aiming to swallow the whole team in one gulp. Sweet. Lunch. A ball made of exploding tags was thrown into the snake's mouth, and 1 second later, it rained snake meat. Sakura jumped down to the remain of the snake and pulled out a kunai. Much to Sasuke and Naruto's horror, she cut it into pieces and started making a bonfire to grill them. Want some? She offered, giving Naruto and Sasuke a piece each. Naruto winced while staring at the meat stick. Are you sure it is edible? Sakura snorted. A snake's venom is contained somewhere near its eyes. Destroy the head, and the body becomes very delicious food. Come on, try it, Sasuke-kun, Naruto. Sasuke stared at the meat warily, then shrugged and took a bite. Huh, you're right. It tastes like chicken, he blinked. How do you know so much about this, Sakura? Naruto asked while chewing on his food. Sakura just smiled. I practically lived in this forest for a month, what do you expect? At least this is much better than centipede stew, you know. The two boys winced. True. Orochimaru was scowling. He had spent half a year planning for this. Had everything gone according to plan, he would have taken the face of a Kusagaku Genin, enter the Chuunin exam, mark Sasuke-kun before leaving quietly, then start a war during the final test, kill his stupid old sensei and destroy the leaf. Too bad for him, only the first part of the plan actually worked properly. Everything started to go wrong when he entered the forest of death. First, the traps. Orochimaru still shuddered whenever he thought about them. Kunai everywhere. With explosive tags. And poison on top. And somehow, Orochimaru, an S-rank shinobi, didn't manage to detect any of those traps. Seriously, did Sarutobi-sensei snap and decide to booby-trap the whole forest with lethal weapons that exploded? Then, when he finally got close to Sasuke-kun's team, that blonde teammate of him blasted him into the fucking sky with an absurdly powerful wind jutsu. Sure, it wasn't enough to actually kill him, but it still freaking hurt. And now, his other teammate decided to turn one of his summons into lunch. Seriously, he just wanted a good body for himself. Was that a bit too much to ask? Maybe it would be better for him to face them himself. Killing intent filled the air. Sakura and Sasuke gasped for air and collapsed to the ground. Naruto, in contrast, just stared at Orochimaru while scratching his ears. You're not scared. Nah, your killing intent sucks. The Kyuubi is much scarier than you. Naruto answered nonchalantly. Orochimaru chuckled. Kukyaku, very interesting, Naruto-kun. I'll just kill you first, then. He drew Kusanagi, and with a quick movement, stabbed Naruto in the stomach. The three genin exploded violently. Oh yeah. The real Naruto popped out from the ground nearby, pumping his fist to the sky. A direct hit. Thank you, Itachi. Did you just blow that man up? Sakura gaped from a branch nearby. Naruto shook his head. Nah, he is Orochimaru of the Sunin. He's not down yet. The real Orochimaru emerged from the ground nearby. So you know who I am. He chuckled menacingly. But no matter, because I'm here for Sasuke-kun over there, Kukyaku. Naruto made a face. So Orochimaru of the Sunin is a gay pedophile who lusts after 12-year-old boys? That's just gross. I'm not a gay pedophile. Orochimaru protested. I just want his body. That is even more disgusting, Sakura gagged. Orochimaru twitched. Okay, that's it. I will just mark Sasuke-kun and get out of here. He made a hand seal, and his neck lengthened. Oh no, you don't. Sasuke snapped. His rage and fear of being molested by a pedophile somehow overwhelmed his fear of death. There's no way I'm letting such a disgusting person as you go anywhere near my body. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Immediately, Orochimaru's body stiffened, and he felt like there was a bunch of stakes driven through his body. Damn it, this genjutsu again. Being paralyzed by the genjutsu, he had no way to dodge when the lightning-imbued sword of Sasuke cut cleanly through his body, splitting it apart at his waist. Snakes immediately came out of the two halves, connecting them together again. Okay, he muttered. That kinda hurt. Since when has Genin become so competent? Fire style, great fire annihilation. Orochimaru quickly made a mud wall to block the sea of fire from turning him into barbecue. Now the personal jutsu of Madara Uchiha. What the hell? Chidori sharp spear. A spear of lightning pierced through the wall and impaled him with extreme prejudice. Okay, another body crawled out of his mouth, this is getting silly. Then Orochimaru heard loud screeching behind him. He turned back, and saw a shuriken made of chakra flying towards him. Ah, shit. He hastily slammed his hands to the ground, summoning the triple Rashomon to block the Raisin shuriken right before the jutsu collided with the gate. A deafening bang shook the ground. A sphere of chakra exploded from the collision and covered the three gates in tiny blades of wind. At the same time, a hand grabbed Sasuke's neck and pulled him away. Let's run. When the tornado died down, a terrifying scene of devastation was unveiled. The three Rashomon gates were all destroyed horribly. The first one, which took the full blow of the jutsu, was utterly obliterated. The second one was blasted completely off its hinges and the third one had one of its doors in pieces. Oh, and Orochimaru was buried headfirst on the ground to the waist. When Orochimaru finally managed to pull himself out of his burial hole, the clearing was void of people. Damn. Like adding salt to the wound, right at that time, a whole battalion of Umbu flickered into the clearing. Orochimaru. By the order of the Hokage, you are under arrest. Orochimaru decided to abandon the plan and run the hell away. Sure, Umbu are basically cannon fodders, but a whole battalion of them is not something to underestimate. There are still many other chances for him to get his hand on the Uchiha boy, anyway. Goddamn. What the hell is that jutsu you used against Orochimaru, Naruto? Where did you learn it? Sasuke asked when Team 7 was jumping from branch to branch towards the tower in the center of the forest. Actually, it is a jutsu I created myself when trying to improve another one of my jutsu. It is a wind element jutsu, called wind style, Raisin Shuriken, Naruto smiled. But it is one of the most costly jutsu I've ever seen or heard in my life. I have to use one shadow clone to create it, and using it thrice exhausted me completely. And I need to add the Kuwabi's chakra into it if I want to throw it, otherwise it will destroy my arm. He deliberately left out the part that he could use it as much as he could with the help of the beasts inside him. Sasuke winced. A jutsu that exhausts Naruto of all people is definitely not something he can learn. And the destroy my arm part. Maybe he will just stick to the Chidori for the sake of his health. Damn it, he pouted. Why is it that only you can learn overpowered destructive jutsu? Having a tailed beast sealed inside you is just not fair. Actually, it's more like 9-tailed beasts sealed inside him, Shikaku inside Naruto commented smartly. Of course, Sasuke couldn't hear it. Yeah. But you have the Sharingan. You stopped Orochimaru of all people on his way with a glare. How is that considered fair? That immediately shut Sasuke up. I really hate you when you make sense, Naruto. Speaking about which, Sakura suddenly said, you seem to be much smarter and wiser these days, Naruto. What happened to you? Naruto chuckled. Well, let's just say when you befriend a 1,000-year-old being inside your stomach, there is much more you get from her rather than just some chakra. Sure, just blame everything on poor old Kurama, Kurama muttered. Sakura drawled sarcastically. Yeah, sure. The crazy Kyuubi who tried to flatten Konoha 12 years ago taught you how to be smart and wise. Right. Hey, don't be so mean, Naruto defended. She's just acts crazy because she was hypnotized by the bastard who attacked the village. When she's not being controlled, she's pretty harmless. Harmless. Oh, I'll show you harmless. Kurama growled, and the other beast snickered. Wait, Sasuke suddenly cut in. You said she. The Kyuubi is female. Yup. Naruto nodded. Okay, it's final, Sasuke muttered, palming his forehead. This world really is going crazy. Hey, boss. A Naruto clone landed in front of them. He handed out an earth scroll. We found this on a bunch of fodders from Rain. Tried to ambush us, and got a bunch of tranquilizers to the face. Awesome. Naruto gave his clone a thumb up. Now we can be the first ones arriving in the tower. Actually, Haku-chan's team got there first. Got their scroll on the team from Oto, I think. Man, that guy really knows how to fly. Huh, Naruto blinked. Oh well, at least we're one of the teams that finish early. Alright, dispel. After the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke, Naruto turned back to his teammates and grinned. Let's go, guys. To the tower. Chapter 13, there is still a preliminary. Part 1, Saikyo's story. When Naruto pushed the front gate of the tower opened, he was taken aback as not only Haku's team, but everyone of the Konoha 12 was all there. Ah, it's Naruto and his team, Shino said flatly. Naruto gaped. What the, how could you guys get here so fast? Somehow we all found the forest littered with unconscious genin, with kunao, shuriken, burned explosive tags and many other things scattered around them, Shikamaru answered with a shrug. It made everything less troublesome a little bit, though. Yeah, Koji added, while chewing on his chips. The one we found our scroll on looked like he took a kitchen sink and a toilet seat to the head, Poor him. The other members of Team 7 shot glares at Naruto. What, the blonde protested. It's not like they were my fault. That just proves that my idea worked like a charm. It was you. Gah. Everyone hurriedly moved to pull Kiba away from Naruto when the Inuzuka's hands closed around the blonde boy's neck and squeezed. Let me go. Let me go, you idiots. Let me kill him. Kiba screamed hysterically while struggling like crazy against the arms of Koji, Shino, and Lee. Release me. I order you. Release me. What's wrong with him? Sasuke asked Hinata, who was looking at her teammate with worrying eyes. The Hyuga girl shook her head. Oh, Kiba-kun suffered quite badly with those traps, she explained. He was stuck in a sheet of cloth drenched in glue, covered in tar and chicken feather, blasted in the face with a cloud of pepper and thrown into a river with all those on his body. Oh, and he ate a stink bomb by mistake. Let me go. Let me at him. I'll kill him. Everyone winced. Poor him, Haku said sympathetically. Even to Kiba, that was still too much, Shikamaru added. Humph, Niji, from behind, spoke up with a sneer. Relying on petty tricks like that. How pathetic. That was the only thing a dead last like you was worthy of. Naruto ignored him. Let me go. Damn you. I said, Guh. That last sound was due to Sakura chopping him at the back of his neck, sending him into the land of unconsciousness. What did you just do? Ino gaped in horror. Sakura shrugged nonchalantly. Well, he's too loud, I just made him sleep for a while. Meanwhile, Naruto was staring at Hinata as if she was an alien. The Hyuga girl blushed. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? You just completed a very long sentence without any stuttering. That was awesome, Hinata-chan. You finally got rid of your bad habit. Hinata's blush deepened, but she didn't say anything else. Guys, the voice of Tenten suddenly rose behind them. What do you think we should do with these? She held up the 2 scrolls. Naruto grinned. Open them up, of course. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. But didn't that proctor say that we couldn't open them? That crazy lady only said that we couldn't open them until we get to the tower, right? Naruto answered with another grin. Now we're in the tower, why shouldn't we open them? But what will happen if we open them? Haku asked worriedly. Who knows? But that will make it more fun. Everyone shuddered. Naruto's definition of fun, after the forest event, has become something utterly dangerous in their point of view. Alright. Here goes nothing. All the scrolls were opened at the same time. When exposed to the air, the inside parts of the scrolls started smoking. What? Startled, everyone threw their scrolls to the ground as if they were made of acid. The scrolls, lying on each other, smoked even more, and started glowing red. Everyone braced themselves, preparing for a fight when the scrolls exploded and covered the room with a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, the genin were all treated with a bizarre, but pretty funny scene. In front of them were their Jonin sensei, well, most of them, sprawling in a clusterfuck on the ground. Zabuza was at the bottom of the human pile, his face was planted to the ground by Asuma's butt. The latter was lying back first on the huge Kyobikaraibasho, facing Kurane in a position that made their, rather private parts rubbing against each other, and her well-endowed breasts landing right on his hands, not that he minded anyway. And on top of them was Guy, lying across Kurane's back with a dazed expression on his face. The only one standing was Kakashi, who had his favorite orange book on his hand as usual. Well, that's weird, Kakashi noted in an amusing tone when realizing what happened to his fellow Jonin. Ow! Groaned Guy. What the heck happened? Why are we lying on top of each other like this? This is so unyouthful. A lusty moan from Kurane answered him. It was because Asuma just squeezed her breasts. All the genin blushed. Ew, Ino winced in disgust. This is definitely not something I want to see. Kakashi chuckled. Kurane, Asuma, would you mind if I say you should leave your intimate moment till you get back to your bedroom? Because you are scarring our students over there. Besides, I don't think Zabuza appreciates it very much. MMMMMMPPPPPPHHHHHH. From below Asuma's behind, the devil of the hidden mist screamed, or at least, tried to, in agreement. Kurane's face immediately reddened, and she jumped away from Asuma, so fast that she threw Guy off her back. The Taijutsu master was flung away, his bottom slammed hard on the ground and his body skidded a few meters before stopping at a wall nearby. Disturbingly, on Asuma's face was a happy, dazed expression. What are you doing here? Tenten asked hesitantly. Immediately, Guy flipped back up as if his back had a spring under it, and brandished his trademark youthful thumb up. Don't worry my youthful students. We are here to greet you and congratulate you for completing the second part of the Chuyunin exam. Yosh! We finally did it! Lee pumped his fist to the sky and hollered. Guy also howled, tears started falling from his eyes like 2 tiny waterfalls. I'm so proud of you, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. What was that? Haku's teammate, Kojuro, screamed when the sunrise genjutsu started forming on the background. Tenten sighed. Trust me, you don't want to know. Just ignore it. It's still kinda disturbing, though, Naruto winced. How is it that I, the one completely immune to genjutsu, can see it so clearly and is completely unable to dispel it? You're immune to genjutsu. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto questioningly. The latter shrugged. It's a long story. Still, Asuma said, finally managed to get a hold of himself. Getting through the forest of death in just half a day is quite an accomplishment. How did all of you manage to do that? Everyone glanced at Naruto. Oh, come on. Why are you all glaring at me as if I was a criminal? Naruto protested, and Sasuke snorted. Because you are the one that caused all of this, that's why. Fuck you, Sasuke. So you failed to capture Orochimaru. We're sorry, Hokage-sama, the Umbu captain with the owl mask bowed his head. We tried our best, but Orochimaru ran away too fast. What we didn't understand was the fact that he ran away right after he saw us. Considering his ability, he might be able to hold himself against us for quite a while, or even outright defeat us. It's alright, I forgive you. But, the old Hokage continued in an amusing tone, if you look at this, you will understand why Orochimaru had to run away. The Umbu captain looked behind his Hokage's back, and his eyes widened. Had he not wearing a mask, everyone could have seen how many teeth he had in his mouth. Holy crap, what kind of jutsu can make this kind of damage, he stuttered, pointing at the ridiculously large crater which he clearly remembered didn't exist in the forest the previous day. Lying inside it were fragments of something that looked suspiciously like a 30-inch thick door of a gate. And that's why you don't mess with a Jinchuriki with full control of his tailed beast, coming back from the future, Orochimaru, Sarutobi thought with a slight smirk. Naruto was bored out of his mind. No one had ever told him that he had to stay in the tower until the second task was over. It's not like they didn't have enough for him to live here, but seriously, it's so boring. They didn't even have ramen in the menu. Right now, he was sitting on the bed in his team's room. Sasuke and Sakura had gone to the main hall for a spar. Having nothing else to do, he ran through the process of constructing a blueprint for creation of all things once again. It's worth noting that Naruto couldn't do the technique with the original instruction from the beasts. It's just too complex, too abstract for a slow brain like his to follow. So Naruto did something no one could ever expect. He copied the steps of a similar technique in a certain novel he had read to replace what the beasts taught him. And, surprisingly, it worked. He concentrated on the image of a kunao in his head. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the material. These steps were easy. The kunao is so familiar a tool to shinobi that he didn't even have to rack his brain for it. A knife. Steel. 25 centimeters long. Pointy at the tip, with a double-edged blade. Cloth wrapped around the handle. Imitating the processes of its making. He struggled briefly as his brain attempted to recall every process perfectly. In his mind, the image of a blacksmith slamming his hammer down on the anvil flashed. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Naruto winced. These steps were always the most difficult. This is the main obstacle which hinders him from creating objects, or rather, recreating already existing ones. Try hard as he might, he couldn't seem to grasp all events the knife on his hand, or everything he wanted to create, had experienced during their lives. It was a step that was just beyond his ability. Because of that, he could never create anything which could be considered perfect. Even the clothes he was wearing right now would just disappear after a month at best, and a few minutes at worst. And he has to learn everything, yes, everything about the object he wants to create by heart if he wants to recreate it. The structure, the materials, the history, everything. It's not like he has an infinite library which can record everything he sees in a blink of an eye, anyway. Luckily for him, he had managed to find a way around that. By altering the design of the thing he wanted to recreate slightly, for example, making a sleeveless and orange jacket instead of an originally black and sleeved one with similar design, he turned it into a completely new creation that never existed before, and thus had absolutely no history in its life, basically giving the creation the history it never had. Thanks to this, creating a blueprint became much easier for him. Well, only if the design in his head was, fortunately, unique, anyway. There might be a chance that the design was used without his knowing. Therefore, his creation of all things didn't always work as it should be. And if he couldn't even do something like creating inanimate things properly, the higher levels like modifying his body, or creating living things would be next to impossible. He sighed and relaxed, and the half-completed blueprint in his head faded away. Good job Oni-chan, you already had a grasp of it, Saikyo smiled her satisfaction. Yeah. Naruto sighed. But this is still nowhere near perfect. If I cannot use it perfectly, how can I hope of creating awesome living things like the sage or old man Hashirama? Not noticing the cringing of the slug at mentioning of the name, Naruto blurted out what he just remembered. Speaking of old man Hashirama. Saikyo-chan, how did he die? He is so incredible, his power was enough to subdue Madara, and he also had someone like you with him. Saikyo-chan. Saikyo-chan, are you there? No answer. The connection between Naruto and the slug was completely cut off. Naruto started panicking. What the heck had happened to her? Do you even have to ask? You screwed up. Big. The voice of Kurama suddenly rising in his head made him jump from the bed. Kurama. What do you mean I screwed up? The vixen sighed. Come into your mindscape and I will explain. So what did I do wrong, Kurama? The vixen didn't give a straight answer. Rather, she asked. Do you know about the Uzumaki clan, Naruto? Naruto was startled. The Uzumaki clan, it was his clan. The clan with exceptional mastery in Fuinjutsu. The clan with the powerful chakra and life force, together with incredible longevity. The clan which has the deepest alliance with the Senju clan and Konohagakure since the beginning of the village. And the clan which was wiped out sometimes after his mother, Kusina, settled in Konoha. But what does it have to do with Saikyo? As if understanding what Naruto was thinking, Kurama said. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan and Uzushiagakure is very famous. However, there is another battle involving the Uzumaki clan which was never shown in any historical document. It was the battle that took the life of Hashirama. Naruto's curiosity was aroused. What happened there? Kurama closed her eyes. It was during a visit of Hashirama and his wife to Uzushiagakure when he was still the first Hokage. In this day of destiny, an alliance of Kyomagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure decided to attack the village. Being the ally of Uzushiagakure, of course Hashirama and Mito went to help. With the assistance from the man called as the God of Shinobi, Uzushiagakure managed to hold them in a stalemate, and nearly turned the table. Wow! Old man Hashirama was awesome. Naruto cheered happily, pumping his fists. Until Madara appeared. Naruto's hands froze in midair. What? You heard me, Kurama nodded bitterly. Madara was the one behind the attack. And unlike before, this time he had awakened the Rinnegan from the piece of DNA he took from Hashirama during the battle at the valley. Like that wasn't enough, he also managed to seal me into him. Yeah, Hashirama didn't reclaim me after the battle at the valley as many had mistaken. Blood in Naruto's veins went cold after this declaration. That's right, Kurama continued. With the Rinnegan and my chakra, his power finally surpassed Hashirama. He would have completely flattened Uzushiagakure with his Chibaku Tensei had Hashirama not taunted him to lure him to the sea outside of the village. And they fought. Then? What happened next? Did old man Hashirama win? Naruto asked in thrill, and Kurama nodded with a sigh. Yes, he did. Even overpowered, Hashirama managed to defeat Madara, again. But that victory came with a heavy price. Right before he could land the killing blow on Madara, he hesitated. I didn't know what he was thinking, but his hand just stopped before his final jutsu landed on Madara. And that's what that despicable Uchiha had been waiting for. He took the opening Hashirama made to impale him and tried to pull his soul out with the human path. But Hashirama's extreme willpower, or maybe Saikyo inside him, I don't know, somehow held his soul back long enough for him to perform a jutsu that ripped me off Madara's body. If Naruto's shock and awe had been great before this, it was nothing comparing to how he looked now. The expression in his face was a mixture of horror, amazement, and curiosity. Then he died, Kurama answered curtly. That final jutsu took everything left in Hashirama's body, and his soul was pulled away. But that didn't make Madara the winner. You already knew what would happen if a tailed beast was ripped off the Jinchuriki. Madara, thanks to his Rinnegan and Hashirama's DNA, didn't die, but his body was so messed up that he couldn't even use another simple jutsu just to take himself out of there. Even the Rinnegan couldn't fix his body after that. Had it not been for me, well, going rampage after that, and someone rescued him, he would have been killed by Mito and the Uzumaki clan. I'm sorry, she added with a hint of embarrassment and regret in her tone. So that's how Mito Bachan became your Jinchuriki? Naruto mumbled, and Kurama nodded. Yes. After that, leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages and the Uzumaki clan had a meeting. The Mizukage, the Raikage, and the Tsuchikage didn't want to admit their fault. They were too embarrassed to admit the fact that not 1, but 3 kage of great villages were tricked and controlled by one man so easily and effortlessly. After 3 days of argument, they finally came to an agreement that the event would not be recorded into history, and no one would ever speak about it again. That's why only very few people knew about it, and most of them were dead already. I see. But what does that have to do with Saikyo-chan anyway? Naruto asked in confusion. Because Saikyo thought that it was her fault Hashirama died. Naruto jumped. The other beasts had come behind him since who knows when. After she revived, she was nothing like the Saikyo we knew anymore. She became shy, withdrawn and cold to nearly everyone. When she was with Utakata, she seemed to open herself a little bit, but now, after his death. I don't know, said Matatabi sadly. How did she work that one out? Naruto asked, horrified. Well, she was together with Hashirama-san when they fought Madara, right? Komei shrugged, well, sort of. I think she feels that if only she had worked more perfectly with the old man, Madara couldn't have murdered him. Yeah, Kokuwa agreed. And I think that's why she can't use her power like she used to. It's just like, she's having trouble with it. Before, whenever we went rampaging, she would always be there to stop us. After Hashirama's death. Really? I thought she's awesome as she is now. Didn't she use her wood style to restrain Kurama and Komei before? Kurama rolled her eyes. She used to make the whole forest around Konoha together with Hashirama. Now she could only make mere vines. Is that what you call not having trouble, Naruto? That's right, Matatabi added. And that's only when she's in a good mood. When her mood's down, she couldn't use her power at all. It just doesn't manifest, no matter how hard she try. Poor girl. Naruto's brain went numb and frozen. If what the beast said was true, he really did screw up. No, wait, Naruto suddenly waved his hand while shaking his head frantically. That doesn't make sense at all. If that's the case, why should Saikyo-chan worry about it? It's not like it's her fault, right? She couldn't do anything about it? The tailed beasts looked at each other awkwardly. Naruto, that's exactly why she blamed herself, Gyuki shook his head. It is survivor's guilt, you know. I think you of all people would be the one who understand this best. Do you remember when Niji died to protect you? Do you remember when Hinata and Sakura were impaled while trying to save you? You were there, looking at them dying, and couldn't do anything to help. Have you ever feel hopeless and regret that you were alive, but all the other ones close to you were dead right before your eyes. Worse, when they die because of you. When Naruto nodded dumbly, he nodded and continued. Well, Saikyo is the same. Tailed beast or not, she is still a girl. And you cannot expect a girl to take it as well as a boy. Come to think of it, being a tailed beast only makes it worse. Tailed beasts usually don't have friends. Almost everyone treats us as monsters or weapons, even other animals are scared of us. It is very rare for us to have someone who cares for us, or treats us as equal. And Saikyo got 2 of them killed right in front of her eyes. Do you think that will not leave a scar to her mind? Naruto couldn't find any word to reply. What Gyuki said was true. When the old man was killed by Orochimaru, he wasn't even there to help. He didn't even know that his grandfather figure was killed until after he subdued Gaara and returned to the village. After that, despite not expressing his sadness out in the open, he hadn't been able to sleep at all for over a month. And that's when he was still a kid. And after his precious people were murdered by Madara in that final battle of destiny, isn't it true that he lost all his will to fight and let himself be captured by the mad Uchiha? Naruto suddenly bolted up from his sitting place. What are you doing, Naruto? Isabu asked. Naruto answered him with a serious expression. I'm going to find her. I screwed up, I will have to fix it. Saikyo, in her human form, was curling up inside a cave on a mountain in Naruto's mindscape, crying her heart out. It's not like she wanted to do that. But whenever the name Hashirama was spoken of, horrible memories of that day immediately rushed back into her head. Different from humans, tailed beasts do not age. They were created with the mindsets of different ages right at the beginning. They stay in the world as long as there is still chakra, yet their minds stay the same, no matter how long they exist. Because of that, although having knowledge and power, Saikyo was still just a 12-year-old kid in mind. And a kid's mind, no matter how old she is no way enough to stand the trauma of having her most precious person, the first person after her father who treated her as family, being killed right in front of her. Just like Sasuke had suffered when Itachi killed his father and mother. Even Utachi Tanayakan, the one who acted as her brother figure later, couldn't replace him in her mind. But Saikyo isn't Sasuke. She isn't a boy. She didn't go around spouting nonsense about revenge. Instead, she curled up into a ball and cried. Being named the strongest by father and her siblings, she was blessed with the power to give lives and solve conflicts. Yet she is just a pathetic kid who couldn't do anything to save the people she loves. Burying her face on her knees, Saikyo continued crying, even harder than before. Saikyo-chan. Finally found you. She lifted her head, and realized that she was looking into a pair of blue eyes. Oni-chan. Naruto sat down next to her and grinned awkwardly while scratching his head. In his smile, there was a hint of sadness and regret. Saikyo-chan. I'm really sorry for hurting your feeling before. I didn't know that you had to suffer so much. The slug girl didn't answer. Instead, her face sunk even further into her knees. No, please, don't cry again. Naruto hastily said, waving his hands. Looking at you crying hurts me so much. I don't want to see you like this, please. He sighed in relief when she only let out a slight sniffle. But Saikyo-chan. I know I'm not in the position to tell you this, but please don't blame yourself too much about it, he continued. I don't think Hashirama-jiji will be pleased to see you like this. How can he rest comfortably in heaven if he knew you tortured yourself whenever you thought about him? You don't understand. She murmured quietly, and Naruto nodded with a sigh. Yeah, it might be true that I cannot understand what you have been through. But I know what it feels when my precious people die. When the old man was killed, I wasn't even there to help him. It's not better than being unable to do anything to help. And I was devastated. I felt that I was useless, I couldn't even protect the person I loved the most in this world. It felt like the world was collapsing around me. He was, well, the first person in this world who had been nice to me, and the closest one I have for a father and a grandfather. I couldn't stop crying for a week. Saikyo's eyes widened under her bangs. Naruto and Ii-chan, he was just like her. Naruto stopped and took a deep breath. But then, when I finally managed to calm myself down, I started thinking. No matter how much I cry, he is never coming back to us. But his death was not meaningless. He offered his life to stop a very dangerous person who tried to destroy our village. He faced death at will for the sake of the village. That was something which must be honored, not mourned about. So I pushed my sadness away. I thought that if I continued torturing myself like that, it would just be the same as spitting on his efforts. And all the others who had died for me, well, I used to lost myself when I saw them dying in front of me, but now, when I think of them, I feel like their powers are flowing through my veins. They gave me their strength, and their hopes for a good future, and I won't let their efforts wasted. The images of Niji, Hinata, Sakura, Sasuke and all the other people who died in the final battle flashed across his eyes. He had to close them to stop the tears from spilling out. I'm not trying to tell you to throw the image of Hashirama out of your head, Saikyo-chan, Naruto continued. But please remember, he is not the only one who loves you in this world. You still have your brothers and sisters, and you have me, too. Seeing you like this hurt me so much. I cannot say that I will be the one who replaces Hashirama, but I swear on my life that I will do everything I can for you, and I will protect you with everything I got. After all, an older brother protects his younger sister, right? He added with a grin. The slug's eyes widened even further. Protecting his younger sister. Saikyo, no matter what you did before, you are still the one I consider my little sister. And I will not let you be taken by those Akatsuki. I will do everything to protect you, even if it cost me my life. Yotakata and Ii-chan had said that to her when they're facing pain. He's the same, as Naruto and Ii-chan. Why? Naruto was startled when Saikyo suddenly grabbed his shirt and cried her heart into it. Please Ii-chan. She whispered between hiccups. Please don't leave me again. Everyone who is close to me all left me. I can't take it anymore. If you leave. Please, stay with me. Don't leave me. Naruto couldn't say a word for a while. Then, he smiled and hugged Saikyo, while patting the girl's hair gently. It's okay. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here for you, always. In the real world, the sun was descending down the horizon. First of all, congratulations on passing the second task of the Chuunin exam. The voice of the third Hokage boomed around the hall. It's the end of the fifth day, and now, all the remaining competitors were gathering in the great hall of the tower. Naruto looked around. This time, there were also 21 competitors left, including all the rookie 12 of Konoha and the Sand siblings. Though, Kabuto's team and the team from Sound couldn't make it this time. Replacing them were Haku's team and the team of the redhead from Kusagakuer. He zoned out from the speech of the old man about the exam being a life-risking battle, a form of war for the allied villages, blah blah blah, and hate announcing the preliminary. You know, I've been wondering. How could it be that the ones who got past the forest in our time were all rookies? Isn't this forest a hard challenge even for experienced Chuunin? Yeah, but that's because your creator said so. Besides, you guys are main characters. If the main characters were excluded, what would the story become? Well, now that you said. Stop demolishing the fourth wall, you two. Yes, sir. Kabuto walked out of the forest with a smile. His mission as a spy was completed. He had researched the village thoroughly during his time here, and known all about every shinobi of all ranks in the village. Now, everything was in their place for the invasion to start. Although, he couldn't find any other information about the mysterious Team 7 lead by Kakashi, except for the old ones from their first A-rank mission to Waves. But no matter, he will get them later. They're just genin, so how hard can it be? His train of thought was cut abruptly when Ibiki Marino appeared in front of him, with 10 Umbu surrounding him. Kabuto Yakushi, under the order of the Hokage, you are under arrest for traitorous actions against Konohagakure. Crap. Sakura Harano vs Nameless Grassmook number 1. Ha! As if a pathetic little girl like me can do anything to me. This jutsu of mine will. The grass ninja foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground after letting out a girlish scream, his eyes rolling back into his head. At the same time, all males in the room cringed and suddenly had the same urge to cover their crotches. Winner, Sakura Harano. Essay. Sakura. Naruto sputtered when the girl arrived at the place where Team 7 was standing on the balcony. Why did you do that? Oh, that, Sakura answered nonchalantly. Anko-sensei taught me that the most effective way to fight is to aim for the most delicate and mortal place on the body, and launch one decisive strike. And one of those positions on a male's body is his crotch. Sasuke and Naruto unconsciously inched away from Sakura. And Kakashi now started regretting his decision of leaving his student on the hand of a sadist like Anko. Shikamaru Nara vs Nameless Grassmook number 2. I still have to fight? What a drag. The ninja from Grass looked at the pineapple head in front of him with wary eyes. His teammate was taken down by the Konoha Kunoichi in one hit. So he couldn't afford to be careless against those Konoha shinobi. Start. That brat looked quite weak physically. He decided to launch a taijutsu move at him to test. Shikamaru dodged, then turned tail and ran away. What the? That's what every genin except for Naruto and Team 10's members chorused when they saw what was happening. Damn it, brat. Stop running away and fight me. No, that's too troublesome, was the only answer. Is he always like this? Kiba asked when Shikamaru and his opponent started chasing each other around the arena. Chuji nodded while chewing. But I think he has a plan. There is always a plan in his head, Then suddenly, the grass genin stopped dead on his track. He found that he couldn't even move a muscle. Shadow Possession Jutsu, success. Shikamaru said in a bored tone. How? The grass nin croaked out the only word he could mutter. Instead of answering, Shikamaru looked up. The grass shinobi's head rose with the motion, and his eyes widened. No way, the balcony. Yes, the balcony, the Nara boy smirked. Because of the light of this room, its shadow is pretty large. I ran away just to lead you into its shadow, and use that shadow to extend my own shadow until it reached yours. Shadow Jutsu of the Nara clan, Asuma smiled proudly. Specializes in immobilizing enemies. Very effective in team fights, but only for the people with sharp mind and quick thinking, just like Shikamaru. Wow, Shikamaru is awesome. Kiba exclaimed. Shikamaru reached out his hands and did some motions behind his head. At the same time, the grass genin's headband dropped to the ground with a loud clang. Then he proceeded to smash his poor opponent's head against the wall. After 5 minutes, the grass jonin managed to croak out his forfeit, then fainted. Sasuke palmed his face. I really don't know what to say about this match. Winner, Shikamaru Nara. Rock Lee vs Ino Yamanaka. Guy Sensei, I cannot fight her. She is a girl. Hurting a girl is unyouthful. Ino's forehead popped a vein. What do you mean when you say I am a girl? Never say that, my youthful student. The person in front of you is not a girl now. She is a youthful opponent, and by defeating her, the power of youth will explode once again. Another vein popped on Ino's forehead. Okay, Now what do you mean when you say I'm not a girl? Yosh. Then I will let all the power of my youth explode. Leaf hurricane. Wait, what? Bam. Crash. 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 Sakura winced. Poor Ino. Yeah, Naruto agreed. The power of youth is definitely not something to be underestimated. Winner, Rock Lee. 3 matches are done. That was fast, Naruto blinked. Yeah, but they cannot be considered matches, Sasuke shook his head. Sakura literally broke her opponent with a kick to the nut. Shikamaru did almost nothing other than running away. And the bushy brows match, no, just no. Seriously, is this the Chuunin exam or a joke? So to you, only a fight with flashy explosive jutsu is good. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sasuke turned slightly red. I didn't say that. Then it's your chance now, Naruto smirked, and pointed at the name board. Sasuke followed his finger, and also smirked. Sasuke Uchiha vs Shiro Ichigaki. Who is Shiro Ichigaki? From the other side of the balcony, the white-haired teammate of Haku jumped down to the arena. A member of the new 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, equal to Zabuza. Sasuke's grin became wider. This is a good chance to show the fruit of all the training I did last month. Then without another word, he jumped across the banister. That's Sasuke. He might not be the one obsessing with revenge like before, but his thirst for power is still there. Gyuki said worriedly. If Madara can get a hand on him in the future. Don't worry Gyuki, Naruto interrupted him in a firm tone. This time I am here. If Madara wants to get to him, he will have to face me first. I will not let Sasuke fall into the hand of evil again. I swear on my life. Sasuke Uchiha-san, the boy gave a slight bow. I've heard about you from Zabuza-sensei and Haku-san. You are a formidable opponent, and I cannot let my guard down against you. Big words from the one who doesn't even have a sword, Sasuke taunted him, but the expression on the Mist Swordsman didn't even faze a bit. It's true I don't have a legendary sword of my own. But that doesn't mean I do not have my own sword to fight with. With 2 loud pops and a burst of smoke, 2 short, broadswords fell into Shiro's hands. Sasuke smirked, and drew his own katana. Then let's see how good you are with those swords. 00000. 2 swords. Kakashi looked at Zabuza. You are training him to wield Kiba. What does he have to do with me? Kiba asked in confusion. Kakashi shook his head. Not you, Kiba. Kiba is the name of a pair of swords in the 7 legendary swords of Kirigakure. They are called the sharpest swords in existence, not only because they can boost the power of their wielder to the utmost limit, but also because they can transform the nature of their owner's chakra channeling into them into lightning, enhancing their cutting power greatly to the point that almost nothing in the world can survive a slash from them. As far as I know, they also allow the wielder to manipulate real lightning freely with only a little bit of chakra. Just as expected from Kakashi of the Sharingan, always has the information in his brain, Zabuza smirked. This boy is not the strongest shinobi in Kirigakure, but his potential is incredible. I see, Kakashi gave a furtive smile from under his mask. But my student is not someone to be underestimated either, Zabuza. 00000. Begin. With a kick to the ground, the white-haired swordsman dashed forward. That's not going to work. His charge was stopped. Sasuke was a natural in sword fighting. His katana was longer than Shiro's short swords. And the reckless movement of the Kiri boy had too many openings. With the Sharingan, they were easy to see. A thrust was aimed at Shiro's exposed stomach. Clang. Steel met steel. Sasuke's thrust was smashed away by one of the shorter swords. The short swords don't have the length, but they have the mass. Sasuke could feel his hand shaking lightly from the collision. The other one, at the same time, swung at Sasuke's neck. And with the Sharingan, Sasuke could see the real threat behind it. The descending sword was coated in lightning chakra. TCH. The Uchiha boy ducked, letting the lightning-imbued sword soar over his head. Very well, if you want to play that game. The katana in Sasuke's hand started glowing with electricity. He struck again, this time at Shiro's chest, where there was no protection, and showing another glaring opening. His katana was swatted away again, by another lightning-coated sword. Damn it! 00000. On the balcony, Kakashi was staring at Zabuza with a horrified eye. Zabuza, why did you teach that boy this kind of fighting style? It is too dangerous for a boy that age. Zabuza smirked. Without his old bandages, everyone could see the menacing shark-like fangs in his mouth. Kirigakure has different ways of training shinobi from Konohagakure, Kakashi. Besides, I am not the one who taught him that sword style. He created it himself. He created it himself. Kakashi's visible eye widened. That's right, Zabuza nodded. He has been longing to be the wielder of Kiba since he was a child. No one in Kirigakure had experience of fighting with twin swords, and he couldn't hope to access the Mizuki's vault for the secret of Kiba swordplay. So he just practiced that absurd style again and again, and after 10 years, he finally managed to perfect it enough for a real fight. After 10 years, wait. How old is he right now? 15. Since 5, so he is a genius. Kakashi muttered. But Zabuza cut in. Genius? Oh please, he is anything but a genius. He is just a normal genin as any other genin in this world. He is not good at genjutsu, his ninjutsu and taijutsu are just adequate. The only thing he can be called good at is kenjutsu. It's his dream to become the strongest swordsman in the world that pushed him to the limit, making him the one he is today. Unlike Konohagakure, Kirigakure does not need geniuses, he sneered in the geniuses word, to keep it strong, in the reign of our new Mizukage. Kakashi couldn't find a word to say. At the far corner, Niji Hyuga snorted. There is no way a nameless normal person can ever catch up to a true genius. It's their destiny to fall against geniuses like him. 00000. Sasuke was frustrated. There was nothing special about that guy's fighting style. It was crude, reckless, and full of holes. Yet, he couldn't even find a way to land a hit on him. It's just like, he let him see the openings on purpose. No matter how fast he struck, the short swords were always there, blocking his attacks completely. His Sharingan allowed him to avoid all the attacks from his opponent, but if he couldn't even land a hit on Shiro, all the fighting would be meaningless. In fact, he was being pushed back, further and further, by the advancing Shiro. Who could possibly think that Sasuke Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing the fully unlocked Sharingan and a natural mastery of Kenjutsu, was being overwhelmed by a nameless genin in close combat? He gritted his teeth. If Kenjutsu didn't work, he would have to try another way. He jumped back a few steps, throwing his sword to the sky and weaved through hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball, much stronger than what Sasuke could have used before, shot out from his mouth towards Shiro in a very fast speed. It seemed Shiro was too surprised to do anything against it. A loud boom, and the room was covered in smoke. Is it over? Haku asked worriedly. Zabuza shook his head. No, not yet. 30 seconds passed, and Shiro emerged from behind the smoke. His body was full of scorching marks, but he wasn't injured. How is it possible? We all saw him being hit. Ino exclaimed in surprise. He drenched himself with a water jutsu right before the fireball hit, Kakashi answered her. No one had realized him pulling his headband up. His Sharingan now glued to the battle in the arena with unusual interest. It decreased the power of the fire jutsu considerably. You are a very powerful opponent, Uchiha-san. I don't want to do this, but with an opponent like you, I cannot afford to hold back anymore. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Say what, was the shared thought of all Team 7 and Team 8 members right now. Mists started to gather inside the room. Sasuke cringed, subjected to this jutsu once, he knew how deadly it could be, and what would happen if he could not find a way to counter it. 00000. Why did Sasuke-kun retreat like that? Sakura questioned when she saw Sasuke jump to the corner of the room and stayed there. That's the only thing he could do, Sakura, Kakashi answered. Within the mist screen, visual is useless. He cannot see where his opponent is, so he has to retreat into the corner to limit the directions Shiro can attack him from. Quick thinking. Then he threw a dirty look towards Zabuza. The mist swordsman only smirked. The jutsu finally covered the whole arena, blocking the vision of everyone from the two combatants. What they could see now in the arena was only white mist. Niji activated his Byakugan, then winced and shut them immediately. I can't see anything. All I can see is chakra. What is this? What in the world can block the vision of the Byakugan? The hidden mist jutsu is the secret jutsu of Kirigakuer. It can block any type of vision, even the three great Dojutsu cannot see through it. Zabuza boasted. However, Kakashi could feel a very slight hint of worry in Zabuza's voice. Could it be? There. They started. Sakura yelled, and everyone turned their head to hear the sound of steel clashing against steel again. Wait a second. How could it be? Zabuza startled, his hands gripping the rail unconsciously squeezed it. How could he fend off Shiro when they're inside the mist? Once again, Kakashi chuckled, you underestimated my student, Zabuza. The Uchiha clan, their Dojutsu is only one thing that made them the most powerful clan of Konohagakure. Fighting is in their genetics. Even without the Sharingan, their abilities in combat are still the most terrifying in Konohagakure. They don't always need their eyes to fight. Zabuza's eyes widened. You mean, the Uchiha boy is fighting my student only with pure instinct? That's impossible. Ah, but that's the truth. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Luckily I trained him to fight without depending on his eyes for a whole month before the exam. Why didn't you teach me that, sensei? Naruto pouted. Kakashi shook his head while chuckling. You were trained by Jiraiya-sama, Naruto. Isn't he way better than a mere jonin like me? Naruto wisely shut up. 00000. Hidden Mist Jutsu is the core element of Kirigakure's famous silent killing assassination technique. It completely blocks the vision of the target, allowing the user to close in when the target is still confused and panic of losing their sight and deliver a decisive blow. It is what made the name of the Devil of the Hidden Mist, as well as all the other members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. However, the technique has three glaring weaknesses. First, despite the fact that the hidden mist can hide the user from view, and silent killing can eliminate the sound, the user can still be tracked by smell. A tracker using the sense of smell, such as Kiba, can easily track down the user with his incredible nose. And a sensor can also follow the user, although with more difficulty as the mist is made from chakra. Second, the technique blocks the vision of the target, but it also means that the vision of the user is also blocked. Because of that, the technique only works if the target is panicked and stays in one place, or the user is a good tracker of smell or sound himself. Zabuza is a master in mind assault, so it is not hard for him to keep his targets in one place just by words alone. But with other people, it's not that easy. And third, it costs a humongous amount of chakra. Because of that, users of the silent killing technique usually tend to find ways to finish their fight as fast as possible. And that was the problem for Shiro at the moment. An apprentice of the Devil of the Hidden Mist or not, he is still a genin. And a genin only has a limited amount of chakra. The hidden mist jutsu is his final trump card. When he uses it, he must make sure that he can finish his opponent as quickly as possible. However, he couldn't. He didn't expect the Uchiha boy to fight back so valiantly and stubbornly, even under such a huge disadvantage. Almost all the attacks he threw at him were blocked. It's just like the Uchiha's instinct had manifested a third eye which could see through even the mist. And he could feel his chakra level dropping quickly. But it's not like he couldn't do anything to the Uchiha. Even though the sword of Sasuke had been blocking most of his strikes, there were 2 or 3 strikes that went through and managed to injure him. He didn't know which part of the boy was struck, but he could see blood on his blades. There's no way the raven-haired boy could prolong this fight further with all those injuries. If he continued pressing on, he would win for sure. But the matter was, how long further could he press on? His chakra was only enough to maintain the hidden mist jutsu for about 3 more minutes. It would not be enough to force the Uchiha to lose. There was only one choice. He jumped back and focused, pushing more chakra into the jutsu. The mist screen now became so thick that even if they stood face to face, they wouldn't be able to see each other. He will put everything into this last strike. Even if he must kill Sasuke, he has to win. And his instinct screamed at him to dodge. He leaned to one side, right before a shuriken soared past his face. From inside the mist, shuriken after shuriken was flying out every direction. He hastily stepped back and swung his swords to smash away the projectiles flying around him. What was his opponent doing? Sure, it might be easier hitting him in the mist that way, but he could block everything of that level. His back touched something that felt like a string. Finally got you. Lightning style, shocking web. Immediately, Shiro felt like there was 1,000 volts of electricity running through his body. He gasped in pain, his lungs felt like they were being grilled in a blast furnace, and all of his muscles felt cold and numb. The mist swordsman's body started losing its senses, and he felt like his heart stopped for a moment. He dropped his swords and collapsed. Then it stopped. Only then he could feel the wires cutting into his skin. How? The mist started clearing, and everyone in the room, except for Sasuke, all gasped in chorus when they saw what happened. A whole corner of the room, where Sasuke had jumped into to protect himself from the assault of Shiro, was covered in shuriken. And each shuriken had a ninja wire tied onto it. They were, right now, forming a metal web, which the mist ninja was now trapped in. And judging on the jutsu Sasuke had just yelled the name, this web was full of high-voltage electricity just about 1 minute ago. And Sasuke's katana was now pointing at Shiro's neck. Forfeit, or I will have to hurt you. Everything was decided. Shiro's limb slumped down on the net tying him. I forfeit. And with that, the 4th match of the preliminary was concluded. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. You're so awesome, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke winced when the voices of Sakura and Ino slammed into his ears at the same time. The blonde glared at Sakura, but the pink-ed ignored her. Humph, Niji sneered. A lowly commoner like him does not stand a chance against a genius. That's his destiny to lose. Everyone glared at the Hyuga. Surprisingly, it was Sasuke who raised his voice first. Didn't you see what happened? I nearly lost out there, he scowled. No way. You're Sasuke-kun. How can you lose? Ino dismissed him with a swoon, and Sasuke didn't bother to answer her. Instead, he unsheathed his sword. It was full of scratches, chips, and cracks. After leaving the sheath, the blade crumbled. Great, now I need a new sword, he groaned in annoyance. I don't want to interrupt but... Hinata's voice rose from behind them, you're bleeding, Sasuke-san. I think you should go to the medic. True to the words, Sasuke's right arm was having a pretty nasty cut on it. Blood was leaking out from the gaping wound. I'm fine, Sasuke shook his head. He didn't want to show weakness in front of anyone. Don't worry, I got it, Sakura suddenly said. She put her hands on Sasuke's wound, and they started glowing green. Immediately, the wound started closing. You learned medical jutsu. Naruto quirked an eyebrow, while Ino glared at Sakura's hands with extreme jealousy. Sakura smiled happily. Yup. Anko-sensei gave me a scroll of medical jutsu during my training. She didn't have any use of it, so she dumped it to me. But it's kind of fun. I learned many things in that scroll, mainly basic healing jutsu and stuff. It's useful for surviving in the forest, you know. Bookworm, Naruto muttered, and received a bop to the head. What's wrong with being a bookworm, huh? Uh-oh, Kiba suddenly muttered in a worried voice. This is not good. What's wrong, Kiba? Naruto asked in confusion. What is not good? Oh, crap. The screen was now showing the names of the combatants for the next match. Hinata Hyuga vs Niji Hyuga. There are things that cannot be changed, even with time traveling, Kurama shook her head sagely.